Hello, good evening. Welcome one, welcome all to the Escape Corner, our little corner of the internet, where we can get together and talk about the things that help us escape. Fantastic. Good to see you, Steven. Thanks for the tweet shout. Anything to help spread the word of you can watch stuff that's good. That's our word around here. There's good stuff out there. Tonight, I am going to be drinking a Sakemoto. We're back to an actual product of Japan, coming from the Nihon. This one literally says Infinite Spirit, so we'll see if either the bottle never ends or if I gain an infinite spirit as I drink it. Specialty rice and premium water sourced from Japan's famous Nara region. I don't know where Nara is. Not Nara, and me saying it in like a specific way. Nara, N-A-D-A. Let's see. Where is this from? Nara, Japan. The Nara ward in Kobe? No way. We have to do Nara region. And Nara-ku. Nara-gogo. Here we go. Yeah. Huh. All right, let's learn. Let's learn together here, shall we? Really quickly, we can do this. Nara-gogo is a fun thing to say, but it also means 5-5. The 5 villages of Nara are 5 areas-based groupings of sake breweries in Kobe, Nishinomiya, Hyogo Prefecture, Japan. Amazing. So we have a 1/4 of the sake production of the entire country. Holy crap! Whether or not it carries the dirt and the wood and the mold flavor that I'm looking for, the mildew, you know what I mean? The mildew, I know what that building tastes like if I were to lick it. That'll be fun. Awesome. Alrighty, tonight, Joe Ball has the link. He is wrapping up another show. And we'll pop in whenever that happens. That could be right now. Oh, it's not right now. Sorry, I was. That might have been funny though if it was like now. No, I don't have those kind of magical skills yet. Ooh, this smells good. I haven't even put it to my nose and I can smell it. It's a premium Junmai. Huh. Usually with Junmai, you have a lot less. Have I explained this yet? Have I explained rice polishing? Anyway, Joe Ball will pop in as soon as he's done with his other engagements for the evening. That's why I have him as surprise guest, because he will surprise even me when he shows up. So it will be a fun surprise for everyone. Until then, we're going to do our normal thing, talk about anime, talk about escapism, see what's good. I've watched a couple things that made me smile, and I wasn't expecting them to make me smile as much as they did. And by that, I mean Chimimo, or cutesy MILF power. But first, I might as well, let's see, Junmai. I pull up an easy, like an image that'll just show this off. Okay, here we go. Oh, this is perfect. This is the exact image I was thinking of. Open image in new tab. That way there's only image to be shared. And then I'm gonna make me bigger. There we go. All right, here we go. The sake classification system. So this is a Junmai. Junmai can be made from any grain of rice, no matter how polished. And I love them because the more of the outside of the rice, the more you get to taste a lot of those, the carb on the outside, that shell, that little starchy bit, really retains all the flavors that I enjoy in a sake. Even if it's not as refined or, as polished of a taste, as some of the higher end. So, kanpai, everyone. They just taste, they have a very round taste to them, but it's like a round rock that you found in your garden and you put it in your mouth and you're like, that tastes good. Like, go back to your childhood when you ate a rock and you're like, huh, that's a flavor, and you spat it out because you couldn't chew it, or you broke your teeth. I don't know what your thing was, but the Junmai level here is what lets us get the that beautiful rice flavor. And these are the Junmai Ginjo. Junmai Dai Ginjo means you're only getting rice that's been molded with the koji mold, and it is brewed in the giant brewery. Whereas if it doesn't say Junmai and you get into your Honjozu, Ginjos, and Dai Ginjos without Junmai, they have added some amount of distilled alcohol, aka vodka. Never ate a rock, you ate dirt like a civilized peasant. Yeah, you and Star Wars Girl both, I bet. Eating dirt, making mud pies. You ever tried a rock? Come on, everybody's tried a rock. That little minerally taste. No way I'm crazy here. Watching a 20-plus hour super summary of Berserk, I can see the epic appeal. I hope it's the 21 hours of the almighty lolly giving you Berserk. In practically a page by page, here's the anime that Berserk could have been. Diatribe, along with some of his own little notes here and there, but that was fantastic. Ask Michael, he'll remember better. It's true. He will remember better. I love that video, Steven. I watched it when it was only 16 hours, when it was parts 1 through 4. They premiered literally the second night that I had COVID. I was like, oh, I've always been kind of interested in Berserk. I can't do anything else right now, so I just put it on and just fell asleep listening to his voice. It was wonderful. And then he released part 5, and I was all excited for it. And then he sent like 10 people into my comments to say, the almighty lolly sent us, and then they disappeared forever. I don't need the Junmai Ginjo. I don't need this. I don't need any of these things. Where am I going here? All right, here we go. Let's talk about Chimimo. I really like Chimimo, but I also don't know if I want to keep watching it. It feels too friendly, is what it does. It feels too much like everything's gonna be okay. We'll figure it out. We'll work together. This is gonna work out nice. Like it feels too pleasant. Now that could change. I'm willing to give it another shot, despite its how would you describe that art style? Hello Kitty art style that it has. It is a sugar bomb of visual design. It is crazy. It's ridiculous. I don't know that I would have watched it if Serranos hadn't got a recommend on it. And really, it wasn't so much a recommend. It was just like big MILF energy, and I was like, well, I mean, Mama Yor took the cup last season. Let's see what we got in there. Lolly only made me curious about you. Your stream is a nice change of pace. Oh, well, thank you. I'm glad he created some curiosity. A Gemini. It is a fun. We're still a quiet stream, you know. We're not walls of text that are just flying past, and I'm trying to keep up with something. We can interact, we can chat, we can have a good time. It's very, very fun. Law's a great guy. I sent him a couple chats after that. He makes some good stuff. Mimo looks really colorful. Yes, it is saccharin. I believe is the terminology. Terminology there. Good evening, Pop. How go things? You talked One Piece this week. How was that? Did you get into the coming live action and how the sets look really good, but you don't know it could be good, but it might not be. We'll find out. I don't know. It could be good. I'm holding out hope. I did. Oh, I found a friend that has Apple TV, so I can watch the new Speed Racer in a legal context. So whenever we start getting Speed Racer by the Bad Robot Crew, I will be able to enjoy that. So that'll be good. I think Chimimo needs more sound effects. That's the big issue. When they all stack together with their little horns, I want like I want to feel that they're like turning into like one with like the horn stabbing up through them. That I think it needs to do something like that. Have we seen the UU live action pics? Don't make me sad. Don't make me sad. Let's see. UU Hakusho live action. Exclusive live action Yu Yu Hakusho cast one of the show's. Oh wait, doesn't look real. This looks like CG. Ugh, IGN, would you out of here? Out of here. Just looking to fill time till our guests arrive. Yes, perfectly good idea. I would say for sure. Did everybody get the ash can that I posted in the Discord? Just talked the first arc, East Blue. It was good for people who've never seen it before. How wonderful. Okay. Is this a joke? Is this a... I haven't read an IGN article in an age. Let's see. There we go. That's a better sizing. Alrighty. Oh, okay, hold on. Let me first finish off the anime reviews, and then we'll get into that. I also watched the second Call of the Night. It was quite lovely. It was enjoyable. I like it was more of a refinement of episode 1. Like we knew that in episode 1 we got set up with this idea of guy is like asexual in that sense of like he doesn't have any real sexual desires or anything because he didn't want to go with the big titty schoolgirl, and everybody was like, "Why are you so mean?" He's like, I don't care." And now he has like a passion, something he wants to do, wants to enjoy. And we get to see that fleshed out a little bit more in this part 2, as well as some funny jokes with the with our vampire girl, who is like, obviously she's a vampire, so she looks however old she was when she was vampirized, I guess. But at this point, she is a hardcore, like true boomer. She got a cell phone and she's like, all these new cell phones are too tiny. I'm not gonna get a new one. It's like everything she says about like the modern era is just so classically old people. It's really funny. So I'm quite enjoying Call of the Night. Creepy Nuts still knocking it out of the park. The opening pretty good. Ending better. Opening pretty good. Ending better. Ashcan, the new term. It is a short, in our friend Joe Ball's case, it's a 12-page version of sort of like a think of a trailer but instead of a trailer, it's a short series of comic pages to get you excited about the story. Typically, they'll take a bit of just the opening arc, something just to get you looking at it and seeing it. And I'm pretty sure I posted it into, because he told me share it with everybody, so I shared it in the Discord. Let's see. Maybe I'm crazy. Thought I did. Should wait a few years. They start getting bigger again. They're already getting bigger. My mother-in-law just got a new phone and it's like 6 inches across. I'm like, holy crap. Like, I go with the standard phone. Like, I get the newer ones. Like, this is a 21. But it's like the small one that's like practically like iPhone sized, so I can hold it in my hand like a human. I don't need like 3 hands in order to use my phone. But yeah, no, my wife and my mother-in-law both have the Ultra, and it's like, why phone so big? I hate phone so big. That's the general. Yeah. Oh, okay. I'll I guess I didn't post it. Blainstorm posted it, so yeah, I can understand people missing that, but I'll post it again because it's pretty fun. I like seeing the that little like what do they want to tease us with? What do they want to get us excited by showing? You know, little things like that. Always make me happy. I go here. Heck, was I going with all this? I watched the Dealy Do. He's freaking out on things. Okay, no, we're done. Okay, call it a night. Call it a night is good. Ashcan equals one shot. Yeah, but no. Like isn't a one shot like like you have one comic book and it's like a full story, which would usually be like a 30 page, 40 page, I think. This is like one shot would be an OVA, but then an Ashcan would be like a trailer preview. That would sort of be the full thing there. Yeah, so one shot is a work of a single standalone issue or chapter, contrasting with ongoing series. Okay. You went from an S4 to an S8, now an S20. Isn't that crazy how they're like, oh, now it's this one, now it's that one, now it's that one, now it's this one. Yes, Ashcan's like a mock-up that shows off the characters in the story. Specifically, the one that's in the Discord is the like, here's the intro. Like, it feels like I just got the first 12 pages and now I need to read the rest of the chapters, right? Like, we got that little bit right before we like cut to the the little bit that comes before the OP in an anime. That's what he released. So it's like, now I need the rest of it, but I have to wait till freaking December. And they're like, I love the ability to support individual projects, but I also hate the idea of having to wait for that project to be ready. It's a problem I have. But the same thing happens. Like, I am also like a big sneakerhead, so like anytime I actually nail a sneaker drop, because I do not pay resale price. I do not. I did once, but I don't anymore. You nail a drop, and then it's like, oh, we'll ship your shoes when they're ready, and you're like, what? Why? I want my shoes now. You have no idea why both Samsung and Apple both skipped 9. That's interesting. I thought there was an S9. Yeah, there's an S9. Is the S9 outdated? It's the 2018 phone was the S9. Because they went S9, S10, and then they skipped to S20. Because 11 sounded dumb, I guess, or maybe they didn't want to get confused with the iPhone, and they're like, both, let's make a rounded corner rectangle that is a solid flat glass on one side. Like, you know, I can see them wanting to differentiate by skipping from 10 to 20. But they got 9. They got 9. You can stack them up and you can go 9, 9, 9, 9. It was, you know, count all the phones. Oh my goodness. What else? Oh, we were gonna talk about this live action Yu Yu Hakusho. Let's jump into this, and feel free to keep interrupting me. Don't ever think that I've got a plan. I used to plan shows, and then I was like, you know what? What if I just go at it? Never mind. Best Korea's better at us than at counting. Think about, like, how old are you, Gemini, right? Don't answer that, but think about how old you are. And think about your life from 0 to 10, and then your life after 20. If you skip from 10 to 20, you're probably going to have an okay time. Oh. No, I made friends that I still have between those two ages, so I'd probably want to at least redo a couple of those years, but not too much occurred that I can recall. Can't chat tonight. Well, then what do you call what you just did? It's like the I don't speak English. It's like you just did. I just learned I don't understand. I just learned wakarimasen because it just means I don't understand, and they just assume that it's whatever they just said. Because it drives me nuts when someone's like, I don't speak English. I'm like, you just did. We've been speaking English. What have you been doing if not speaking English together this whole time? You may not speak a lot of English. Stoop light. Oh, I see. So you've got the motion sensor light on your stoop, and you're like you're a stoop kid who's like trying to, you know, your phone doesn't have backlighting on it, so you have to wait for the motion detector to go off so you can start typing again. I get you. Well, be safe. Watch out for those stoop lights. They tend to halt traffic as it may be. So definitely better safe than dead. I no habla español. I habla margarita. Dirty bandito. Oh my goodness. I know it's stop, you goofball. But if you said stoplight, I wouldn't have been able to go on a short tangent about how stoop kids have to wait to see what their phone says, like a Gen 1 Game Boy. What else do I habla? I habla quesadilla. Basically any food. Tacos al pastor. Oof, I love me some al pastor tacos. Carne asada, fajita, tequila. Dirty Bandito is a drink that they make at our local favorite Mexican restaurant. It's called Torero's, and it's run by this adorable man who you'll know he's the owner because he's sweeping the bar. He's dressed very nicely, and he is sweeping and cleaning and pulling stuff from tables, and you're like, only the guy that owns a place that makes food this good is that clean about everything. Like he's a fantastic guy. Plus he's been there so long. He's been there so long that my wife's parents have been going to his previous location so long that he'll come over and say hi. Oh, I saw you last week, but I could not come to say hello. It's so good to see you again. Very, very fun. And he's a fantastic guy. His staff is all really friendly and great as well. You can just tell it's one of those like top-down leadership things where the quality and the level of service that he brings to the tables, everybody brings, because you're not going to get shown up by Ted. you're gonna work your ass off and show Ted that you're worth being there. And I love it. I love seeing workplaces like that. Really, really always happy. That's all of my Espanol. Even though I learned Spanish from 3rd grade to 6th grade, 5th grade, third, 4th, and 5th, as like we're to learn Spanish. I'm like, we're at elementary school learning English, and they're like, well, President Bush speaks Spanish, and I was like, that doesn't make sense as to why I in Seattle would need to learn Spanish, and I don't retain anything from that. When I got to choose a language, I chose French because with French, I figured I could say the names of cheeses I like better and order fancy French food better. And then I ended up going to Japan, but my school didn't have Japanese as a language, so I would have done that. Of course, I would have done Japanese. You're crazy if you don't think that this guy over here wouldn't have learned Japanese if it was an option, but it wasn't an option for me. So French. Je parle de français. Voulez-vous coucher avec moi? Le petit prince. I've got a bunch of random stuff in there. I speak much better Japanese now than I do French. Up this muscle milk chaser. Update on the weight. Workouts are not going the way I like them. So we're going to increase the calorie intake, keeping it 1,600 to 1,800. So it should still be in the cut range, but we are increasing the calorie count. So we might flatline here for a bit, but feel free to continue making fun of me as you see fit, because I am not fit the way I wish to be yet, and the only way I'm going to get there is if you all make fun of these twiggy ass legs and these weird little skinny fat pooches that are sitting right below my belly button. So have at ye, and don't worry if you feel you're like, oh, I can't make fun of him because he's skinnier than me. It's like, who cares? Who cares? Maybe make fun of me. It will help you. It works around. It all comes together. We'll be fine. Oui. Et le salle de bain. Some salt of the bathroom. Le salle de bain? I don't know what that means, actually. Isn't ban bath or something? Le Big Mac and cheese royale? See, I don't remember things that I didn't care about. My brain, just ignores completely. I remember it for the test. As soon as that test is over, gone. Don't remember a dang thing that I don't care about. All right, let's see what these live action. Again, some place like IGN, they're like, you have an ad blocker. And I just hit the X, and they're like, okay, right this way, sir. IGN can exclusively reveal that Kanata Hongo has been officially cast as Hiei in Netflix's. I'm going to use the English, the dub pronunciations of any of these. If anything comes along and it's like not that's not how they died, and I am a dub boy. I'm a UU dub boy. That's me. I'm W Hakusho. For the Meg Papa series, Hiei is one of the anime's main characters and an early nemesis of the show's protagonist, Yusuke Urameshi. Hongo is best known for playing Chen Zhao in Shinsuke Sato's adaptation of the popular manga Kingdom. He also played Armin Arlert in the 2015's live. Is that Armin's last name? What kind of name is Arlert? Arlert! We got a break in over here! We got Titans coming in the wall! Arlert! Oh, who's... I had no idea. When did they say that? Is it just in the manga? Oh my goodness. Same with high school Spanish. My stepmom always asked me how I managed to get A's in Spanish. Yeah, because the class is just trying to get you to answer like "Donde está la biblioteca?" And then you have to say like, "Where is the library?" And then it'll give you like a sentence and say like, "What's wrong with this sentence?" You have to like delete one of the words, and you're like, "This isn't like." It's just like memorization and like recall. Like that's all they're like, even though you're learning Spanish, really what they're teaching you is memorization and recall. And one of the things that I hate most about the school system is that it never teaches you how to learn, because they can't. They can't teach you how to learn something when they don't know how you learn something. The only people that know how you learn somebody are your parental units. And I use the term parental units because if you were raised by your grandparents or you were raised by wolves, I don't care what it is, whoever raised you and watched you learn to speak knows how you learn. They know how you do things. So whoever was in that raising position is the one who's going to know how you learn. The things that I remember from early school are things that my dad would challenge me on. He'd be like, "Oh, why do you think that? Why do you believe this? Why do you know, stupid things like why do you know 2 plus 2?" And then as I learned more and we got into more complicated things, it would be more like, "Okay, well, how do you know that?" "Well, the teacher says so." "Well, how do you know that?" You know, like did you look it up? Did you follow the source? You know, whatever it was. Like challenging you on things that you're learning is like one of the ways that I learn, is saying like, "Oh, wait a minute. Do I know that? Is that something that I actually know for a fact, or is it just something that I heard and I'm taking as a um, uh, assumption, basically?" And so challenging me like that is really good. And the person that knew that was my dad, and he was like, "Yeah, I'm going to challenge you on these things so that we know that you're learning, you're keeping up on things." But those are all I really learned, were the things that I was challenged on, the things that I was enjoying there. That's exactly how you think about the school system. Before the 20th century, we had what was called a classical education, but it was corrupted by people in power. Hey all, call me John. I am a huge believer, and I get a lot of shit for this, in what the hell is it called? Don't attribute to malice what can be explained through idiocy. So corruption, yes, is probably the right term, the right phrase. Like somebody was doing something that made the original goal get deviated. But the why of somebody doing that has always been something where I'm like, well, they're probably not saying, "What if we made school worse?" You know, or something like that. They're probably saying, "Well, these kids are excelling, but these kids aren't. How do we get to these kids?" And so then they retool around the kids that need to just have input, output, input, output. And then you end up with factory workers, right? And so you have this entire class of people with the way their brains function that are really good at input, output, input, output. A great example of this, I have a friend who has kids that are in elementary school, and they are learning math. And they are learning Common Core math, which to their dad is the most confusing thing he's ever seen. He's like, "I can't help them work through math, and I'm good at math." I'm gonna close this for a second here. He's like, "I'm good at math. I know math. I can do numbers." Like, he's a very smart guy, but he can't help them with their Common Core math. Mabot and Pabot 2.0. We don't talk about Pabot 1.0. He's been so much nicer after the firmware update. Oh my goodness. I'm sure mom likes the firmware update too. Razorvist has a video over the school system changing. The goal was not to make public school too smart, just smart enough to use machines. If you're too smart, then you question those in authority. Well, and there's a fact where not enough people even have that like drive, motivation, desire to be the not the assembly line worker, that they originally were trying to go for. It takes a very risk friendly person who can just get the tenacity, and then everything else lines up, and they make it happen, right? Not everybody's going to be that person, and so you create a school system that's not so much the old like Greek system or anything like that. You create one that's more like, well, now we can make more people a little more educated, as opposed to fewer people a little more educated. I was on a rant before I read the parental units one. What the hell was I just saying? School people in Common Core. Now because I was like, I've heard of Common Core. I've seen the memes online. I've seen all of that stuff, right? And so I said, oh, let me see. And I looked at this math page, and on this math page, on Common Core math, is the way that my brain works. The way that like the addition gets separated into multiple shapes and like smashed together. The way that the multiplication isn't just two numbers that become different numbers. It's these swirls that come around, and now we've multiplied like all of the ways in which my brain uses like 3D spatial shapes and shit in order to figure out how the math needs to go. That's what was on the page, and I was like, wow. They are teaching math the way I think about math, but I'm like one of 100 people who think about math in like a physical way. You can't teach everybody math in the way that my brain functions. It's like some of those kids who see math as colors that they'll talk about. It's like people who see math as animals. Like kids have weird ways of like equating math and other learning and stuff. And if you just picked one kid's good idea at how they learned and taught it to everybody, it might not work. It might not be what everybody needs. So it's one of those things where you don't have enough time in a classroom to teach 20 different ways of here's how this math works. Now, if you don't understand how I just explained this problem, let's do it a different way. Let's do it a different way. You can't do that 20 times. You can't just do all of that thing for every single kid in the classroom. And that's where parental unit, MaBot, and PaBot 2.0 come into play, where they see, oh, hey, you're doing math. I know 1 + 1. I know 22 times 24. I know how to do these long division and multiplication and everything else. And I know that you're a very artsy kid who thinks about colors and shapes. So I'm going to, instead of writing down numbers, draw some circles and say, hey, how do we do this? But it takes that ability to engage with your progeny or your what is the term? The Batman and Robin term. What is Robin to Batman? Where it's whatever that old school like 60s term was that he always had for your ward, okay? Not just because it was Burt, there's a Burt Ward out there, but your ward, your the person that you're raising, right? Not everybody has like the time to sit down and do that, or the desire to do that, or they were told they're stupid for years, and now they're just like, well, I'm no good at math, so have fun at the math class, and so you get all kinds, right? That run into that. Yes, Gemini with the ward. He knew it. Steven, if you call your kids a sidekick before the age of 25, I don't know about that one. I guess it's kind of the same thing, but yeah, I might want to wait a few years. Not while they're learning math. They're not sidekicks yet. I don't know why Ward stuck with me. I feel like it has that idea of like being charged with the caretaking of somebody. I don't know. Is that what it means? Hold on. Have I just been thinking a word wrong? Ward meaning. Ward, a separate room. No, not that one. An administrative division of a city or bureau. To admit or care for in a hospital ward. More. Oh, there's a lot of definitions. Archaic. Guardianship or the state of being subject to a guardian. The ward and care of the crown. Got it. Got it. Bruce Campbell, sidekick. What is Bruce Campbell up to these days? What is he? Great, now you're going to send me off. Bruce Campbell was in the intro to Congo, wasn't he? I think that's what I always think about. Was it not him? Bruce Campbell, IMDb. Bruce Campbell, wiki. What are you up to? What are you up to, Bruce? Born in 1958. Oh, that's crazy. Writing. The Bruce Campbell Horror Film Festival. Since 2014, the Bruce Campbell Horror Film Festival, narrated and organized by Campbell, was held in Movico Theater in Rosemount, Illinois. The first festival had its original run from August Who Cares, presented by Wizard World as part of the Chicago Comic-Con. The second festival ran blah blah with guests Tom Holland and Eli Roth. Third festival took place over 4 days. Are they still doing that? That's pretty cool. About math! Shouldn't we be teaching multiple thinkings earlier? Teaching kids to approach math from multiple lines of thought. They try to. I think that's sort of the initial idea with story problems, where they're like, Billy has 4 apples and Greta has 6 apples, but Billy's a fat ass who ate all the apples. How many apples are left? And you have to like puzzle through like how like there's 3 apples in the tree, you know, or whatever the story problem is. I think that's a way that like got some kids who are into reading. They can read things very well, and they can build a story. I think the really young kids get images. They get pictures of stuff that they can look at and think about. Oh, I've got 2 of those and 1 of those, and I can put them together. But it loses that after a while, and it's kind of annoying. Because it's seen as like childlike, but then also Common Core is it's so crazy to try to even think about in today's era. Like I know Pop's talking about how like they changed the system like entirely, right? But to think of like trying to change the system again, like you have to create an entire thing that has to get reviewed and blah 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 before you can finally get it all submitted, and then it has to get voted for. Like the people that vote for the actual like curriculum usually aren't even like the teachers. They're not the ones saying, oh, we should do this. Bruce Campbell was in Sky High. He played Coach Boomer. Nice. M theory came out because of POV thinking. M theory is condensed string theory. Condensed string theory. See, this is the best about this. Check out something called the Trivium. That's how we used to be taught. Yeah, I'm not as old as you. The band? It's a heavy metal band from Orlando, Florida. Okay. All right, pop culture. I present you the Trivium. You know he's legit because he's rocking the Gibson, and then their drummer has like 15 cymbals. The drummer could like swing all day long and not hit the same drum twice. That's how you know it's legit. That and the 3D. This is, to be fair, it is how I learned. Gosh, I hope they don't just pop a booby on screen, but I freaking love, like, I don't know if I'll ever buy one. I think I've got an uncle that has one, so maybe I'll play around on it. But I love these stupidly sharp guitars, like the Warlock design and the just all of it is so much fun. Wait, you're doing a 5-string on that bass? Stream's not gonna go down suddenly. Don't believe in me. Believe in me. I got a 7-minute song here. They'll never catch me. I do hate that bass though. I freaking hate that bass. The freaking top arm on it is like it's this crazy freaking banana dong that just hangs over there, and it's because when you put the strap on, the the closer to the neck that the front of the strap is, the less tip you have on a bass. But my argument is, why are you letting go of the bass at any time? If you let go of the bass, you should be throwing it around your neck or something, and the rest of the time you're holding it, so why would it tip? Don't let it tip, you ding-dong! I run a Thunderbird style. That's like here, I'll show you. I have a Thunderbird bass and I freaking love it. It's the same bass that I have the Epiphone. I have the cheap version. And it's all black. But so this shape, like you put the strap here and the strap here. Images be safe to me. Okay. So here, actually, it's this one. I have this one, the all black. But then I took and I painted this flat black because it's really, really shiny. And I'm not a fan of extra like gobbledygook on my instruments. I like them to be. Oh, you guys can't see this. Hold on. Let me make this viewable. Black. I'll just type in black. Google. Oh, okay, we're safe. This one right here. So I have this guy, but I painted the pick guard flat black because pick guards, when they're shiny, you whack them a bunch with your pick and they get all polished. And I also didn't like the gobbledygook on it. I prefer it to be just an all black design. So I also got rid of the Epiphone guard up here. But this is the Goth Thunderbird. The Gibson version is what Motley Crue uses. But when you put a strap here and a strap here, this nose dives. Like, you spend half the time like holding this stupid thing up. So I moved it like 1 inch farther forward so that it's like hiding behind the neck. Works a little bit better. Still dives, but it's manageable while you're playing. So not a fan of that. But what let me find the actual trivium that we're supposed to be looking for. Okay. Ancient images. Let me just scan this ancient artwork here, make sure we don't have a booba coming on stream after I talked about strap-ons. Last thing I need is to go to the it's shaped like a McDonald's chicken nugget. Yes, it is 100%. It 100%. And I literally bought it because of Motley Crue. I saw Motley Crue do an event in a cage. Now the head is different on the Gibson version. They have it here. I'll show you. The head is a kind of more of a standard 4-side head, which if the Epiphone was higher quality, I would prefer the all the tuners on one side. But the Epiphone is not great quality, so I would rather have the Gibson. So it's one of those weird things. But 18-year-old me wasn't about to drop. Or no, how old? No, I think I was younger. So I was doing like yard work at grandma's to get enough money to buy it. But yeah, young me was not going to have the cash to buy the $2,000 Gibson. So I had to settle for the $400 Epiphone, which is apparently now worth $800. Woo! That's called an investment. 15 years and double the price, baby. Woo! I modified it. That means it's better, right? I feel like gun nuts do that all the time. They're like, I stippled the grip. That means it's more valuable. Like, no, that means you destroyed the original grip. Doesn't mean jack. All right, let's learn about Trivium. Can I get rid of this sidebar on wikis? I actually almost had a booba on a wiki page when we were looking at bikinis. I don't know if anybody noticed it. What do you mean lose value? I made it better. And also I milled it so it's, it's got my my tritium sights fit, because the ones I bought were for the wrong gun, so I took it to a drill press and I did a little custom mill. I'm like, no, you didn't do any mill work. You took it to a drill press. That's a little different. You could have just bought the sights that fit and had them installed for free by most gunsmiths at places that you buy them at. I don't know. People are, it's more useful. It's great. It's so hard to explain. So hard to explain to a FUD that everything that they do to their gun makes it worth less. Anyway, we were going through on Bikini Day, National Bikini Day, and I hovered over one of these links, and it was just straight up a chick topless in bikini bottoms. And I was like, oh no, did I just get my channel like destroyed? But because of the weird way that I do the that I do this split screen, it was like right here, and you could just kind of see like her elbow poking in the photo. It's great. I saved my channel because I went back on like immediately once the video finished rendering to see if I needed to blur anything out. No, couldn't see a dang thing. So. Look at me. I gotta blow my nose all of a sudden. I'm gonna put my cap on my chica, and then I'll be right back. This is how people were educated prior to the 1900s. There's also Why is there so many Riviums? Why can't they just have one Rivium? I ain't got that for all that. Oh, whoa, woman's elbow. Yeah, see if you can find it in the stream. At least it wasn't her ankle. Let's see how people used to learn. Or I think even now we need another update on learning, because so much of, well, I guess we should ask Michael what school is like nowadays, but like so much of like school for me was like, memorize this, memorize that, memorize this. Now write it down on a test when I ask you that question again. And it doesn't teach you how to learn. And especially with everybody walking around with the dang Library of Alexandria in their pocket, we need an update that includes technology. And what if you don't have tech? Like, you need to have a split approach to it where it's like, hey, you got your phone, you got signal, here's how we find this answer. Now you don't. What do we do? Like we need to have that split thing. And that would take a teacher that really cares, or Mabot and Pabot really stepping up their game. All right. Trivium. Compi to shitty school. You exist. All right. The Trivium is the lower division of the 7 liberal arts and comprises grammar, logic, and rhetoric. Trivium is implicit in de nuptis philologiae. It's Mercury. On the marriage of philosophy or philology and Mercury by Martianus Capella. But the term was not used until the Carolingian Renaissance, when it was coined in imitation of the earlier quadrivium, which we just learned about. Grammar, logic, and rhetoric were essential to classical education as explained in Plato's dialogues. The three subjects together were denoted by the word trivium during the Middle Ages, but the tradition of first learning those three subjects was established in ancient Greece. Contemporary iterations have taken various forms, including those found in certain British and American universities. Ooh, I do see one issue coming up with this potentially. And I will grant you, I've read a Wikipedia intro article. One thing I absolutely loathed. I was very, very good at math growing up. But math does this thing where they're like, let's do derivatives. Let's do logarithmic expressions. Let's do blah blah. And they teach you long division of derivatives and long subtraction of these things in order to see this is how they came up with derivatives and all this bullshit. And then you finish learning all this. You spend an entire quarter on this if you're in college, or an entire year on this if you're taking it in high school. And then they look at you and they say, now let's learn the short version. And I'm looking at them like, why did we just waste a year on learning the long way if there's a short way? Who says, hey, you know what? We could get this done by Tuesday, but what if we waited a month and a half before we got all the answers? That sounds like it's good for me. And you build up, like, sure, somebody somewhere, mathematician might want to learn where all this came from, but for people who are actually using it in the field, they don't even look at the equations. They're just plugging it into the program they use and saying, hey, a program, modeling program, what stresses do I have in this area? And it just does it. It just freaking makes it happen. So why does education always look backwards? And I could see with this idea of logic, rhetoric, and grammar that you would teach someone how to learn, but you wouldn't just say like, here's what we already know, and now let's move forward. You know, like, we'll just start from where we are. We don't need to go back to the beginning. God dang it. Whew. Steven, never apologize. Never apologize for tweeting. Sometimes I tweet on stream. Never see me apologize about it. Anyway, let's see. What do we got here? The Latin word trivium means the place where three roads meet. Trivia. Hence the subjects of the trivium are foundation for the quadrivium, the upper division of the medieval education in liberal arts, which consists of arithmetic, geometry, music, and astronomy. Educationally, the trivium and quadrivium imparted to the student the 7 liberal arts of classical antiquity. Classic. Grammar teaches the mechanics of language. Yeah, no duh. Hence the law of identity, a tree is a tree and not a cat. Logic is the mechanics of thought and of analysis. Rhetoric, the application of language in order to instruct. Aristotle, blah, blah. Myram Joseph. John Ado wrote. Oh, and then we're done. Oh, what? What kind of lame article is that? Give me some. Show me a teaching. Show me a school book. Oh my goodness. I want to know more about M theory though. What is this? I'm just having fun learning. Like that's one of my favorite. Like we all know this. I've said this enough. That's one of my favorite forms of escape is learning stuff because you get to like challenge something you thought you knew or some way that you currently approach the world, and you never know if that may get updated. Will it help me dig a trench tomorrow? Probably not. Probably the only thing helping me dig a trench tomorrow is a shovel, but at the same time, it's still fun. Still enjoy exploring how the world is and how we know what we know. M theory is a theory in physics that unifies all consistent versions of superstring theory. We don't just have string theory anymore, we have super string theory. First conjectured into existence of such a theory at a string theory conference at the University of Southern California in 1995. Witten's announcement initiated a flurry of research actively known as the Second Superstring Revolution. Prior to Witten's announcement, string theorists had identified 5 versions of superstring theory. Although these theories initially appeared to be very different, work by many physicists showed that the theories were related in intricate and non-trivial ways. Physicists found that apparently distinct theories could be unified by mathematical transformations called S-duality and T-duality. Witten's conjecture was based on part on the existence of these dualities and in part on the relationship of the string theories to a field theory called 11-dimensional supergravity. Now I know he's making stuff up. What in the world? Although a complete formulation of M theory is not known, such a formulation should describe 2- and 5-dimensional objects called brains. I have a brain. And should be approximated by 11-dimensional supergravity at low energies. Modern attempts to formulate M theory are typically based on matrix theory or the ADS-CFT correspondence. According to Witten, M should stand for magic, mystery, or membrane, according to taste, and the true meaning of the title should be decided when a more fundamental formulation of the theory is known. Had this idea a long time ago. Could elementary school be taught through cooking and home economics? Yes. Yes. Do you want to know why I think of math in shapes? It's probably because I learned math from the Disney cookbook and having to take a recipe and modify it so it wasn't just enough for like 3 or 4 people, but for the entire family of 20. Now I've got to multiply. No mention of the Clockwork Elves fake article. And when you multiply in cooking, you're multiplying 1/3 of a cup. You're multiplying 1/4 cup. You're multiplying all sorts of weird fractions. So you can learn all kinds of funky math. So I'm sure part of my math brain came from having to see food and then also make that food using math to make it still taste good. I just realized I still have this article. Measuring and preparation. Also full meal. My sister and I remember out of that Disney cookbook, we cooked our parents the entire meal. Didn't let them in the kitchen. It was fun. Measuring and prep, planning and completion. Yeah. Throw in a budgeting in the home ec part of things, and bam, there's your math right there. There's your hard math. That's the math. That's the math that separates the kids. You're like, oh, I can do 2 + 2. It's like, yeah, but can you balance a budget on $1,500 a month? Let's see. Let's see how good your skills really are. Oh, that's right. I ran into Armin Arlert. It still gets me. What kind of ding dang name is that? Silly Arlert. Yu Yu Hakusho is one of Japan's most popular manga. I believe that we will create a powerful, visually stunning series using the latest modern technology while respecting the popular original work, Hongo told IGN. I am sure that the series will exceed expectations, and I hope fans will get a chance to check it out. History of food and the national connection to supply, it writes itself. You're very correct. What is this? Like, let me pull up a picture of Kanata Hongo to see how. Yeah, just a normal dude looking guy. Normal dude looking guy, and then they drop this CG ass thing. Red alert! Titans breach the wall! Oh my goodness. Would you stop calling me? I'm not. I'm just saying there's an alert. Alert. What? What? No, don't stop. You got things to do, Armin. You got to lead the army. I'll go alert the rest of the people. The series is based on the legendary Japanese manga of the same name. Initially serialized starting in 1990. Yu Yu Hakusho and I are the same age. 50 million copies in Japan alone. Known as the Master of the Evil Eye, Hiei was cast out of the society he was born into and abandoned as a child because he was born male. He's Ganondorf. Isn't that funny? I wish they would stop trying to adapt anime to live action. Or, better option, if you want to make money off of anime fans, but also bring in people who aren't anime fans, adapt anime that's just people! Why are you trying to make Yu Yu Hakusho and One Piece where you've got dudes with cement paver shoulders and crazy monsters and vine whips and spirit beams and spirit swords and all kinds of magic frou-frou honky-donk when you could just make monster? You could just make monster. The greatest neurosurgeon in the world decides to make a choice and save a child's life instead of some sort of important government official. And the child who he saves loses a part of their humanity and is 100% sociopath. And the ensuing show is never crazy and wild. It's never, wow, how would they ever do that if they did it in live action? It's very grounded, down to earth. Life as we know it. But it's so, and especially with this new age of like people wanting that, like, I want to see a show that's dark. I like a darkness in my show. I like it when my show's bad. Like I think it really was just like Breaking Bad basically set all of that up for a lot of modern audiences where it's like shows are only good if it's about the bad guy, but I want to see the bad guy fall into bad guyness. And so you end up with these stories and everything that are it's just like dark for darkness sake, and I like there's anime for that. Like, let's just do monster. Why do we have a live action Guyver? Why is that a thing? You and me both. Yeah, do Yesterday or The Girl Who Leapt Through Time. Exactly. Things that are like almost, well, not every, but there's a lot of those like really simple like slice of life Ghibli movies, like The Wind Rises. The Wind Rises would be a really good movie, really well done for a live action, because it really is a cool period piece. You could bring in some of the old actual planes as opposed to like CGing them or something. You could just have like, I'm pretty sure you could go up, not Bill Gates. Who was his number 2? He's got the flying history museum, flying heritage museum. Yes, I know it's a 501c3. Paul Allen has all of those planes. So you could just be like, hey, Paul Allen, would you fly these planes while we make a show? And it would be fantastic. It'd be great. Live action Shikimori might find a better audience than anime Shikimori. Because at least with live action, rom-com doodlebops, like, people don't expect there to be explanations. They don't expect there to be something interesting. Yes, Paul Allen, you found it before I Googled it. You knew it. I knew a guy that worked for Paul Allen as his what would you call it? His World War specialist, or his firearm specialist. I don't know what you would call him, but basically, Paul Allen would say, "Oh, I want to find this such and such gun from World War One," and then he would go out and he would find 5 or 6 different options, bring them back, present them, and then Paul Allen would say, "I want to buy this one," and just point and buy. He left that job not because not because it didn't pay well, not because he couldn't do it, not because he got fired, but because Paul Allen always wanted the pretty looking things and not the significant things. So my friend would bring him like, oh, this one was built in this factory. It would have served in this battalion. It would have been in this country at this time. And then based on this and this, it came back and all the serial numbers are still matching. Like this is an amazing piece. This one, the serial numbers don't match, so it was rebuilt, but it's clean. It's very, very clean because it was probably refinished. And Paul would be like, that one, I want the pretty one. Now I'll grant you, I'm hearing this secondhand from my friend who also is the one who left the job. But I don't have a particular reason to doubt him when it comes to people who procure classic things, we'll say. Fairly standard for someone in that position to do more. This looks good and less. This is important. This is important to X, Y, and Z. Unless they're just really into that, Unless they're really into that. Live action, any school show, any job show. They could make Shirobako. And what would be great, here's the great thing about redoing Shirobako, the anime about making anime, is if you redid Shirobako as a live action, then when they're making anime, the anime would be anime. It wouldn't be the same medium as the people who are saying, wow, this anime looks really good. And they're looking at they're anime people looking at anime. Like that little thing always, I think, is silly. I actually really like it when they do, if there's anime on a screen, if it's CG or live action. I always think that's funny. Where you're like, oh, they're cartoon people, so they must be looking at it as a CG or a live action. That's a perfect show for doing in live action. Problem is, it has a very niche audience, and people don't understand that there's a reason that these shows have a niche audience, because the themes and what the show talks about are interesting enough for people to really want to see it and want to dive in and want to do more in that vein. And they only look at the fact that it's a small group. They don't really see the just mountains of cash that anime fans will throw at stuff in order to get it. Like, look at something as simple as Blu-ray sales. Look at figures. Look at Dakimakura. Look at anything that is tied to the anime industry, and you will see cheap Chinese factory-made items that are being sold for a bajillion times what they're worth. Probably because the audience for that particular show is pretty small, so we need to make a return on it. So the supply demand may be a little out of whack there, but at the same time, you have people that are used to that. They're used to just dropping rent checks when they go to a convention. It blows me away sometimes what people, oh yeah, I spent, I think $1,500 this weekend. I'm like, what? Why? On what? Well, I wanted this, and this. I'm like, what? To what? To get dusty on your shelf? No, I'll grant you, I have a dusty ass shelf. But that's years of collecting behind me. It's not It's not just something where I went and blew 1,500 in a weekend. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I ran into a silly article today. Get Chrome's strongest security. Why would I not already have Chrome's strongest security? Why are you trying to make this a thing that I have to like agree to? What? That makes me suspicious of that. Why? 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 Also, I'm kind of bored by this live action thing. It's just like a picture. Are there more pictures of the Yu Yu Hakusho live action? Thumbs up, spirit gun. Yeah, that feels sus. Exactly. You know what I mean. Okay, so they've revealed Kurama. He just looks like a Japanese dude with red hair, as he should. The only issue with these reveals. Here, I'll pull up. The only issue with these reveals is they're like super duper CG'd and like airbrushed, and like they made them look like really smooth and funny. But like there's like, if you were to see these like as dudes walking around a convention, you'd be like, oh, sweet cosplay. Like they look fine. They just are like, why is all of this weird fuzziness going on? Like the pictures are the problem, not the costumes or the or any of the issues so far. Are there more reveals? Let's see. Comicbook.com. This looks like it's from the stage play. Yeah, live action play. Okay, I knew it. That's from the stage play. Butai Yu Yu Hakusho. You gotta be clever when you're looking at stuff on the internet. You saw posters of their hands? Yes, I did see that. Where can I find that poster? Poster. Here we go. I'm okay with this too. I'm okay with this too. This is like the spirit gun. That's exactly what I assumed it would look like. They'd give it the weird swirly big from like Doctor Strange style. We'll see how Vine Whip ends up working out. Why like, I like that we get to see that he's put on a little muscle definition, so he's not just some weirdo, but like, why are we not seeing his like crazy yellow hair, his delinquent hair? Why are we not seeing his energy sword? Like, this is the only one that leaves something to my issue, is Kuwabara. Oh my goodness. I don't know if it's smart to mix muscle milk and sake, but I want to continue doing it. It's giving me the burpees though, so I don't know. We might have a little problem with East meets West in my tum tum. Yeah, no, I have issues when we start getting into having to CG monsters or people and it's a TV show. Like Netflix is not bad. 1 hour in. Yeah, the what's the hard line? Is this finishing up the what if we just stream snipe him? Until he finishes up his other stream. Just keep popping into his chat. The heck am I looking here? Do. I'll just click this way. This will be quicker. The hard line. Do. I don't know how long this goes, or if I should stream snipe it. But he's on the Hardline podcast right now at the at Zaid Comics. And then whenever that finishes up, we'll talk. The hell was I just talking about? Oh, yeah, I don't like when I start getting into like the what the heck is it called? Into the uncanny valley, right? That's when I have issues. It's like, why are we doing this? Why are we doing that's why I watch anime, is because in anime you can draw whatever the heck you want, and I never feel like I'm in the uncanny valley. I always feel like, oh yeah, that's crazy. Sure. Always that incognito tags were a bogus idea. I mean, they know it's your tab. Yes, but incognito tabs are great if you're trying to buy like plane tickets, because it doesn't carry your cookies with it. So once you've figured out like what flight you want to go on, you can incognito, and you'll usually save $1. It's usually a pretty good way to do that. Where am I going? People have weird tweets sometimes. It just catches me off guard. There's an entire channel that just posts pictures of Booba. And I say that not literally. It's just like anime characters. And it's like, guess the character. And there's just this raft of people that are always able to guess. Crazy how these people can do that. They're insane. Like, I recognize those yabos. That would be the bogus part. But who's they? What do you mean they know it's your tab? It's so weird to think that they can do that. What can they do? Who's they? Why are we talking about this third person? The aliens. 2D has no uncanny valley. 100%. Are you like 5 minutes back? What happened to my? Oh, you're on Google. Okay. Does Google know what's in the incognito tab? Because the incognito tab, I thought the only point was that it doesn't store the history and it doesn't use your cookies. And like, who cares? No uncanny valley. No, stay back. The only uncanny valley in 2D is when they go 3D for a split second and he's staring at his sister for like this. He's like, hey. Dig. Out of that. Google. I'm not worried about people knowing what I do. I don't do anything that's that. Well, I don't do anything that's too worried about it. Black Summoner episode 2, the CG in that was uncanny. Well, but that's CG. Now it's not 2D anymore. Right? Like, that's... It was actually smooth, but the graphical effects look pretty ass. Oh, good. Oh, good. I'm glad they... I'm glad they figured that out. Oh, no, you're just talking about in general there as an example. Okay. I guess. I guess the bar has been raised since we have Skeleton Knight, where they can cut back and forth from 2D to 3D. And it's like, holy crap, how did they do that cut so smooth, so clean? It's just kind of crazy. So now, bar has been raised. Bar has been raised. Or when they go into Magic Sphere, or when the camera is all over the place. Is that in Black Summoner as well? I need to catch up on Black Summoner. I need to catch up on everything. Holy crap, look at this. Look at this Annie list. This pathetic Annie list that I have right now. See if I can do this. 3, 4, 3. Titan's camera was crazy. Yeah, they did some fun stuff with the camera. 3 0 2 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 1 0 0 0 0 0 1 0 0 0 0 0 0 1 0 0 0 1. You forgot you could just check my Annie list instead of asking? Yeah, it's in the description of every video I make. And then you can click the summer 2022. Oh yeah, I don't have links blocked, which is funny. Here, I'll follow you. I will follow you. Boo boo. 2 2 2 2 3 2 2. Look at this. Look at this. 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 28. What is JoJo's Bizarre Adventure doing on this list? And Juju Kai, what are you up to? Have you not been watching Couple of Cuckoos? Have you been ignoring that one? You watched everything you put on your list. That explains why you've got I've Been Killing Slimes and Wandering Witch. I like this green color you have. This sort of different design. Like, what is my color technically? Did I actually change it? Settings. Yeah, I made mine blue. Yeah, and you're running on the... It's weird that your selection of color actually affects the way your profile looks, not what you see. Like, I would have assumed that your thing would have been my color palette, but it's not. It's your color palette. It's kind of interesting. You need to make an Annie list, but it sounds like a lot of work. It could be, or you could just make it starting today. You don't have to like go into the past unless you want to. The only reason that I have things on this list from my Annie list that occurred prior to April of this year is I actually did streams where I went back and like looked at everything like that. Didn't know Annie list even did it that way. No, it's crazy. I had no idea, because when I pulled up your list, I was like, wow, it's so green. Why is it all green? That's funky. I don't think I got all my past shows either, but I think I got most of them. compare with my list. It's got scores, completions, completion, current. Oh, look at this. See, this is where it gets kind of BS-y. They do this whole deal. So instead of like a cool breakdown about how we compare, it just literally is like anime, your comparison, anime, your comparison, anime. It's just it could be like you've both seen 50 and 150 anime and have wasted a bajillion hours of your life watching cartoons. Oh, here we go. Anime specific stats. Serranos! You've watched 238 total anime. You've watched 2,400 episodes. That's 38 days. 28 days of planning. Your mean score is a 66. Why is your mean score? I don't think you got all your past shows. You gotta catch up on all your past shows, because I know you've seen more than 238 anime. I want to see that number way higher, at least 5 times as big as it is now. Look, how have you seen so many episodes? That's weird. Look at my numbers here. This would be the comparison. 296 anime, 3,970. That feels like a lot less than you. That's crazy. Hold on, let me pull up your numbers again. You watched longer shows. True. Oh wait, no. Hold on. I'm a ding dong. Never mind. I wish I could share 2 screens. Never mind. I've watched 296, which is 3,900 episodes in 63 days. You have watched... let me just do the window. It'll probably be easier. We'll do this. You've watched 238, 2446, and 38. So, me? Hey, you. And me? Hey, you. And me? Hey, you. You have more days planned than me. Psyche case for a season counts as 120? Really? Why? Why would Psyche case season 1 count that high? A lot of dropped shows that count. Look up the definition. Have you seen his Annie list? We could say wasted, because I was wasted when I watched most of them. Oh, silly. I still need to go through the 80s. It's counted as shorts, and every episode counts as multiple you thinks. You thinks? Let's see, we did I do the 90s? I did 2010s and the top 2010s. And in my completed is base. Did we just do 2010s? We must have. I know. I'll have to go through my I have a personal Annie list. So I'll go through that and pull all of my 2000s, and that'll probably double or triple my numbers. And then you'll never catch me at that point. You've learned so much from anime about life and magic spirits. Steven Ransom, I think you're our uncle from another world. I really do. I have a feeling that's... I know nothing about the character except for him waking up and wanting to know who won the console war. But something just tells me that if you got isekai'd and came back, that would be your first question. Is that a challenge? Yeah, bruh. Yeah. Can I let's take a look. Oh geez, why is this so reset? No, not this one. Not this Annie list. Completion Annie list more. Yeah, exactly. No, not this one. I want the other one. Oh, gosh, I have too many of these because I have one for my wife and I's old channel as well. I just have a different one for every stage of my life. That's how it works. So they're all spread out. So I can always be like, I've got more on my other analyst channel. Okay, the stats from just 2000 to 2009 for me are 71 total anime and 1,500 episodes watched. Holy crap! How can I export this? Can I export this? Anime list. Open random list entry. No, don't do that. I want to settings. My other analyst goes to another school. Pretty good school. Pretty good list. Import list. Okay. How do I export lists? Reset anime. Delete list. No, I don't want to do that. I want to export. Where is the export button? Why is it so hard to export things? Wait, download all your data stored by AniList. This data is an export only and cannot be imported to another AniList account. Well, then why would you even show me that? What? What is this? Google. Import anime list. Make sure to unzip the xml.gz file first. Hold on. Can I actually do this? Can I make this happen? I'd like to be able to do this easily. Exported to be saved on your computer or something. Hello, Corey Barton. Welcome. We just found no, that's JSON data. JSON! Oh, what is going on? I did not hear the beepity boopity. Why, hello. How are you doing today?
Oh, I'm doing pretty good, man. How about yourself?
I'm trying to figure out how to export my Annie list because I have multiple lists of anime and I want to make one list of anime, and it's proving annoying because I've got to flex my anime repertoire on
Like,
some scrubs.
is it just something where you can't just simply like highlight and cut and paste it? Like, that's just not going to work with what you're trying to do.
There's
Just
there's probably a like an export button that just doesn't seem obvious to me because like I have this anime list where I've watched 71 anime and 1,500 episodes, and then I have this anime list where I've watched 296, and I want to get those 71 on here without having to click them manually.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Oh, we'll see, but that's just what happens when I get down rabbit holes and tangents
So you're wanting to flex on all these little anime fakers?
on these scrubs. They're like, I've
Yeah.
seen lots of anime. I'm like, bro, you're 19.
Yeah,
Even if
I
I
mean,
watched one show a year, I'd see more than you.
it's tough because there was a time where I could say I've seen more anime than 99% of people. But over the
Yeah.
years, that's definitely changed. So like now I'm back at a noob level. Like if you were like, well, what do you know about that's current? It would all be very stereotypical. Attack on Titan. It's like, yeah, everyone and their grandma knows about Attack on Titan. You got to do a little better than that. It's like,
Right.
Sergeant Frog. It's like that's already like 7 or 8 years old. That doesn't count because you just found it. It's like, then you start just
Exactly.
naming things you've seen
Well,
elsewhere on the
that's the
internet.
one. That's the one that gets me, because like one of the first things I was doing when I first started the channel is I was doing double streams or collabs, whatever the hell you call them,
Yeah,
with the anime guy, and so he would do by decade, and so I actually was going through decade by decade at different months to see like all the shows I had watched and like what do I want to talk about as my top 5 for that decade, and you learn things looking back. You're like, Full Metal Alchemist and Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood came out in the same decade. They both came out between 2000 and 2009. And I was like, no, it didn't. Brotherhood came out like a couple years ago. It's just like, I don't know. You lose track of it if you're not on top of it.
it's like anime is one of those worlds where even during its what we'll say are down points, even by Western standards, there is no down point for it because it always does relatively good enough to stay alive even during its down points on a
Yep.
large scale. Um, even during their down points, so much happens, and there are still a lot of popular shows, even if it's just a handful that kind of make it through to the West. I mean, I remember just in 2016, I was watching like I wasn't personally watching all of them, but like from like a retail perspective, I was realizing which shows were popping off because
Mm-hmm.
I would see Kill La Kill, Akame ga Kill. I'd see like all these different like there was like 5 or 6 Attack on Titan. There were a handful of others, and I watched some of it. And some of it I just didn't have time for, but like my business partner watched it all, and I feel bad
Mm-hmm.
because he'd be like, "I'm telling you, this show is awesome. You've got to watch it." And he'd be saying that
Like,
to me
yeah,
all the time, and I'd be like,
probably.
"I'm trying, brother, but you know how hard it is to like to just sit down and watch things these days." I'm like, I don't even get to watch the things I really, really like. So it's just tough, I think people once your time becomes like a commodity to a maximum point, I get why people get behind on it because I love it, but I don't want to. I can't compete with the people that love it now because
Yep.
my God, dude, they know everything. Like
Yeah.
I'm so out of touch in comparison.
Well, and even if you were on top of it, you were like watching it every week, then you have to deal with the like, well, you don't know the manga arc that's coming up. And you're like, no, of course I don't, because I don't have time to read
Yeah,
manga while I'm watching all this damn anime.
it's just a lot of content, and being that there's just years and years, like decades of high quality
Mm-hmm.
content out there and just cool stuff. Like, I'm just glad I found it when I was young because I had a
Yep.
lot of time to take in a ton of it then. Sitting through tons of just hours of Dragon Ball Z is a lot easier when you're you've got nothing else to do after school or things like that. So,
That was
but
my freshman summer.
yeah,
My freshman in high school summer, I had a computer in my room with internet, and I lime wired everything. I watched Dragon Ball through Dragon Ball GT, Yu Yu Hakusho. I rewatched Cowboy Bebop. Like, I just went through and found all of those classics and just watched them again. Because like the way that I originally watched things like Yu Yu Hakusho, Dragon Ball Z, and Gundam Wing was my grandma, who had cable. We didn't have cable growing up. She would record on a VHS tape whenever the cartoons were on for me and my sister. And so we would get the Toonami block of Yu Yu Hakusho, Gundam Wing, Tenchi Muyo,
yeah,
and Dragon Ball Z, Sailor Moon, sometimes depending on how big the VHS was. And then she would deliver them to us every week at church, like, here's your weekly cartoons. And so I was drip fed the TV anime by my grandma, and then my dad would rent stuff from a place called Scarecrow Video, which was sort of a small VHS rental place that actually had an international animation section. And so it was either the TV cartoons from grandma that I was getting, or it was Guyver and some of these crazy OVAs where you look back and you're like, man, I was pretty young when I watched
yeah. I mean,
a dude get cut in half by a demon and then raped his corpse. Like, that was kind of rough back then.
I would say like my mid to late 90s, which is obviously that time period
Mhm.
phase of anime. Despite me being older than you, it was exactly the same to a large
Yeah.
degree, like the build up to it. So around like 94, um, I would, because my sister was already like a grown adult, married and stuff at that point in my life. She had a good bit of years on me. So me and my little brother would go stay with them sometimes for like a weekend. And she would always take us to the video store and just kind of let us run wild. And we would grab literally like 14 days worth of anime. We couldn't get through all of it. We just took everything we saw on the shelf. And yeah,
Nice.
Guyver, I remember it sticking out too because I was so hyped up from like Vampire Hunter D and Akira, and then Guyver
Mhm.
looked cool, so I popped it in. And I sat there the whole time, even as like maybe like a 13-year-old, 14-year-old, going, "This feels really bad," even though it looks cool. Like I couldn't figure out why I wasn't enjoying it. Like I just knew I didn't feel as the same about it, and I didn't understand why. And later on you find out about studio differences and the manga
Yep.
core stuff that had a
Well,
dirt.
and then they redid it and still didn't finish it. Like that
Yeah,
was my problem. Is like when I finally got 2003, I think they redid Guyver, and they made it up to the Giganticus, but it literally ends with the giant Guyver armor just appearing, and everybody's like, "Whoa, that's crazy!" End of the series, and I'm like, "When? What? No!"
there.
It's
That I
insane.
will say that's like I don't want to say it's consistent because that would be not fair to someone that hasn't kept up closely enough on anime the last like 10 years in a detailed way. But there was a plague for a little while of a lot of really cool OVAs that you don't know if they were just planning on having another movie and it didn't happen or what. So there's a lot of abrupt endings that feel unsatisfying. And
Right.
it was like a strange habit where you couldn't tell if people couldn't write endings or if they were leaving it that way on like when you're just finding this stuff with no access to any information than what you literally see on a VHS tape.
Yeah, and
It's
you accidentally get like the third OVA and not the first one. You're like, oh, I don't know
yeah,
what the hell's going on, but it looks good.
yeah, but we looked past all that stuff because it was so much
Exactly.
fun and it was so enjoyable, and the Toonami block single-handedly popularized anime and manga on like a countrywide scale. Finally, it wasn't something where it was just a handful of tape traders with a bunch of bootlegs at a
Bunch of
hotel.
masking tape on a VHS spine.
Yeah, because I mean, I even had a few friends because I moved around all the time. So occasionally growing up, like we would hit a spot where I would run into one or two like those just super nerd kids that were already figuring out how to order bootlegs off the internet in the baby era of the internet even existing.
Yep.
And I was just like, how are these other like 13-year-olds figuring this shit out? Like they were just so on it, and I didn't get it. But they would get it was they were bootlegs, but they were DBZ movie bootlegs with all like these giant weird Chinese subtitles, and they were clearly bootlegs, but they were like a bootleg of a bootleg of a bootleg. But the
Right.
quality held up just enough that you didn't care because it felt like you had something rare and weird. So the Japanese voices and everything were all still there, but you just followed it. You didn't have any
Yep.
other option. And I mean, I watched those tapes to death. I bought like two or three of them off of a friend of mine for like $8 a piece, and there was just so much fun stuff like that. Like any baby stage of something that's gaining popularity, all these little things kind of exist. And what by '99, DBZ was everywhere, so
Oh, easily.
it was
Easily.
Walmart's
Like
shelves were
guys in the
filled with
gym
these
were
toys.
already like DBZ and like Goku was in rap music by that time. Like
Yeah,
it was getting mainstream. So we just jumped into chatting, which I love because that's my favorite thing to do with people that I meet. But we should do an intro. I know most of the chat already knows who you are. But for when this video eventually goes mega viral and there's 1,000 people who don't know you, would you like to introduce yourself?
my name is John Joseph Ball, and/or is what the internet knows me as, Joe Ball. I'm a comic book artist, colorist, letterist, graphic designer, writer, all that stuff. And I have a comic book called Death, Death, Death that is funding on Indiegogo now. Feel free to go over there and just search it up. It's easy to find.
Link in the description.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you guys. And yeah, I just make the rounds of a bunch of different YouTube shows, and I float between all the different little circles that make up a slightly bigger circle. If you mushed it all together, so I'm friends with
It's
CG
best not
guys.
to.
I'm
Yeah.
friends with fandom guys, or Tugs people, or Yellow Flash's people, or Ricada's people. I'm just kind of between all these groups as a guy that's just networked with these people for a lot of years. And it's now that I need some attention, they're nice enough to help me give it.
Exactly, and that's a smart way to go about it. Having been on the internet since the AIM chat room days, the best thing to do is just do you and make friends who want to be friends, and treat the internet friend the same way you'd treat a friend on the street. Just take it a little less seriously, and you'll work out. As soon as you start, tying your ship to somebody else's port, I've seen a lot of issues come and go from that. So it's good to be that. What would it be,
I
a
feel
social
like
butterfly?
if the internet friends are the kind of person where it's at least similar enough in real life with most males, you can be best friends with somebody, have other things in life come up where maybe you move away from the area or whatever. You may not speak to them for 5 or 6 years, and then the minute you're back in town, you don't skip a beat, because most men just not seeing each other doesn't change how being friends with them when you're back around.
Exactly.
So if it's someone that you meet and you don't really have to contact them that much to still be friendly and normal with each other, that's a good sign too. Because I mean, me and Tug, we've known each other for 6 years almost now, and we don't really talk all that much. We've talked before, but it's one of those things where it's that same thing. If I just hit him up, it's just as if I talk to him all the time, and vice versa. So there's a lot of people where you have that luxury with them, where you don't have to be attached at the hip all the time to just get along well.
And it's the other half that I think a lot of younger people and at least the women in my life have issues with, where it's, I can send a text to you or anyone, you won't respond for a month, and then when you do, I'll just reply as though it happened that second. Neither side is worried about how much time it took to say hi or move on to the next thing.
Yeah, that's 100% correct. And if it's an emergency, we'll answer.
Yeah, but you better be dying.
Yes. Why are you bothering me? God damn! Just get bent out of shape instantly.
So, Jim and Ire would like to know if you invented the Baldo.
The Baldo. No, I didn't invent it, but I invested a lot of money in it. So I've got a lot of stake in this thing, and it better go right. I need you guys to go buy one right now. Let me know how it works. We have great customer service at Baldo. No, I don't know much about it, but my God, does it come up a lot.
Yeah, I think at least someone in Death needs to equip a Baldo. I think that should be a functional part.
You may have a valid point there. I think we might be onto some creative decisions that could create a timeless product.
Drex is still waiting for. Why? It's a no. I thought he had it. It's like an injected piece of silicone. I'm sure he got it by now. There's no way they aren't shipping yet. The Ouya shipped within months. There's no way that they haven't shipped out a stupid little silicone cage for your ball sack.
I'm pretty sure he's got it. I don't think that's like a secret or anything. So
yeah,
I don't think he's used it, but I think he likes to fuck with people about it for sure. If you're like, so how was it? It's like, I don't know. He's not going to tell you. Drex is sharp. He ain't no sucker.
No, but he does own a Baldo, so there's that. Everybody has something.
Hey, he's a man's man. That's what I say.
Maybe he'll use the Baldo on me sometime. I
uh,
love virtual cuck face. That's one of my favorite little things.
virtual cuck face. Was that Jack Murphy? Is that what I thought I saw?
That was the Jack Murphy beard. I
Uh,
since I use OBS, I can also kind of like move it around with me as I like doodle, but like this takes all of my concentration to move my head and my mouse at the same rate. Like I need tracking because it's fine when I just pop up Tequila Gundam because he is my spoiler alert.
yeah.
So if you see Tequila Gundam, I'm spoiling something. But trying to wear virtual cuck face is that's rough. That's hard to do. Not every man is man enough to put on a beard.
Jack Murphy though, man, that's he's never getting away from that one. It's just gonna be
No,
there forever.
no, he won't, and he shouldn't. He shouldn't. Uh, friends I have that have known me long enough will still tease me for things that happened a decade ago,
Yeah.
because that's what we do. We
Hmm.
just in the same way that I don't care if it's been 10 years since I saw you last. I also don't care if it's 10 years since I watched you drop trowel in the halls of school. I'm still gonna to point out and tease you for that, right? Like there's no such thing as time in the human brain when you're a dude.
No, we're men. We live eternal.
From Buck to Cock, the Jack Murphy experience. Oh, we're not gonna write that book though. That book we won't
Fuck.
get too deep into. Not like some people.
Is it not totally comical how just utterly depressing and disappointing all of the like 2006 super righty movement people have just gradually throughout the years up until now have just gotten more and more like pathetic and depressing, and just it's like so many of them just turned out to be complete frauds. And I mean, I don't think it was hard to tell with at least half, but there were always a handful where it was like, oh, that kind of sucks, but I shouldn't be surprised at the same
I,
time. Like,
I
it's
was
just the
young
world.
enough. I was young enough that I didn't know that the Colbert Report was a parody. So when I learned that, I didn't trust a damn soul. You could come out and tell me you're the most XYZ PDW. I don't care what you want to tell me you are. I say, okay, until I see something. Because until I see something, like what are you doing? What have you made? What have you written? What have you shown to the world? Because even with how curated the internet it can be, you can still the things we do get to see will tell us a lot about a person, right?
Yeah.
I just finished the last of the new Iron Chef Legends, which was really fun. I like that they brought back the Iron Chef. I like that his nephew was the chairman. Everything was great. The final episode, the guest judge though was Morimoto, who is the Iron Chef.
Yeah, yeah, obviously.
This
He's like the king of all that shit. Since
that
the
guy,
90s, he's been decimating everybody.
I was so excited. So my wife has been working in restaurants for her entire professional career, and she left a really high end steakhouse in the area to go work at his restaurant in Seattle when it was opening up. And I was so excited to meet him. But he is the definition of just my way or nothing. And I'm gonna break dishes and I'm an asshat the second that there's not a customer around us. Like he is exactly what you would expect someone who's like, when he was born, we would have never put him on the spectrum, but he probably belongs on the spectrum with how good he is at the one thing and how bad he is at everything else. And connecting with people. And then you watch him on TV and you're like, he doesn't say a lot. And the few things he says are really quick and really just, oh, yes, they should be really good. Oh, that wasn't very great. oh, this worked really well together. And you can kind of get this sense of like, oh, yeah, he's pretty short and straight with people. Whereas some of the other chefs, like Wolfgang Puck, he's over there talking about like his kids and his history and all this like growing up in Austria. And you're like getting these whole stories from him. You're like, okay, that's a guy who can like have a conversation and stuff. And even those little snippets that we get that are highly edited, where we only get to see these little bits that are the best bits, you can still kind of get a gauge for what someone's like, even just looking at what they want you to see. So that's at least my thought on a lot of that.
I mean,
Or
that's
I'm just
true,
very
but
distrustful.
like,
One of the two.
just out of curiosity, did your gal work in the kitchens, or was she more like the like the
Waitress.
dining staff? Okay.
She was a server.
Well, bare minimum, that means she's still around kitchen staff a lot, so she has some
Oh yeah.
understanding of their struggles and what they're dealing with in a night, especially like,
Yep.
like a busy night that's hours on end. Um,
Oh, it's
the,
hell in those kitchens.
that work literally will start to make people insane. And if the other people around you can't kind of keep cool heads to get the rest of everyone else to calm down, it does spill over, and everyone will
Mm-hmm.
get irritable. And it's a line of work where if you've done it for any length of time, you understand why Morimoto seems like he just wants to kill himself all the time. And it's because that work just makes you insane after a while, especially if you're doing it in a high stress environment. And
Yep.
I don't know what things were like for him when he came up, and that could be part of it. I worked in kitchens when I was young, and I can't, like, I still have problems to this day where if my wife or kids are in the kitchen, if I'm trying to fix food for them, like I start to yell at them like they're kitchen staff. Like, it gets me super irritable, and I'll be like, "Get out of the way! I'm using knives!" Like, I'll yell knife,
Yeah.
like out of habit still, just
Oh,
so
of
people know
course.
I'm moving around with one. Because when you're packed tight in the kitchen, you got to learn to keep each other in a safe spot. And
Yep.
it just, I still to this day, I start to go right back into that mode where I turn into an angry guy working in a kitchen that feels like he's going to lose his mind on people if they're not doing their job and staying out of my way simultaneously. So they've smartened up, after a few times of it where I had to apologize and be like, look, I'm not trying to be mean. It's just, I can't do this
This is a
quickly
language
and
I
get this
speak.
done and do it properly if I have you guys up in my
Yep.
space right now. And I'm pretty forgiving of everything. So if you want good food, just let me be mean and don't take it personally. Or get out of the kitchen. It's one or the other. You can't have both.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, no, kitchens are they're physically hot and they're emotionally hot. Like anytime you're in there, because like just what you were talking about, knife. We always had to call out corner in my kitchen growing up because my uncles all were chefs at various restaurants. At one point, they all worked together. My mom was front of house at the same restaurant where they all worked.
Yeah.
And so I have an uncle that also he owned a restaurant for a number of years, and just that idea of like there are knives and heat in here, and we need this extra level of safety. And you don't mean to be mean, but when you perceive this idea of somebody like this could kill you if you're not careful, if you're not doing the right thing, like let's be good, and it'll just come across as like, get out of my fucking way, like it's
Yeah.
I can't be that eloquent when it's 1,000 degrees. I'm trying to make dinner.
Well, the people that like hang in there with it, because the turnover rate in restaurants is, even in nice restaurants, is pretty damn high. Like what? Like second to retail. Like that's pretty much it.
Second to delivery drivers.
Oh
I would be
wow.
the only one.
Wow,
Yeah.
I didn't know the numbers were that rough on that. I must still be stuck
They
in
wash out
2012.
fast.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just Amazon drivers. I'll be specific. Amazon drivers work for a week and disappear.
It's tough for me to tell because we have a distribution center like literally in my town, like 5 minutes from where I live. And anytime I order anything off Amazon, it's literally there like down to the minute of when they say, or earlier. So like if I know some places probably feel it, especially in cities where no one just wants to do the job. Like no one wants to be delivering stuff in certain areas.
There's always
But
someone who wants to do the job.
there is. I'm just saying, like, I can see the turnover rate being high just because some people are
Yeah.
like, nah, this ain't for me. Like after like a quarter of a day of work. But
So I ran a DSP. So a DSP is Amazon's way of having somebody else take on the burden of the actual delivery driver.
okay.
And so I had a contract and everything with that. And you are constantly hiring people because Amazon's answer to any question is throw more people at it. Because they're Amazon, they have a bajillion dollars. So they can just throw a bunch of money at advertising and hiring and all this kind of stuff. And then you're like a small business arm of Amazon, and they expect you to do the same. But yeah, you're just hiring. There's always somebody else applying. But man, they can't even sit down in the chair for the interview because their back hurts. That you're like, I'm not hiring you for this job. And they're like, why? Because I'm old. I'm like, no, because you physically can't sit down. Like you physically cannot move in a way that lets me think that you could actually make a delivery. And so you run into that. And then the other half where you're like, oh yeah, you're physically fit. You can do it. Like I had a guy who he had just gotten out of basic training. Like he looked like a pro bowler, like 6'7", just jacked. And he worked for 3 days and was like, I can't do this anymore, and just left. I was like, okay, bye, I guess. Yeah, that was some awful. At fast food, you can't get people to work even a full week. Yeah, no, and it's the same. It's any like high stress, go fast, get it done right. Like those kind of jobs, they're very, very quick burnout for someone who can't do it. And then on the other end, they don't pay enough for somebody who is good at it until they move up into like a better position, right?
Yeah, you have to basically get into management at some point if it's going to be
Mm-hmm.
a basic restaurant job. Like if you're not in and even if you are in management, like all your stress levels just got cranked way up from where they were when you thought they were already bad when you were just a fry cook. But once you've moved up to like a an assistant manager and they're just working you to death because they know they can get away with it, and you're the manager always stuck there on holidays and shit like that. It's you're making more, but you're still there all the damn time, and
Oh,
you're
I guess you would be making more. Front of house, when you go into management, you make less and have all the stress. So then you're like, why am I doing this? So you leave management and go back to just being a server because the tips are more than you were making as a
yeah,
manager.
yeah, and
At
that's
least
that,
here in Seattle area.
and that's if anywhere you're closer to at least like some kind of city, even if it's something on like a Dayton, Ohio level where it's not like a massive city, but it's got enough middle class to it that there's just tons of restaurants that are all like that
Yeah.
middle class style restaurant where most people are leaving at least decent tips.
Yeah,
And
enough people that will at least start at 18%. Like
yeah,
that, like that's the you brought me food number. Like that's what you need if you're
well,
gonna be in that position.
customer service jobs have gotten so rough now, like in terms of the quality of the service, that anytime me and my wife do go out, every once in a while, if the service is good, we do go way over the top on tips now on purpose. So I'm like, no,
Yeah.
right now in this era, you gotta make the people that are still trying their hardest to give you good service when you can tell they're just exhausted out of their mind, but they're still smiling and doing their best to get the speech out and be quick and on time. So
I wonder if that's just uh our history though, like because I was a bus boy, so I was I was even lower than server out there. My wife, of course, like I said, she was server for a long time, and family, everybody knows it. So I like anytime I see someone who's like working hard, and like then you hear the table next to you, and you're like, oh fuck these guys, I would hate to serve them, and it's your same server, and you're like, I'm gonna tip like because that table sucked, right? Like you
yeah,
have that
yeah,
kind of like or not catharsis, whatever it's called when you like empathize with somebody and you're like, yeah, I know, man, I know.
Well, there's only so many ways outside of being polite in that situation that you can show that person that you see what's going on around them and they're not the only ones seeing it, and you
Hmm.
appreciate their effort. Like, you want to give them something that will outweigh that bad experience for the night. So
Exactly.
the only way we know of doing that is to give them a larger sum of money, which is a nice thing to do. I think that's sometimes people act like giving money is like some cheesy way out, like it's cheap charity, when it's like, no, most people can figure out what they need the money for. I'm not.
You
I'm
you
gonna
ask
give them more
anyone.
money. It's
Yeah,
simple.
you
It's
ask
easy.
anyone if they'd rather have like a gift or just some cash. Most people just want some cash.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know what they need or want, honestly, unless you live with people all the time. Those are hard things to identify, especially
Hmm.
if they're people like my in-laws. My wife's dad. He's pretty much got most of the things he could want in life, and it's not like super over the top stuff. It's just like an expensive drum kit or a nice
Hmm.
TV. Like, it's just dad stuff. But I can never figure out anything to realistically get him anymore. It's like there's not a single tool. There's not he owns an entire fabrication shop. He has every tool on planet Earth. He has
Yeah,
tools he
you're
made
just
himself
like,
that don't even exist for the rest of us. Like, it does turn into a thing where it's like, yeah, just give him some money and a card, because I literally can't think of anything at this point after all these
yep.
years. Like, it's
But
he
and
does.
we grew up like our extended family was like 20. I think it was started out at like 17 people, but then once everybody started getting all the grandkids got girlfriends, boyfriends, husbands, wives, started happening. I think we're up to like 27 people or something like that. And we used to do like everybody's birthday. We'd get together like that Sunday afternoon to like have a birthday. And so like I was very used to like it's birthday present time. We got to get this for that person. But then when I got into high school, one of my best friends, um, he just randomly bought me a clock that had math on it instead of numbers. And I was like, thanks. Why? And he's like, oh, I just thought of you. And I was like, you just thought like we were roommates at the time and both had girlfriends. So I was like, you're not gay for me. Why? Like, why? And he's like, oh, I don't do birthday presents. I just, if I see something that kind of makes me think about somebody, I'll just, if it's small enough, if it's reasonable, I'll just pick it up and give it to him, I don't need to have like a birthday to think or be nice or get a gift or something like that. And I was like, that's a great idea. Like, I'll just, if I think of something, I'll get it and I'll give it to him, right? Like, and so I've started doing that with like specifically like my parents, because a little bit less so than what it sounds like you're dealing with, but you get to that point where it's like, I'll just buy it. I need this, I buy it. And it's like, well, what am I going to ask for on a birthday present? Like, I don't need anything right now, and I can't think of anything that I want that bad, right? Other than, everybody in my family needing a copy of Death, Death, Death. We can worry about that later.
Yeah, yeah,
But
that ain't no thing.
you're like, yeah, that makes a lot more sense rather than like, oh, I need gifts. It's like, oh, how about you just buy me something if you think about it and it's that important to you?
Yeah,
It was a good thought.
it
He also
it
grew up as a military brat, so like they moved around a lot. So like anything you had to be able to move. So having things for long periods of time wasn't really his childhood.
Well, I mean, my family was a similar situation. It was weird though, because like I was born right when my dad got out of the service, in terms of like having to move around and all that. But he still went into, just because he dealt with enough diesel in the military, into like big truck sales and repairs and parts and all that kind
Mm.
of stuff. So he knew 18 wheelers really well, like, even since he was a young man. So like he would just be rehabbing these dealerships all over the country and stuff. So we were moving like every 6 months to a year growing up. I think I went through like 28 schools before I'd even graduated. And I
Oh,
lost
that's
count at
crazy.
some point, but I remember that standing out to me. Like, I actually thought about it one day, and like had to do an add up in my head when I was like 18. I was like, this is all finally over with. It felt like it took forever, and then I thought backwards and was like, good lord, this is you don't move kids around this much. This is not a good idea. Gave me some good life skills, but I mean, it was weird in hindsight. You quickly realize like you just forget things very quickly.
Yeah.
You have to move on that fast. Like even to this day, something will spur like a memory in my head of something that I never would have thought of otherwise. You know, I'll be like, hey, there was that made me think of some place we lived in for 4 days, and it's strange, but yeah, man, moving
Yeah.
around like that, it's exhausting, and some people are good at kind of keeping their like stuff levels in check that have to live that lifestyle, especially in the military, which like my siblings were exposed to that more, my older siblings.
Right.
Like they got to go to like Japan and Germany, and they got to see Europe and Asia and all these wild places. And I got, not that I have a problem with it because I love these places too, but I got like Albany, Georgia, Rockford, Illinois. Like there's no like, and I'm born and bred mostly in Cincinnati. That's where I was born at and lived most of my time at where I'm at now. I definitely came home because I love Cincinnati like more than any place else on planet Earth. But
I love the
yeah.
timing of you talking about how your siblings had this like wild world trip and you had Georgia with the chat asking, did that add to your artist experience and fuel your creative soul? It's like, oh, yeah, Georgia really fueled the soul.
Yeah, it was cool though. Like, what sucked was I was young, so I didn't always appreciate some of these places in the moment. But whenever I got a chance to kind of stop back by them or was through the area for one reason or another, I always felt like I wish I would have been smart enough to appreciate these places in their time, because they're always like really nice places. It's like, oh man, these were actually pretty cool. I didn't appreciate this in the moment. Like I spent time in Colorado for a while, just on the side of a mountain for a summer doing cabin work, and at the time I didn't really like it just because it was all I knew was just working all day and night. Like it was just brutal work.
Yep.
But then I look backwards on it,
is...
like you got to see elks just roaming, and you ate, fucking meat we killed out there the whole time, and just shotgun. Like you forget all the fun things you got to do because it was just like a miserable experience. So I don't know. That's just how
being young. You're too poor and stupid to understand what you have. It's kind of like how only old dudes have Corvettes.
Yeah.
Like what kind of tang are they pulling, right? Like let's be real. It's just like by the time that you are at a position where you can appreciate these things, you're hopefully at a position in your life where you can afford to like go on a couple of vacations where you can kind of regain that. But yeah, it's why you're always hearing stories from people that are old. They're like, oh, I want to tell this story. I used to do this. In the Northwest here, for a long time, a lot of old guys would talk about how they were like part of the digging out the pass, right? Like we've got this mountain pass going through the Rockies, and you can either take Blewett Pass, where it's the road that actually follows the pass, or there's 90, which just cut through the mountain eventually. And I remember when I was a kid, you get all these old guys talking about how like they remember camping out there, felling trees so they could cut through the mountain, and it was just like, that sounds awful. And they're like, yeah, but I gotta talk about it because it's my like looking back now, I get it, right? Like that was an exciting time in their life. They were doing stuff, they were active, they were young, they were X, Y, and Z. And they were having fun when they looked back on it. But I'm sure if you asked them at the time, they'd be like, yeah, it's work. I got a paycheck. Because that's all you think about when you're in those positions is like, do I have a paycheck and are my bills covered? Like, that's all you're trying to think about.
Yeah. Well, it's what you got to think about because you have no other option. It's just either work and make the money, put up with this situation. And it does. It's weird. That stuff always is, it does pay off later in life, just from like a mental standpoint. But you can't tell anyone that in the moment. They just, like you said, It's impossible to know. It's kind of like I'll even tell people when I'm doing artwork, Like when they ask me about how I personally feel about a level I'm at or things like that, I say, well, all I really can say is I'm just always doing as good as I can in that very moment.
Hmm.
So I don't really know what to compare it to anymore because it's just I'm accepting when I know it's done. And that means I'm doing it as good as I can today. And we'll see if it gets better, then that means I'm doing something right. But
Well,
I
and
can't.
that the equivalent for me would be anytime I cook something. Like I was doing some recipe testing yesterday, and it was like, okay, here I like okonomiyaki. It's basically a cabbage pancake that's covered in like a Japanese form of barbecue sauce and mayo. I freaking love them. They're a Japanese street food delicacy, and we don't have them in the Northwest yet. We have everything else. We've got the ramen, we got the sushi, we even have tonkatsu at this point, but we don't have okonomiyaki. So like that's my big focus.
Sounds
And I'm putting it together, and it's like, no, you need a little more of this. And it's like, it's still good. It's still something I would be happy to serve somebody, but like you're looking at it and you're tasting it and you're like, I need a little bit of this. I need a little bit of that. This was the best I could do today because this is what I was thinking about. This is what I had on hand. But like my brain is always like, well, how do I make it better? What if I pre-cook the pork and then I add it? What if I add a little bit more chili paste to the sauce, give it a little bit more zing. And like you're saying, whatever you make, you're making what you can make at the time. But your brain's always like, man, what if I made it a little better? You promised the Art and Times of Jay Ryan that there would be weebery. I thought this was an anti-weeb zone. We talk about Japan and Japanese history and Japanese animation only, and how that applies to our daily lives. I don't know if that's weeby to somebody else, but
I love that explanation though, and how it applies in our everyday lives. It's Blaine has escapism that he can rephrase in 1,000 different ways to
I
pitch
need
the
to.
show, and it works every time.
It like really a lot of it does come down to like my family. So remember when it used to be cheap to go to the movie theater?
Yeah,
It would be like $10 for 4 tickets and then like $2 for the popcorn. Like we used to go to the theater, and there's a series of theaters in this area called the Landmark Theaters, where it's a company that buys tiny one screen theaters and keeps them exactly the way they are. And so you can go see a movie at a theater and have this sort of vintage experience. And one of the things that they do is they always have weird foreign movies. And so we would go to a Landmark Theater and we'd watch a show, we'd watch a movie, we'd enjoy ourselves at the movie. And then we would leave and we would go to a coffee shop. We would go to like this was the late 90s, so like Starbucks. We'd go to a local place called Dilettante. We would get a coffee and we would sit around, and my dad would say, so what was that about? And then we would sit there and we'd talk about what the show was about, what the movie was about. We would do YouTube critical review, but this was years before we even thought YouTube would be a thing. And we would talk about it, and then the follow-up question of, okay, what was that about? And it was like, okay, so what did we learn from that? And even if it wasn't like a movie that had like a lesson specifically, like or TV show, right? Like something like The Simpsons. You're like, oh, what did I learn from The Simpsons? I don't know. I laughed. I learned that family is number one. Family is the most important thing at the end of the day. No matter what kind of crazy adventures or mishaps you get into, at the end of the day, you've got family. And so from a young age, my escapism was always tied to this idea of like, okay, that was cool. How do I apply that to my life? And so it's just freaking stuck in my brain. So now you all get to see the inner workings of my mind as we do this.
look, everyone has a time in life where their dad sits them down and says, "So kids, What'd you take away from Mulholland Drive after going to see the current David Lynch indie flick release? And you all sit there silent around your coffee. And finally, someone perks up and says, David Lynch is fucked in the head. Everyone just goes, uh huh. And you drink your coffee and you move on with life like nothing ever happened.
He is a weirdo. In like everything you think about David Lynch, that's either real, like it's actually who he is, or he's the greatest actor of all time who just acts the way you think David Lynch is. So the restaurant my uncle used to own was the diner from Twin Peaks. It's actually based out of North Bend here. And when they did the new version of Twin Peaks, they came in and they redid the diner. And so he came in and was doing his thing, and we got to like see him during like some just impromptu meals and stuff, and it just is David Lynch. He's just like, thank you. And you're like, oh, you're so freaking weird.
He is, dude. He's just like it's weird because he's almost like a stereotypical Boy
He's a
Scout in a
caricature.
lot of ways. He's an all-American 1950s boy that doesn't shy away from that baby boomer era he grew up in. Like he never took the hippie side. You always feel like, no, he was cool being the kid from the suburbs that just happened to be oddly creative. Like wasn't shying away from it. Like he just leaned into his weird creativity. And I think that's part of what makes him interesting is that he is so weird and so normal all at the same time that it doesn't even make sense. It's like you're just confusing me more, dude. You got to pick out what you are. At least with like Christopher Walken, I can pretty much just figure out. No, he's just a little weird.
Yep.
But with Lynch, he'll make you think he's normal one minute, and then the next minute he'll be like, I've been keeping this rotting meat in a garage for 3 weeks. Look at the beautiful colors it's created on here. It's like an oil slick covered in maggots. And you're like, that is what it is. Get this.
Yeah.
Like he sees beauty in odd places, and I kind of get it, but not at the level that he's at with it.
No.
You know,
I get it in the contemporary like architect version where they like try to draw a building and they're like, nah, and they crumple up the paper and throw it across the room and they're like, that's it, and they just make the building look like the crumpled paper. Like I get that kind of like weird like fine beauty and other things, but you start getting into like some of the goopy gop, I'm like, I don't know about that.
Yeah, it's like it's interesting, especially in the time periods he kind of got into film, just because there was nothing out there like that. Even though it was a while, before he kind of took off. But like even Eraserhead, like there's certain parts of that I can't. I saw it once or twice because I was on a Lynch kick when I was young. But like I'm not gonna sit down and watch it again. It's never gonna happen. It's not what he was trying to achieve with it totally worked, but it's not something I want to be exposed to all the time. Despite the fact that it's really good movie making. Like that's the other thing. It is very artistic and it is interesting. But I can't do it again. It's like asking me to watch Clockwork Orange. I'm like, no, I'm old. Why would I want to see that nonsense again?
Got another Fast and Furious to watch.
Yeah, I don't want my brain teased. I'm tired.
I've got enough anime for that. If I'm gonna watch live people, I wanted there to be explosions and cars go fast.
Steven, real quick, I'll answer you on in the chat there. Just on like what inspired my style. It's been a mix of people, but like yeah, I grew up on American comics first. Kind of slowly would get some Japanese and European stuff trickled to me by other my whole family's like military people from Cincinnati, Northern Kentucky. But yeah, so I got little bits of that stuff trickled in over time, but it wasn't until the mid 90s when it really got accessible, at least at malls and places like that, and you could kind of finally pick up some of that stuff without having to order it from shady places. And Otomo's a big one. Miura, obviously, for Japanese artists. Miyazaki, just in the sense of like some of the those films blew my mind just as much as any manga or any comic book. You know, the Ghibli stuff around like Spirited Away, Princess Mononoke era. Like
Are
I was
you
lucky to catch that
into?
when it was happening. So it blew my mind at the time just because even for Japanese stuff, it was if you'd never seen any of the others, which I hadn't, you know, I didn't know about My Neighbor Totoro or any of that yet.
Mhm.
It was just so high quality you couldn't not take notice. But and for American stuff like John Byrne, he's probably my top one or two. It's very tough to decide for Americans. And then like Michael Turner, like those two will always be like my Western competitors. And I always lean towards Byrne just because he did more work. But we also got to see the true test of him because he lived a lot longer. Like Turner died when he was like 36 or something like that. He died super young, and Byrne's still alive and was already middle aged when Michael Turner was born. So it's not, you know, nothing about it's fair. It's like comparing a guy that worked for 2 years to a guy that worked for 100 years or something. But
I feel like that's like
uh,
an old composer thing too. Like you'll
yeah,
have a composer that lives forever, and then another one that lived for like 15 years and made like one song where you're like, wow, I really like that song.
they got their one timeless song in though, you know.
Mm.
But yeah,
Uh,
that's
do
kind
you
of the
like
realm I.
Junji Ito style?
Oh yeah, I love it. It's the most effective on page horror comic work I've ever seen, and even when it's in another format where he's telling you kind of like a classic tale, but it's still in his style. It's still super impressive. I mean, it's up there with Miura, even though like people don't really put them together because it's you know it's a high fantasy, you
Yeah.
know, sword and sorcery kind of book
I
versus
love his designs. I love his pages. I love the way they look, but his stories just do not ever catch me. And I don't know why, because I watch people that are like, "Wow, that one was like my favorite one." And like, there was a time where like every Junji Ito was going around as just like a meme practically with everybody all excited about the spirals in the eyes and all this other stuff. And I was like,
yeah.
"Wow, this looks really cool. I really like the way this looks." And then I started actually reading it, and I was like, why like there's almost a disconnect between like the quality of his art and the quality of his story for me, and I can't put like a label on it well enough to say why, but it's just a weird feeling I get, but I love
Well,
looking at it.
you know, he always worked in some level of a short story format, which everyone knows. He didn't really have much of anything that was like a super long running
Hmm.
singular title like most mangaka do. Um, and even
But I
on the
think that
parts
works
of his,
better for horror. Like I
oh,
think
for
short
sure,
stuff
yeah,
works way better for horror because you have less of the, oh well, I didn't explain it in my 500 pages. It's like I didn't need to explain it because I only had 12 pages. You know, like
yeah.
the less you have to explain, the better. I think when it comes to horror. So like everything should line up for me enjoying the presentation. I just don't get it. I don't know why my brain doesn't snap with it, but it just doesn't, and it doesn't for
Well,
everybody.
a lot of
That's what happens.
his effect is because his art's truly horrifying. Like it the first time you see it, if you're not familiar with it, it will shock you. And the deeper you go
Hmm.
into it, the more it'll shock you, even if you're just like skimming art on a Google image search. He is
Yeah.
incredibly good at making you squirm and feel uncomfortable. He's incredibly good at coming up with things that are similar to other Japanese stuff, but it's not the same. It's still his touch and his weird put all over it. Um, and there's just a certain running theme that comes up a lot. So like that's something you have to accept too, and that might be part of it is that you know his idea of scary was being put in situations where things were almost always closing in around you. There was no
Hmm.
explanation for it. It's just whatever it was, whether it was a shape, a thing, a mutation, a creature, whatever that thing was, would always be closing around the person reading essentially to a
Yeah.
point where you're the ending was always claustrophobic, and that was kind of one of his things. I mean, he had like a short story where it wasn't that long at all. It was a guy going in for like a head examination at the hospital, and they have to hook his head into this contraption, and the doctor leaves part of the way through, but then something I forget bad happens where like no one's ever ate some kind of disaster, or no one can come back to this
You're
guy,
just
so he
stuck
just
in it
loses
if
his
I'm reading
mind,
you.
stuck. Yeah, it's always
Yeah.
you're pinned down, you're stuck. And I'm fine with that, but I get how, like, at the same time, it's his stories are all very kind of one trick pony in a way, but he's so effective at spinning the same thing over and over in a different way.
Mhm.
Like, I think people will understand his popularity just by looking at the work, even if it's personally not for them. They'll go,
Oh yeah.
look at this stuff. It's
I
insane.
like I said, I love looking at it. I think it's beautiful, but like I said, it just doesn't touch me. And I think you saying that, like that, it's sort of that claustrophobia, right? You know, I'm thinking back, I'm like, you know, it kind of is. And for me, like my childhood nightmare was always like peace to chaos. Like that was always the like, it would be like a game of Snake with like one snake, and then all of a sudden there were like 50 snakes all going for the apple in a game of Snake. Or it'd be like a tea party, and then all of a sudden a monster truck like busts through the wall of the tea party, and you go from like that peace to that just all of a sudden everything everywhere. That was like my childhood nightmare, right? So maybe it just wasn't it. It's not my horror, is why I'm not like really interested in the story, but a lot of the work, like I freaking love it. I'll wear that shirt all day long. I adore it. Now I'm worried about schoolgirls with tentacles coming out of their skirt. That's my new fear.
That's
I don't
that's
want those
your
tentacles coming for me.
Oh, that's a legitimate fear. If you like anime, it's a legitimate fear. You got to
Oh,
understand the
100%.
community. There are
Oh my
crazy
goodness.
people now trying to transition to octopus girls. They're getting octopuses sewed onto them. You don't even know to con anymore if that cosplayer is going to have an octopus come out of her vagina. It's a brave new world, people. These are legitimate fears.
I thought that like dragon people were weird. Like I have a cousin that has like a ton of piercings and tattoos, and I used to tease him about it because I was like, you know, like everything you've done, you can't undo. And he's like, yeah, I know, this is me. And to his credit, that's him. Like he has owned it, and he hasn't tried to undo any of it. He hasn't had any like regrets about any of it, which is great.
He
That's why I
doesn't
don't
have
have a
a
tattoo.
choice at this point. It's right or die.
Exactly. But like those people that like turn themselves into dragons and stuff, I thought that was the crazy part. Or like injecting whatever that not cement stuff is to make yourself look crazy buff. I thought that was crazy. Sewing octopuses to yourself, I can believe it. The fact that I can believe it means it's real somewhere. Like
Someone's brought it up with a surgeon at some point, bare minimum.
plastic surgery octopus is about to be searched on my
Doc, while we're here, let me run something by you real quick. So, look, this friend of mine asked me to run this by you since I was going to be here anyways. Is it possible to get like a squid sewed onto a chick's butthole? The doctor's just like, get out. I've had enough. I've got enough money in life. I'm finished. I quit. I'm going to Cuba. I'm never coming back.
I'm injecting your ass with this cement, and then I'm leaving. I'm done.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I've been committing medical crimes
like
for years, and it is sweet karma's catching up with me.
Oh my goodness. Oh, I freaking love it. I love that, like, I don't know what I love more. The fact that, like, for a moment, as you say that, I believe every word of it. Or if I just like the idea. I don't know which is better. But I'll hold on to both as being great.
Well, it would be a great sketch parody when weebs go to the surgeon.
There is a power in Bloodborne, the Dark Souls game that's set in Gothic Europe, where you call an otherworldly being, and the way it animates is they stick their arm out and just tentacles come out of their arm, and now all I'm picturing is like the skirt comes up and just they're just Just a tentacle explosion.
You're hit instantly.
Oh, there's not enough Estus flask for that.
You blink, and it's on you. You have no time to react.
Oh my goodness. Oh, that's crazy.
You know, I credit the Japanese a lot for coming up with so many interesting, cool things. But they've also plagued us with the knowledge of tentacle critters doing terrible things to people. You know?
I know more things that a tentacle can do than a tentacle can do in real life.
Yeah, I mean, they basically made it into every sexual body part in some form or fashion. They've went as far down the rabbit hole of gross as you can humanly go. So.
What's so crazy about that is in Edo period Japan, men and women bathed together. Like nudity was in a lot of their art. Like this is where we get the fisherman's wife with the octopus. So it's not like it's like the modern censorship debate where it's like, oh, we can't show a penis, so we'll use a tentacle, and a tentacle is not a penis, so I can draw it and it won't get censored by X, Y, and Z. And it's like, that's a modern excuse. But like 400 years ago, these bitches were drawing tentacles with women. Like, it's not a new thing. They were like, you know what's really good? Sushi. What if sushi had my wife instead?
There's no point in Japanese art where you don't find weird, basically.
Yeah.
You're gonna run into it at many turns. Sometimes it'll make sense. Like you can look at it and be like, okay, I get what's going on here. And other times you're gonna be like, what the fuck is this supposed to be? Like what kind of weird demon thing is this? What is that? Yeah, like you'll come across some very strange stuff, but it's so Japanese.
Yep.
You know what I mean? You go, well, yeah, this is to this day, this is what they are. Like this never changed. Their whole language is based on drawing pictures. This is just it's literally genetic. Like they're artistically predisposed. You know.
In the years I spent at college without getting a degree, I took a Japanese art history class because of course I did.
Yeah.
And there's two types of Japanese art. There's the functional art where they make a screen where all of the clouds that are sort of obscuring the battle are gold foil. So you can put the screen up and you can light a room brighter because now you've got all the gold reflection. And then there's kappa and yokai, and we're going to come up with this crazy demon so that kids don't go swimming because we don't want all of our children to die in the river. Or we don't want all these kids to go to the river where we throw babies away. You know, whatever the actual reason was for stuff like Kappa and other demons to get developed, it's crazy that you have these two sides of things. It's just this functions great and it looks beautiful. We could put this in a museum. We have a different museum we could put this one in. Maybe less special.
You know what? Maybe you should head up the Contemporary Arts Museum downtown. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe they have to ID
Contemporary
people
1400s
there.
art.
Yeah. Take it down there.
Oh my goodness.
This isn't for the Seattle Art Museum for regular people.
Oh, it might be. Have you been to Seattle?
No.
No,
I got
the
a
Seattle
friend.
Art Museum is a thing. It's called the SAM.
The SAM
is insane.
They can't even refer to it as a real museum. They have to use an acronym.
So I saw Monet there, and it was fantastic. But you can also go and you can see a whole collection of somebody like making their own like clay dildos. It's weird. It is so quintessentially Seattle. It will blow your mind.
Yeah.
But no, I freaking love that. I love that art museum. Oh, the Egyptians were furries. So the Japanese were tentacles. So squiddies? What the hell do you call a furry that likes squid? I'm not up to my lingo on degeneracy, I guess.
Mentally ill. That's what you call them. Call them. Here's what you call them. Keep them the fuck away from me. That's what you call them.
Come on, you could learn a lot from their culture. The
Fucking
Yif piles might make for a great enemy in your next volume.
disgusting, degenerate furries. Oh my god.
I love the diaper fetishist that Nick Rekieta had on, who was like, I may be a diaper fetishist who likes to wear a diaper and poop myself, but I'm not a furry.
Even they are like, hey. At least I'm not a furry. It's we're
They
universally
ruin every
just
con. They
yeah.
ruin every con because they sit there at and especially in Seattle, like all we have is SakuraCon really. Like we have like Jet City and KomoriCon. Like we're trying to get some more conventions here in this area so we can have places to go that aren't SakuraCon. But like every time there's a convention, like I don't care if it's like the carpentry convention. The furries join hands on the Sky Bridge with their signs that just say their hotel room numbers, and you're like, gross. You're so sweaty in there.
Oh man, there's times in life where you really don't question the old ways.
But the old ways were like Robin Hood the fox, and you're like, okay, like anthropomorphic like cartoons are really cool. Like I like using anthropomorphic things to like I immediately know that the wolf character is kind of shady. Oh wait, this is Beastars, and we're saying, hey, maybe if the wolf character isn't shady, but you assumed that, and now I'm the asshole. You know, I like the way we can play with anthropomorphic characters, but every time there's an anthropomorphic character, it ends up getting absconded with. And we end up with a fucking legion of bronies and all these furries. And it's like, can't we just have fun? Can't we just escape? Why do you have to put your penis in my escape?
Well, I don't know. I'm trying really hard to like think of ways to not like get your channel fucking slammed and shut down just from being critical of a bunch of lunatics. But
I'm sure they won't be looking at my channel that strictly 2 hours and 50 minutes in.
it's just they've got to be conscious of the fact, maybe they're not, that acting that ridiculous and attention starved and feeling like you can only go out and be around people when you're in a fucking stupid costume. It's like it's no, they don't understand this looks no different to a normal person than when you see like a dude you knew in high school that was like super into punk rock and he's still wearing like the exact same like punk rock costume when he's like nearly 60. But it's not one of those things where it's like flattering to the old fella. It's one of those things where you're just like, oi, like you went so far into making this one thing into your personality and you never got past it. And do whatever you want.
The
I don't
jacket
care.
stops at his like beer belly that he now has, and he didn't bother to get one that fits. Like, yeah, I know exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, there's certain points that a lot of people get to in life where they start to do things and they understand why you become bland as you get old. And then there's other people that they're still always just into what they're into at a very high level. And good for them. But it's like no, there's a certain point where if I need clothes, I'm just gonna tell my wife to go to Old Navy and just bring me home whatever she finds. Like I'm if I look like some dude that's just in a constant state of casual, I'm fine with that. I used to love death metal. I used to have long bleached out wizard hair down to my ass till I was like 28 because I was always in metal bands and stuff like that. And
oh, there you go.
once I finally cut the hair off because I was sick of getting headaches all the time and everything else associated with it, and it's just annoying. Um, That was like the minute I heard I'd been wearing a costume. Like it occurred to me, I was like, I've been wearing a costume for like 15 years.
Well, yeah,
It's like
you're like, wait, what is my uniform? What is my daily life uniform now?
yeah, I felt stupid. Like it was literally, I was like, I feel stupid all of a sudden. It's like when Randy Marsh is trying to get his giant balls in through the doorway of the medicinal dispensary for weed, and his buzz is wearing off, and he says, can you just bring it over to me? I'm feeling stupid. I feel
Nope.
stupid now because he can't get his nuts through the doorway to get inside to get his weed. And now he realizes how this looks. It's one of those situations.
You were in a metal band. We're not glossing over this. What years were you in a metal band? Because
Well, I
I
was
was
in
in a
a,
screamo band from 2006 to 2010.
I mean, that's pretty cool though. I mean, did you ever listen to like Orchid or um, Van Peel or any of those dudes?
No, those don't sound familiar. The metal I'm familiar with is either like 80s hair metal or like Lamb of God, August Burns Red, that kind of thing.
Well, those are like some old school screamo dudes. But they weren't like you know how there's always those groups that like yeah they did it first but they didn't popularize it, they just kind of inspired
Okay.
people that did. They fall into
Yeah.
that realm, so they're not like super well known, but it's one of those things where it's like they're like it's like people like to sound trendy, like they're hip to it, even though it's not that big a deal. But yeah, so I'm familiar with some screamo stuff and I actually like a good chunk of it. But yeah, I was in a handful of bands from I'm trying to think of the year. Probably around like
You think
2000.
Stephen Ransom, not all metal looks human. Have you ever seen Lordy? Uh, It Snows in Hell is one of the greatest songs of all time, and those people are all monsters.
No, but I jammed till about I'd say like 2008. That's when I started to taper off with it, not be pursuing it because I would
Yeah.
do a band. I was still drawing comics and making some money there. Like I was still doing what I had to do, but it's life was pretty like responsibility free in those days. So it
Right.
was and it was something I was still like really serious about. Like that's really all I did when I was young was play guitar and draw pictures. So they were equally like fun growing up. But yeah, I did some metal bands and I was actually in just I don't know what to call it. Maybe just more like a Sonic Youth Pixies kind of band, but minus some of the
Okay.
awkwardness, like an aggressive version of
Yeah.
something like that, where it was a touch of punk rock mixed with that. And we kind of would throw in all kinds of little elements, but it was like I just became really good friends with this dude that I had met like late in high school, and then we met up again like maybe a year or two later, and
Hmm.
he would just have all these weird tracks he would play for me, and it was really interesting and good. It was like it had the aggression of metal, but it wasn't like palm mute heavy um big power chord type stuff. It was a weird, awkward kind of music, and
Like brand new.
I don't know. I'm not
Right.
familiar with brand new.
Familiar. I'll send you brand new. They're one of those like um they're in between like something like Escape the Fate or one of those like more like screamy chug chug bands,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
and having like he made an entire album where like his his bassist left and took his girlfriend, and so it was this back and forth between brand new and I forget what the other band was that the bassist went to, and they would drop songs just like yelling at each other basically. But they were both like more indie, so you had really interesting melodies and stuff going along with just the anger and the vehemence of a metal band. It was just very, very weird stuff. Deja Entendu. I'll shoot you a DM on it, but I really, really love their stuff. Um,
We
they opened for
actually, it was
Trivium, Lamb of
surprising.
God, and Megadeth.
We got some of our best reactions off of that type of music that was like a weird mix of like aggressive indie style music. Um,
Yeah.
and it was, I think metal. It's tough because when you're really into metal, you're really into metal, and
Yep.
and it crosses kind of all parts of metal. Like you find an appreciation for almost all of it. Like yeah, there's tons of elitism and snobism in metal, and it's just inherent to them because they put a lot of work into what they do and they're serious and they
Yeah.
sink a lot of time into it. And they get a lot of shit for being snobby, but it's like they're snobby because they're so into it. Because they know
Yep.
what they're talking about and it frustrates them listening to retards try to tell them things about metal. So
When like our drummer was really into metal, but our band wasn't. And so his solution was so he did double bass drum and then snare, hi-hat, and a crash. And that was all he brought because it just limited him enough that like he had to like figure out creative things to do. And that just to me that screamed that level of metal where it's like let me take the little bit that I can and just get this going across. But when he did, it worked really well with something that was just a like I'm upset screamo stuff. Like it was very very fun. You play an instrument or are you singer? What was your role?
well, I played guitar in most of the metal bands, and then
Okay.
when we started the,
What guitar? I'm getting into this. What guitar did you play?
I mean, I played lead usually. I
I
mean,
mean
I was always
what was your guitar? Like did you have a Gibson?
uh,
Were you blessed
oh,
with a
I wanted a Les Paul my entire life. They were the dream guitar. And I know some
they
people will
still
try
are?
to be contrarian by being like, "Oh, it ain't that good or ain't that special or blah blah blah," or name some other brand. I'm sorry, the Gibson American Tennessee made handmade Les Pauls, the standard up, you
You
know,
can
from that
make
point up
good
are the greatest
music,
guitars ever made in the history of
right?
guitars. You will never find a guitar better. And if you need some of the extra
Exactly.
stuff, they can do it. Let them do it right. If you want a floating
Yep.
tremolo, they can do it for you. If you want locking heads, they can do it for you. If you want
Yeah.
fucking 25 humbuckers, they will do it. But have them
Yeah.
do it because they're the best.
End of the day, you making good music is the most important part. But when you've got a tool like that, God, like I always had to like I had an Epiphone Thunderbird. I was a bassist,
Yeah.
and screamer. So like that was my go-to. Was like this looks like the Gibson, so I'm gonna hope that it functions at least like a knockoff Gibson, and that's just what I had the entire time.
I had an Epiphone Les Paul for a long time too. It was my first guitar. Um,
Nice. Did
I
yours
banged.
have the built-in wah where like I had a rhythm guitarist that had the Epiphone Les Paul and he could take it and if he just pulled his hand back a little bit, it could just pitch shift the entire chord every time because the Epiphone neck was like rubber.
I mean, you could do that with mine. I tried to avoid it because it was cheap as it was, and I didn't want
Mm,
to. I knew this was potentially the only guitar I was going to have for a while, just because I knew like the amount of work it took to get just this one out of my parents
oh
was
yeah.
was an incredible length of time and effort I had to put on my part to get them to just drop, like a couple $100s on something. And they're kids,
I
you get
yeah.
that. Was an adult,
Oh,
you get
100%.
when kids want you to take what amounts to like two monthly bills and drop it on one thing that you don't even know if they'll use it or enjoy it long.
Exactly. You never know. You know,
Yeah.
like I could have picked up that guitar and just been like meh, not interested. And like, luckily, like we were plugged in at our church enough that like, there was a bass and a small little like, 8-inch bass amp, little tiny cabinet. So like, someone was like, yeah, I have I'm not using it right now. And so like, I got to be like, oh, cool. Let me play. And so like, I, I got in free. Like it's the same way I got into golf. Actually, our pastor was like, I've got a second set of clubs if you're interested. And like school had a golf team, so if I had clubs, I could play for free. Um, and that's like that networking. We were talking about networking earlier. Like, you get free promotion by knowing these people and being a nice person. Like, you know people, you be a nice person, you can get some of these things like for free, and then you can mow grandma's lawn for 6 years in order to pay for your $400 Epiphone, and you're like, yeah, I got it. And then you have to do a bunch of modifications to make it better because it's the cheap garbage one and not the actual Gibson.
Yeah. When you're young, you're definitely working through like a level of gradual upgrades, either to what you have or just in like guitar type or quality or things like that. And it's sad because you always see, like, this is one of these things I'm sure you've noticed. There's something that plagues parts of like the guitar community, if you want to call them that, people that are just really into just jamming bare minimum.
Yeah.
And it's where they swear to God that their $120 beginner Squire guitar that they just got at Guitar Center yesterday is just as good as everything else, and they know it. And you see this all the time, where these dudes that swear by like the cheapest, most junk equipment you can get, and they buy tons of it, when it's like, you could have just like not bought 5 or 6 of these absolute pieces of shit and had yourself like an American made Strat by this point. Even a Mexican made Strat's pretty damn good. So
it's one of those things where it's like, if that's all you can afford, but you're practicing and you're doing well, amazing, awesome. Yeah. But when you see some people that are like, I bought every color, you're like, why? Why did you do that and not just get one good one?
Yeah, it's a strange thing that you don't see a lot, but you see like patches of it or stretches of it once you're around those kind of people enough. And guys that play guitar, I would say most of them, if they find out you do too, it spurs up conversation. So you end up meeting people like that.
Mine's Cables. Cables is the one that drives me nuts. Like, I had a friend growing up that would buy like 50 of the cheapest cable he could, because they would always burn out. And I'm like, yeah, but for the price of your 50 like garbage ass cables, I bought one monster cable, and it's not like it's a world ending cable, but when it breaks, I just take it into Guitar Center and get a new one. They just hand me a new one. Spend a little more. And like, I get it. There's people who are like, let's do gold plated and we'll get like actual quality. And it's like, yeah, I know it's not the highest quality. My goal is not high quality. My goal is just one that I can replace if I need to.
Yeah, it's there's there's a reason that at least in the like the late 90s and the early 2000s, you could go into a Guitar Center and there was literally a wall of every cheap Fender chord you could think of. In every size and every color. And you knew why, because they sold well and they were inexpensive and they would last you for a little while, but they kinked the wrong way for too long and they're going to go. They weren't made of they didn't have the internals or the externals of just a mid-grade chord that's probably going to last you for like 12 years. Where
I'm also half electrician, so I did make a cord out of an extension cord that worked pretty damn well, because it has all this crazy insulation. If you use an outside extension cord that broke, you're like, oh, these thick wires, maybe I'll just solder these on here, and you make a pretty badass cord from an insulated outdoor extension cord. Well, yeah, not everybody does that.
Not everyone does, but when you work, well, not work, but when you get into anything that's related to an instrument, especially one that has pickups or any kind of gear that electricity is going to run through, even soundboards, whatever, at some point you do just get into it with the soldering iron, because you don't feel like waiting on something. Or it's a skill that you by default learn just from playing around with that stuff.
I set what did I do? I had an old old amp that just shit the bed. And so I just gouged everything out of it, and then I used like a Batman Beyond mint container. There was it was basically an Altoids container.
Yeah.
And I made like a little a switch box so I could have everything plugged in and then just flip a switch to change which bass I was playing, because eventually I did get, you know, multiple basses and a guitar and stuff, and so I had this cool little switch box that I made, and it's like it comes with the territory, because like when you're young and poor and you're trying to like figure out how this shit works so you can fix it if you need to, you gain these skills, and it's like 6 months ago I wired in a 100 amp sub panel so I could make our hot tub work, and it's like that all started because I was this stupid little kid who couldn't afford anything, so I had to figure out how it all worked and grab a soldering iron and make my own.
Yeah.
Have you heard this? The PS1 is the best CD player for listening to music on, according to audiophiles, and I Google it, and the audiophiles subreddit is talking about it.
I mean, I suppose it's possible. I've never put any thought into it. Who even listens to CDs anymore? Jesus Christ.
Hey, I had a friend, an old friend. She's like 88, 87. She was having a garage sale, and she had a pile of CDs. And I just got a 2015 Tahoe, so that we can have like a vehicle that will tow the food trailer that we have coming. It has a CD player, and I was like, you know what? I may be in a place that doesn't have good internet where I can stream music. I should grab a CD. So I got the Ace of Base. And it has track 4, I Saw the Sign. Like, I freaking love it, and it just makes me giggle every time I start playing that freaking music. They're such a repetitive band, but it just makes me smile. Nerds, don't call us a nerd, Steven. Get out of here.
The Ace of Base made some of the most catchy music of its time. Like,
it's so silly.
Yeah. It is silly, but I mean, it was red hot when it happened.
Oh, it was. I remember the Halo music videos. Like, I saw the sign, and they were on Zanzibar, and they just looked at the sign, and I was like, oh, this is the peak of humor on the internet.
It was fun, though. It was fun.
This is the second stream tonight that Ace of Base came up? What? I'm more surprised you spelled bass correctly. A lot of people will spell it like a bass guitar. You are correct. It is Ace of Base, like your bass camp.
Ace of Bass. You ever heard of that there, Ace of Bass?
I got that Ace of Bass.
I heard them Swedish girls are pretty cute. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I freaking love it. No, I learned today, speaking of Attack on Titan, and I say speaking of Attack on Titan because we mentioned it like 2 hours ago.
Yeah, sure.
That Armin's last name is Arlert.
Oh.
Arlert! Them Titans broke the wall!
Look at Arthur, this goddamn giant over there.
Oh, we're gonna get them noodling up. Throw them catfish at them. Get a catfish ball going on. Cook them crawfish boil. Oh my goodness. I love that accent. I have nothing to do with it, but I love Southern accents.
Well, you guys still have like some level of lumberjack community around in your zone of the country.
Yes, they're called lesbians.
Yeah, well, now they are. When I was a kid in the 90s, it was a bunch of fucking rigid-ass mountain men looking hick, chads that you would always see on video of, like, lumber trade between, like, Portland, Seattle, like, all that Pacific Northwest area. Like, it was manly-ass dude truck driver-looking guys everywhere.
Yep. No, it's hilarious. Like, I love this area. You were talking about how you moved around the states.
Yeah.
And like you were moving states, right?
Yeah.
I moved four times growing up. But like I moved from Woodinville to Bellevue to another place in Bellevue to Renton. So like I just kind of moved down the 405 corridor. And I've always been in this area, and it's just hilarious how you can have people that couldn't punch a hole in a piece of paper or with a hole punch if you handed it to them, that are living in like Seattle and Bellevue, they'd have to find their servant to go do it for them.
Yeah.
And then you travel 10 minutes and you get people that built their own house on like a chunk of land and fish in the nearby stream to feed themselves. Like it's baffling to me how different these places are. And then my friend that I was talking about that has that grew up with his dad in the military and was moving around a lot. And then he would tell me about stuff where he's like growing up barefoot in trailer parks. And I'm like, that doesn't exist. But then I go an hour south and they're there too. Like all of these people live within like an hour of me. And it's I love it. I love the Northwest. I hate the taxes, but I love the Northwest.
Well, it's one of those things where the reality is the minute you get outside of the city, no matter where you're at, it's like things kind of normal up, you know?
Exactly. Because like, I love going to the city because in the city, there's enough people that can support weird and unique food.
Yeah.
I travel by stomach. That's something my wife and I both do. We love food. And so we will, like when we go to Japan, we will make a trip to this weird town that happens to have this one type of something that we can go try. Like we went and had soba, like was it 45? Probably an hour drive outside of Kyoto just to get soba on the side of the road, right? Like we will do shit like that because we love food. We love tasting food. And so I love that cities have enough people that you can have people succeed with a restaurant. It's like anything, right? Like if my goal with this channel was to make it money and have it take off and do all this stuff, right? The goal is to get people in front of it. And a city can just put people in front of your restaurant.
Yeah.
You don't get that way out in the boonies. So like in the boonies, you'll get a place that is damn good because they need to be good so that every trucker stops there, or it's the worst thing you've ever eaten in your life because it's the only place around. And do you want to live or do you want to die? And it's just it's funny how you get that contrast, but a city can be frustrating.
Well, it's just cities suck when the wrong people are handling them, but
You
that
always
does
get
not
the wrong
change
people
the
eventually.
fact. Yeah, that doesn't change the fact that they because of population size alone, because of the variety of people alone that are going to be attracted to cities, because that's where the action and that's where the work and that's where a lot of things happen at. Is yeah, you just get cool stuff you're not going to get anywhere else, is what it amounts to, at least within a certain region. If you can't travel outside of your state or outside of, an immense area. It's cool. You get to, what you get to do in Japan is like a once in a lifetime thing for a lot of people. But they do have that luxury that we live in a melting pot. And a city will offer you some very creative, interesting things, despite its shortcomings, or whatever. And I love Cincinnati, despite a murder rate or something like that in the rough part of town. That's just going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't change the fact that the steakhouses are the absolute bomb. So
you cram too many people in the same spot, that just happens.
Yeah.
Serrano's 10 minutes distance. Anytime I say 10 minutes, it's based on empty roads. That's just a Northwest standby. We only talk about traffic if it's traffic hour, because we literally have an hour of traffic. But to kind of continue on with that idea of like just the density, like you're talking about like once in a lifetime, like one of the things that I have always, like, from the beginning been a proponent of is like your money goes where you want it to, as long as you know where you want it to go. And it's one of those things where our first trip to Japan, we spent way too much money, but now even with fuel prices and airline prices like the way they are, if you can budget $1,000 a week per person, so it's not a cheap trip by any amount. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that like you got husband, wife, and 3 kids, so that they can just drop $5,000 today.
Yeah.
But if they wanted to go to Japan, $5,000 is saving $10 a day for 2 years, right? $5 a day for 4 years. So you know, stop drinking that coffee. Don't buy that thing you don't need. You know, there's things you can do to like try to save it. Again, there's still people that can't afford that, and my heart goes out to anyone in those situations where it just like kind of hits that point where like you just can't. But what we decided is just I saved my ass off for our first trip to Japan. So our honeymoon, I surprised my wife with a trip to Japan. And I say surprised because going to Japan was a surprise to her. And my wife is white, by the way. Everybody asks me if she's Japanese. She is not. She is white as the driven snow, probably a Norse Valkyrie goddess, if I'm honest.
Very impressive. I like
so I was like, hey, do you want to be surprised with our honeymoon, or do you want to be a part of the planning process? She wanted to be a part of the planning process, so I surprised her by telling her we were going to Japan, and then we planned the trip. We planned the trip, we went, and when we went, we fell in love, and we said, whatever else we have to do, we have to save enough money every couple years that we can come back. So that's just sort of like a goal we made, where like no matter what happens, like I will go shovel somebody's shit if it means that I get to go to Japan again. It's just a thing that like you will not stop me outside of the country not accepting tourists. Like that's the only reason I haven't been there for the past 2 years is because they've been shut down for the longest time.
Yeah.
But one of the beautiful things is the city of Tokyo has twice the population of Washington State in it. Like you have so many people that you can have some random asshole who's like, you know, I'm really good at making a rose out of soft serve. And that asshole will have 1,000 customers a day because there's just so many people walking by his place. Like it's insane how many people are in that city. And so you can support all of these businesses. You can get all of these things. That's why, like, when I go, I'm going to go to the Akiba Culture Zone. I'm going to drop your ash can or whatever I can there, because I do that, and there's 4,000 people that will visit that store in a week, right? It's not just like, oh, I got like 100 customers this week or today or whatever it is. Like, I don't know what your comic book shop was like, but like in firearms, we would see maybe 30 customers a day coming into the gun shop, and so over a week, really not that many people. The range would see some more action, but we don't really see that many people, even with it being in Bellevue, right? Like in the busy city where people want to relax and unwind or into that kind of thing, right? Whereas in Japan, there's just so damn many people. It's insane. It's just mind-blowing.
Even for restaurants, there's literally like they're the epitome of hole-in-the-wall restaurants in every nook and cranny of Tokyo. So it's like some places where you're like, how do you even make money? No one even knows that buried deep in the bottom of this basement lies a little, bar with a small, two menu options for food.
Yep.
Exist, and it does perfectly fine. Yeah, at all. Yeah. So it's definitely it's impressive because people can afford to do that because it's just that busy that if you have your 8 or 10 regulars a night, you're set. I really want to experience Japan at some point because it's how nothing's like the same as actually going to a place and trying to integrate with it. It's I've traveled all over this country. I'm comfortable in most of it, but yeah, never been to a foreign land.
Yeah. And I'm exactly opposite, right? I have been to Boston, Oklahoma, Arizona, and Texas at this point in my life because I now have family that was or is in those areas.
Yeah, you have a reason to be.
Whereas prior to that, like I had been to California once, but I had been to Japan like 4 times at the time, right? Like it's just a place where it's like I want to go here and I want to see this. So like I've your travels around America are my like I have driven from the southern island all the way to Hokkaido. So not only have I like traveled to the cities, like I've actually like driven between them, which is really cool because you can like just stop whenever you want and say, oh, there's this weird little like side city, let's go there. And that's where it gets really like uh are you familiar much with like I'm only familiar with like the tales of what like the Appalachia like trailer parks are like. Do you have any knowledge on like what those places are physically like?
It's I mean most of it's just an exaggeration, obviously, if you're talking like the stereotypical nature.
Yeah,
But I mean
because there are.
it's just a trailer park usually. It's nothing to like write home about or have a lot to say about. They're all pretty much the same, whether you're no matter what part of the country you're in. I mean, some are obviously
Gotcha.
going to be a little trashier than others, but overall,
So
it's a trailer park's a trailer park in Canada and in the USA, no matter where you're at.
So we hosted a an international exchange. Like we had like a sister city share program, and we had an extra room, and we were getting into the local Japan America Society here, and we were like, yeah, we can host somebody. So we've got an extra room. It'll be great. So she came over here. We introduced her to Renton and showed her around the Seattle area, and did we go? We may have gone to Tacoma as well. So we showed her around this whole area, and then that fall we were going back to Japan, and we're like, hey, we're going to be there in Kyoto. You said you're from Kyoto. She's like, oh, I'm from near Kyoto, and I was like, okay. So we went to Kyoto, and her and her husband met us in Kyoto and then drove us to their place, which is how we got to the soba place. But then they were another hour past the soba place. So they're like 2 hours out of Kyoto, which, it is the distance from like Seattle to like halfway to Portland, basically. So you're in between two major cities. And walking around her village, it's like that house is abandoned and falling apart. That house is abandoned and falling apart. Oh, they still live here. That's their rice paddy. That house is abandoned and falling. Like there were maybe 10 families that lived in this village, and the rest of the houses are just abandoned, falling apart houses. And you're like, what? I am a short, like relatively short, like 2 hours is a long drive, but like you can do a 2 hour drive in a day. I
Yeah,
am pretty close to Kyoto, and there are these beautiful Studio Ghibli houses that are abandoned and nobody wants them because you live not in Kyoto, Osaka, or Tokyo. And it's just such an interesting part of the landscape where you're like, man, there's so many people and it's so busy, and then there's just nobody, and nobody wants to live here, and you're like, man, this is insane. I would take this house. Can I have this house? It's abandoned. Can I just put my name on it? Is that okay?
yeah. Well, that is like a what would you call it? Like a rural reality over there. That there
Yeah.
are places that have hardly any population left in them, even if they at one time had, some level of what we would consider a small town.
Mm-hmm.
11,000,
They had
12,000
they had
people.
a brand new elementary school
Well,
because
they,
they were the next biggest town. Like people came to that town to have their kids go to school. It was it's a very, very interesting, and Jay Ryan's correct. Like, it is a big problem that there are abandoned towns. It is a weirdly reported problem though, because people still live in those towns, and like that town that I was explaining literally had 10 families. I met them all. But they also had the elementary school for the entire prefecture. So everybody came there to go to elementary school, but nobody lived there. And I'm like, this just doesn't make any sense. Like,
Well, it's tough because even if
crazy.
you're a Japanese citizen, to get some of these places on the cheap, like borderline free, um,
Mm-hmm.
the amount of like hoops you have to jump through and shit you have to do is
Yep.
absolutely incredible. And if you're a foreigner and you don't meet all the weird criterias that might get you the ability to do that, and that's still a big might. Like you're like, hey, I'm bringing over 4 children I have. That's all these age ranges that are going to be in your school and participate in your workforce someday. And I have all this
Yep.
money in my bank account that I'm going to bring to Japan and live there. Like, unless you have all these extreme circumstances that people only really have if they're already in the upper middle class, um, it's there's even more shit you have to do. And a lot of these places need work and need renovation, and you can only haul so much stuff off to the dump each day, and you have to separate
Mm-hmm.
everything from everything. And it's a different world where rules are rules, details are details. And if you just mark a sheet of paper slightly in a displeasing manner on a form, even if it's perfect Japanese you're writing in, one thing looks off, and that's all it takes for them to be like, I can't put this in the file cabinet. It's ugly. Fill it out right, you
Yep.
stupid American. Like, they're not going to say it like that, but that's pretty much what's happening. Like, even getting
No,
a
they
bank
do this. They
account
go,
is like a nightmare. Yeah. So,
that freaking tooth breathe is so frustrating. But most people don't do that. It's just the people at work that do that. So
if I
when
could
you come,
afford a Japanese to American lawyer that deals specifically in the immigration and the doing business of and taking your money and your life to Japan, those are the guys that deal with all of that stuff for you. That's the only way
mm-hmm.
you can really do it in a seamless way where it's not like a bunch of work and pain in the ass in your life. And the only people I've known that really got that luxury to kind of go over there and just walk right in almost like into the tourist life, but now they're living there, were people that had enough money to get a lawyer to do that. And it's
Yep.
because these guys they're not like a courtroom lawyer. You know what I mean? These are
No.
a different type of thing. And if you can afford one of those guys, then yeah, it's not going to be so bad. But it's a ton of money and a ton of work either way. Like, I've actually looked into tons of this stuff, even though I've never been there, because I really thought, like, is there any possibility I can make it over there, like with the skills
My
I have or the things that are available. So
yeah. My wife and I started our Japan channel for the main reason was everybody asked us, why did you go to Japan? And I just got tired of explaining it. So I was like, oh, here's my YouTube channel. Now you know why. And then the other part of it was like that back of my mind, like, we get big, we can join Tokyo Creative, and then we can like move to Japan and just be a Japan vlogger. Like, that would be amazing.
yeah, the thought's always going to cross someone's mind when they're
Sake is damn good, Steven.
you know I,
I'm
I probably romanticize a certain amount of Japan in my head, but sometimes when I'm talking to people that live over there and there's something they're complaining to me about,
you're
even
like,
though they
why?
like it, it's usually
Yeah.
something where I'm like, but that makes me want to be there even more because I don't understand how that's a negative. Like, for me, that's
Dude,
just
that
another
is
net positive.
100%. 100%. So you've been fantasizing about it for a while.
Mm-hmm.
I fantasized about it forever. Like, we're talking about 6, 7 year old me with like a pack of Pokemon cards, and my dad taking me to sushi and being like, man, I can't wait to go to Japan. Like, it was just been a thing since I was like a baby, right?
Yeah.
And like as much as I was like, this is going to be amazing, it's going to be amazing, it's going to be amazing, it was so much, I'm not going to say better, because it being there is so different from what you're fantasizing, that even if it's not as like good as what you're thinking, it's different, and you're like, oh, that's how it works. Like the trains, I get this little card and then I just go beep beep and I like move through the card gates, and then I make a mistake and I go to a guy and I'm like, I don't know what I did wrong, I can't do this, and he says something, I go, what kind of percent, and then he just like makes my money come back and I walk out of there, no problems. Like all that stuff just happens and you're like, whoa, this is not what I was expecting, a rigid rule following society, but they're like, oh, you're our guest, we're gonna make everything great for you. And just so much about the whole country is so amazing. And again, you gotta like have that mindset of like, I need to go, here's how many people need to go with me, I need to make sure that it's I have at least $1,000 a week for each person.
Well, that's the tough thing for me, is it's not even so much like the money, it's that I'm the only one in this household that has this level of interest. Like my wife
Oh.
finds it interesting. She wouldn't mind seeing the place, but like the thought of being in a place dominated by seafood, she would rather fucking live in the worst part of America than have to be in that situation.
Well, you can tell
And
her that I will tell you all about a place called Niku Ya no Dai Dokuro. Translated, that means the forest of meat. You go in and you spend $35. Probably only going to spend $30 now because of the exchange rate. You're going to get 2 hours of all you can eat Korean barbecue. They call it yakiniku in Japan, but if you're familiar with Korean barbecue, it's the same thing. They give you thin slices of meat, you fry it on the grill, and you eat it right there.
yeah,
For an extra $10, you can add all you can drink, and it's self-pour. This place is in Shibuya. Like the place where the Hachiko statue is, you can walk from there to a place where for $45, you can have all you can eat and drink of meat and alcohol all night long.
I mean that sounds amazing to me, but she's gonna instantly be like, what? But what about Texas Roadhouse? And I'm gonna be like, all right, I get it. There's not gonna be a literal Texas Roadhouse franchisee in the middle of Tokyo. I understand. She's extremely normie. Yeah. You have to understand this. There's like the things that
Is she at least familiar with Wagyu? Because they have on their all-you-can-eat menu, which still blows my... I don't understand how they can afford this. On the all-you-can-eat menu is A5 Wagyu beef.
She just doesn't care.
Doesn't care.
That's the thing.
No.
That means nothing to her. It's not like she doesn't respect or have interest. It's just she knows how I am too, and she knows that I'm always flirting with the idea of, hey, look, let's go try to move to Japan. And she knows what's coming every time. I'm like,
the move will be rough until you actually take a trip. But if the idea of Japanese food to her is seafood, like a dominated seafood country, I can change her mind in a heartbeat. All of my favorite Japanese food is not sushi. Like sushi is great. I love sushi. I love the taste of the sea. I live in the Northwest though, so I have really good salmon and I have really good oysters. We have really good seafood over here in the Northwest. So like, I don't need to go to Japan for that. When I go to Japan,
you've had access to that for probably your entire
life. I get the pork ramen. I get the beef ramen. I get the pork tonkatsu. I get the the Kobe beef on the griddle, which is not as good as the Matsutaka beef, and you're like, wow, this beef is better than that beef. Like, now on the plus side, if you ever end up in the Northwest and you're out here, let me know, because we actually have really good access to stuff like A5 Wagyu. So like for pretty damn cheap, I can show you the taste of a real Wagyu steak. And we can open up those horizons. But one of the things with going to Japan and just the like again, we travel by stomach. There is so much food, but all you think about usually is sushi or a grilled fish because that's the poor people food that you see them cooking in anime. But it really is poor people food. Like it's just like normal everyday food until you hit like high level sushi, right? You get those really expensive, weird little tiny bites where the chef is making everything for you, right? But originally, sushi was this is garbage we can't serve, so let's mix it with soy sauce and wasabi because soy sauce and wasabi cut down on the parasites in the fish that allow us to eat it raw. And now poor people don't have to cook their food because wood is expensive. So like a lot, it's funny because like lobster came from that same position, right? Lobster was prison food up until, Al Capone was like, hey, this is damn good. Like, and suddenly lobster became food that everybody wanted.
Yeah,
Wagyu what? Geminire, are you joking with me right now? Waggy, what? Waggy, you Waggy.
He's a Texas steakhouse a loyalist.
To be fair, I have never been to a Texas steakhouse. I have driven past like 15 of them, but when I was in Texas, the only place I could convince everybody to go to was the Pecan Lounge or Pecan Lodge. Whatever it is, Crazy Smokehouse, friggin' delicious. I love smoked meats. I finally upgraded to a horizontal barrel smoker 2 years ago. Never looked back. I freaking love a good smoked meat. I do pork ribs. I do brisket. I do all of that. It's just like tacos and hamburgers. What? So your wife doesn't like food, is what you're telling me?
Yeah, tacos and hamburgers are fine every once in a while, but it does wear a little thin after a little bit. Some people, though, people are creatures of habit in a lot of way.
Oh, poor people food. I get you. That makes more sense. I was confused. I thought that Texas Steakhouse served nothing but tacos and hamburgers, and I was like,
no.
What?
No,
that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, Texas Roadhouse is pretty good, like chain restaurant food.
Yeah.
Longhorn used to be, but it's kind of gone to shit. Something happened during COVID where it just, I don't know, all their stuff, just every time I've been to one, I just get some dry, bland steak and some shitty steamed vegetables. Whatnot. Like, it's like, this is low effort. Like, what are you doing?
You're looking at the steak and you're like, can I have some A1? Like,
yeah, you put me in a position where I have no choice. I don't even want the A1, but now I'm in a position where I have to use it just to make this like enjoyable.
Oh, that's fantastic.
I just wanted meat. I didn't want
you have kids?
Yeah, I've got 2 kids.
2 kids? What is their culinary desire?
Oh, they hate everything all the time. They're small children. I literally have to go through a daily battle constantly to get them to try and eat anything that's different. The younger one's not as bad, but it's because she's younger. My first daughter used to be better about it, but the older she gets, the worse she gets. And that's just how kids are. When they're little, they just kind of eat whatever you stick in front of them. They don't really question what it is. It's just, we know it's food. We know we can eat this. And they get picky and become creatures of habit. So by the time they're like 5 years old, they're scared of everything magically. Stuff they've been eating this whole time, but they have no memory of because they were too young to know the difference. Now that they're starting to get, their brains are developing and they can think and do things on their own, they recognize that something looks different. even though they've had it up. Like my daughter ate green beans constantly, and
Hmm.
then I try to give them to her now, and she acts literally freaked out by it. Like, it's always a 45 minutes of kitchen drama. The
Yeah,
minute
I'm
something,
so curious for that. Yeah, at some point, my wife and I will have kids, and we'll have to like go through that. But like my cousin, their kid loves avocado toast, and he
oh yeah,
still loves it, and he's just all about avocado. And I remember avocados as a kid, uh, just being like bland and me not really like I'd eat them, but they weren't like delicious the way other stuff
they
was.
weren't special, but they were tolerable.
Exactly, and I'm so curious about that because it just seems like such a thing where like kids are just like, oh, I don't like this, I want this, I like this, I want this, I like this, I want this, and it's like, but it's all good food. Like, what are you talking
Yeah.
about? The only thing I remember though growing up is my sister loved blue cheese forever. And I liked blue cheese. And then when I was like 7, I stopped. Like it just tasted bitter for like, and I didn't like it for years. For years, I didn't like blue cheese. And then all of a sudden, I liked blue cheese again. It was really weird. It's the only thing I remember is like a kid where I didn't like something because we grew up in the you finish your plate or you don't get dessert
Yeah.
kind of household.
Yeah.
And by
Same.
don't get dessert, I mean you don't get to live the next day if you don't finish your plate. So it was definitely harsh on the food, but the food was always good. It was just the blue cheese where I was like, I don't like this. I don't want this anymore. But I'm curious. I'm excited to see what happens when I finally have kids and I can see what their palate is like.
I think the tough thing is like with kids, like the reason like you'll feel at times like, okay, this is stuff everyone told me about. I can kind of attack this with a little knowledge. And there's other things where you go, why did no one tell me about this? It's such a standout issue. And then you
Yeah.
start to realize when you have more kids is that those standard things are really it. Like
Yep.
there's weird quirks and differences from the time they're little babies between them that no one can prepare you for. It's just this kid's different about some things than the other one, even though they come from the same parents, and the same blood, and the same genetics. You can't. There's certain things you just can't predict with them. You just cross the bridge when you get to it, and
Yep.
I think that's probably like at least 60% of parenting is just you don't know something's going to be a problem until it is.
My mom has she was the women's ministry director at our church growing up for 18 years of my life, and she has this advice that she would always give to any new couple that had kids, and that was enjoy every stage. Because when they're babies, you get cranky. You're like, I don't like that they're crying. I don't like that they're doing this. Blah blah blah. They're babies. They're a larva. Basically, you're having to keep alive. But then you move on to like the next stage and the next stage. There's all these cute moments of them being that little larva and they're asleep on dad's shoulder and that's adorable. And just everyone will tell you like this stage is the best stage. This stage is the best stage. But like every stage has good parts. Like I love the stage I currently have with my dad where he and I can go drink whiskey and go fishing together. Like that's my favorite stage from the kids' perspective is like let me go drink and do something sportsman-y with my parental unit. Like that's the best to me. So it's like just keep enjoying. Just always have a good time with each stage. And so like you're talking about where you're like, oh, this is a problem or this is a thing or this is something we were working on. It's like, yeah. And there were a ton of like fun parts to every single one of those moments. And I think anybody in the chat that's listening right now that needs to hear that, like just enjoy the kids at every stage.
Yeah, the only real drudge, and I think most people will sort of, at least to some degree, agree with this, is when there is those first 2 weeks after they're born. Like it kind of
Mm,
eases off after that, but the whole the phase of getting to a hospital and having the baby, and the time you still spend in the hospital, depending on if it's like a C-section or a natural birth or Just requiring, depending on how many stitches you end up with afterwards, like can play into how
Yeah.
long you're there. And those are all miserable, drawn out experiences where you're, even if the nursing staff and everyone's really nice, they still have to like keep checking and coming in and doing things like every
Doesn't matter
hour
how
and a
good it
half.
is, you're in the hospital.
So yeah, they're still like, you can't sleep, your mate can't sleep. They got your mate doped up. They're driving them crazy. They're already stressed out from being awake for probably 24 hours plus for the birth process to be completed. And you reach levels of exhaustion and then you're going home still that way. And if you
Mhm.
don't really have anyone around and nobody's offered and you don't want to ask for that level of help, because kids are tough to deal with, especially when they're little.
Mhm.
You go back into a situation now where if your wife or mate did have more invasive things go on, they're kind of bedridden for a little bit still. Plus, they're trying to
Yeah.
nurse and everything. It's just a lot of high stress to where it's not even that it's that bad, because you kind of feel like you get this weird new parent energy for a while, where your body just makes you do things and you don't even know why, because you're so
You
exhausted.
just
You
you're
even think
suddenly
you want
wearing
it.
white New Balance and tucking in
Yeah,
your shirts.
but it's that phase is usually so grueling that you won't really remember it. It's
Mm.
weird. Like I can barely recall most of the first 2 weeks of both my kids, because I was awake for such long periods of time and doing
All
so
you
much
remember
stuff.
is that it was
Plus,
pain, and you're like, okay, if I had to do that again, I know I could, but I don't want to do that again right now.
but I mean, I was still like, even if I was delusionally tired from being awake for like nearly 2 days at a time and trying to work and do everything else, I'd still get in a mode with the first one because I was so excited. Where I'd be like, "We're gonna dress you up and make you look cute and fun, and just do all these like goofy things that weren't even necessary." It was a newborn; it had no clue what was going on around it,
Oh, of
And
course.
still be like, "I'm you." There's a certain level of just happiness that goes along with it, where you don't really
Oh,
you
that's
don't care.
like,
You don't care about being
I
miserable.
get it.
It's like, no, this is fine. This if this
I'm
is if this is why I have to feel like shit, I'm totally okay with it. So
right. Yeah, no, I'm a sneakerhead, so like my wife has already found all of the knockoff versions of the sneakers that I have, and she's like, whenever our kid is gonna wear these sneakers, and you're gonna match the kid. You're gonna wear the same shoes as the kid. I'm like, well, those are knockoffs. And she's like, yeah, because they're cheap because it's a baby and they'll grow out of them in a week. I'm like, yeah, that's a good point, actually. Now that you said that, I
they
agree. We should buy the
they
knockoffs.
they go through shoes quick. Um, you're still gonna have moments where you just can't help something. You're in a store, you see something, you're like, yeah, I know it's like $70 for a pair of tiny shoes, but you know what? These Nikes they're so fucking hot. I can't pass it up.
Right?
You're gonna splurge. You can't help it. But especially with kids, like I've never spent so much money in all my life on stupid things as I did once I had daughters, because it's just they're nearly impossible to say no to. And
Yeah.
I can't speak for boys. I don't have any boys, but I imagine I'd be a lot harsher on a boy. I'd definitely be a
Mm.
lot firmer. But my little girl's just, it's whatever baby wants, baby gets, and I try to control it, but it's incredibly difficult because they
Oh,
already know they don't
yeah.
have to work hard. They know it takes the most mildest of manipulation. It just takes a tone of voice change. It doesn't take any real work or anything. Before I'm like, I don't know, honey, let's look at Amazon. Like,
Yep.
ready to sit down and like, yeah, sure, we'll get $400 worth of Cuphead stuff.
There
Or
you go.
something stupid like that. Like at least once a month, I make this mistake where I'm just like, "Oh, she's so excited. What
Well,
do
that,
you
that
want?"
that's funny. I'll have to pay attention to that. My cousin, with two girls, has a boy on the way. So I'll let you know if there's a noticeable difference in the willingness for the wallet to come out once that boy shows up. But
Yeah,
I have a feeling that part of that is uh that boy needs to figure out how to wear a pair of bad shoes just like I did. Like that sort of like I went through it, so now let's see if he can survive it kind of a thing. So I agree. I think there's a bit of that difference between raising a boy and raising a girl. So I'm excited to watch it. I love kids. I always have. I just we're about a year out probably still on having our first. So it'll be a bit.
Moms are there to give boys the proper kind of attention. It's the attention only a mother can give and
Mm-hmm.
will only ever be able to give. And like that's like a special thing all on its own, and I think that has to exist. Like a father has to be somewhat stern. They don't have to be cruel or mean, but they do got to be stern with boys. And girls have this luxury, even if they don't get it in life, with normal parents, where both parents kind of treat them girly. It's very hard to
Yeah.
help. Like they will. It's not so much they get special treatment. It's just girls are soft. They're small. They're precious. It's you cannot help. God made them, made babies cute, so that we could not get angry at them, because He knew the frustrations of raising children, and He said, "I got to make these things cute. I got to make puppies cute. I got to make anything that's a baby super cute to make sure
Yeah.
people's brains are constantly consumed by that, so that they can get through this." And I think it's really hard. Like I
And it
already
works.
know. Oh yeah, it works. I already know. I've joked with this about with some of my creator friends that have kids. I said I already know. Like I'm gonna be that type of dad where, um, it doesn't. It's never gonna probably matter what kind of trouble my kids could get into someday. I understand now why some people are blind to that.
Mm.
Like to if they're like there's certain people in the world where you go, they don't understand. Like you can't be bailing your kid out of that situation or whatever. Like they need to know some consequence. It's like
Right.
there's a weird level of love that is undescribable that only children get, where you can probably look past some things that you shouldn't. And
Well,
I already know I'm gonna be like, I don't know, baby. Well, Daddy will
and
take
you're
care of it.
gonna have
I'll find some
you're
place
gonna
to bury
have
this.
you're gonna have that special dad power though, where like, yes, you get them out of like the trouble they're in, but they realize that like you went through a lot of trouble to make sure they didn't get in trouble, and just your look will let them know like this cost me a lot and it's going to hurt them. Like it's one of those things like my mom did this for me in my middle school. So the Matrix came out 1999, and then I was like, wow, that was really cool. I like that show. I made the Neo jacket. Like I made the full trench coat. I found the pattern from Simplicity. It was the first like cosplay where I sewed everything together. Um and it was fantastic. I loved it. And then I wore it at school. And then Columbine made that not the jacket that you should wear to school. And I got in a lot of like trouble because I went to like a private school and they were like, he can't be wearing jackets like that are trench coats and they conceal and all this kind of stuff. And like my mom like ripped the principal apart. She was like, he sewed that thing, he made it, he blah blah blah. But then like my dad was like, your mom convinced the principal to not have any of this go on your record, but we can't do this again. And just the way that like he said that, it was like, oh shit, I have to not mess up, because if I mess up, then that means my parents have to bail me out and then they're on the hook for whatever they say. And like you have this weird like kid thing. I don't know if you had any moments where you like had that like growing up, but it's one of those things where you're talking about, you're like, oh, I'll bail my kids out because I freaking love them. And it's like, yeah, but also when you bail your kids out, they also feel bad. They're like, oh shit, dad had to bail me out. Like it still hurts as a kid when you don't deal with the consequences of what you did, but now you're dealing with the consequences of what you made your dad have to do or you made your mom have to do, right? Like it always keeps going. Hey, Peter Venkman fan site, how are you doing?
I would say like bare minimum. once kids are adults around age 30ish, even if they don't have their own kids yet, that's when they kind of start to realize all the things that maybe their parents did that you
Yeah.
just did not see because you were too young and you had no life experience and you don't take care of yourself to understand maybe the amount of horse shit they had to put up with to get through. And I think it's when you as a son is at the age where you can be friends with your dad like you are now. Now
Yep.
you can truly be friends because there's some level of he knows enough about life now that, and instead of, so I always say you can't truly be friends with like your mate. Like I don't consider like my wife my friend. A wife and a
Interesting.
friend are two completely different things to me. My business partner, he's my friend. He's
Yeah.
somebody I befriended. My, I don't treat him like my wife, and I don't treat my wife like him. They get two completely different worlds of how I treat those people. There are things my best friend could ask of me that I would do that if my wife did, I would say no. And there's things that if my wife asked of me, I would say yes. That if my best friend asked, I would say no. So
That
it's
that surprises me because that's such a common thing as the like I married my best friend. I blah blah blah. My wife is my best friend, and it's like if I'm talking to someone about my wife, it's like yes, they are like the greatest friend that I have. Thus, they're my wife because they like know me the best. I know them the best. We spent the most time together. Like all those friendship things are there, but there's that next level that puts them at your wife, your mate, where you're like, this goes beyond just a friendship. And that's why I still call my best friend from high school my best friend because like we have a friendship. Like it is a very different thing. So it's interesting to hear. So like I can't believe that you're like, oh, I think we have a lot of shit in common, and then you drop the like my wife is not my friend argument where like friends and wives are different, and I'm like, oh shit, yeah. Like how are you from the other side of this country and and we have all these weird similarities?
well, it's probably a mishmash of similar life experiences, even if they weren't identical. Obviously, it's just uh, things in common in our generations cross just enough that we're familiar
So
with.
I
A
I
lot of
was born
similar
in
things.
90.
See, I was born in '82, so you
Oh, that
when
even that's kind of crazy. Like my oldest cousin that I'm like really close with, I think he was born in 84. And he's the cousin that introduced me to Escaflowne. Like half of my weeb stature is thanks to him. So maybe that's it. I have older cousins, but they're not as close as the other cousin.
I always feel for anybody that did not get to catch like enough of the '80s to
Mm.
remember it at least, or catch, or were born in like 1990, because usually those are the kind of people whose spirit really was in that time, even though they didn't get
Yep.
to experience. Like you can tell by their attitudes or the things they like or they're into. It's like, man, he was born just a tad too late. Like if you would have been born in '85, you would have so many like little kid experiences that would have amped up just the ones you already did have. Luckily, you caught enough of the '90s to get like the lingering last bits of fun pop culture.
Yep.
And even the
Well,
2000s had some stuff, but it the 2000s turned into just pop. It was different.
yep.
There wasn't a lot of culture left, but there was a lot of fun pop in the world if that's what you were into. So
Yeah. Well, and
it's
I think a lot of that, I was talking about this a little bit few days ago, where we would watch The Simpsons during dinner, and then The Simpsons would make a reference to uh, Back to the Future, and my parents would be like, "Oh, we haven't shown them Back to the Future yet," and then they'd show me the Back to the Future trilogy. Or The Simpsons would make a reference to The Godfather or Rambo. You know, it would make
yeah.
all these references to things that they were like, "Oh shoot, we haven't shown him that." And so I have a like we got a book that was like the 501 best movies of all time, And like we just went through that and eventually watched like all of these 501 best films of all time. So like I have a very good media literacy. And then my mother was I always say it's like my mom was a music theory major, but she was just really into like like rock music. So like Styx and Queen, and a lot of that came through in our music growing up as kids. Like as soon as the lullabies were done, we were going to sleep to Styx. Like that's just kind of what our crib was like. So like I have a very fortunate media literacy that goes back a lot farther than I do. Like in high school, we would be talking about something in drama class, and like the teacher, who was 42, 43 at the time. The only reason I kind of know that is because he's also the guy that officiated our wedding. He would make reference to like these older shows and movies, and I'd be like, oh yeah, I like that scene, or I like that character, I like that movie. So I have this really weirdly old reference there, but then there's a gap. And all of my friends tease me about this because from like 2010 to today, I can probably count the number of live action things I've seen on my hands and toes. Like I don't watch live action shows because there's so dang much anime that I want to watch, and I just watch the anime instead. And it's like, Breaking Bad. I've never seen Breaking Bad because I was busy watching Full Metal Panic and all these other really great anime shows that I was really interested in. So I've got a little bit of that weird history. Plus, again, all of my cousins are like 4 to 6 years older than me, so they brought that to me as well.
That's kind of a thing with like people that were raised by either baby boomers or people born in pretty close proximity of baby boomers that didn't quite catch the Gen X time period as much. They music and things like that were such a big deal during their time that what they liked definitely carried over, and it still stayed regular on radio for so long to this day that if you turned on classic rock right now, you would think Led Zeppelin was a new band by the amount of, if you'd never heard of them before, by the amount of play they would get or something like that. But yeah. So guys in your age realm still were kind of lucky enough that you weren't raised by like someone that was like, hey man, I grew up on Limp Bizkit. You at least had parents that were, I don't want to say cultured, but just music was made by adults back then. Yeah, there were occasional like kiddie acts or things like that, or something for the teens or the kids, but music was predominantly made by like a lot of well-trained, well-seasoned musicians. And so, yeah, they're gonna pass Fleetwood Mac on. Yeah, they're gonna pass Zeppelin and Styx and all varieties of stuff because they just had so much.
And I got extra lucky because like my mom was doing the Styx and the Fleetwood and the Metallica, and then my dad was coming in with the NXS and the Pat Benatar, right? So like I had both ends of that like late 70s and early 80s music coming at me as a kid. Just because my parents were actually from like different decades, so it worked out there as well, which was really fun as a kid, because you'd listen to like a brand new like a techno song or a rap song or something, you're like, I recognize this, and it would be Vanilla Ice bringing Queen into their music, or it would be oh gosh, who are the guys that wear like the robot helmets that do techno?
Oh yeah,
Daft Punk. So you'd be like Daft Punk, and you're like, oh, this is George, what's his face? Just on repeat. And not a lot of people get that. And I had a pretty unique childhood growing up with that, so like that definitely helped. But
it does because you have context. Yeah, you have a lot of context for stuff that maybe some people born right around that same time might not have. But yeah, it's same for me. Like I feel like I don't know. There's just certain bands and groups I feel like I grew up on because I did grow up on them, but just because I got just a touch of that era in my life, I think like say you grew up and you were born in 1990, you still saw a little bit of the neon era as you got older into the
Yep.
late. You still saw some of those
I
touches
had the windbreaker.
of yeah. So you know that there were some wild times where it was just anything goes in terms of style and art and fun, and it was cool. Everything was indie for a while, but
Run
for
DMC and Rolling Stones. Yep.
when I was a little feller, though, you would still see like a lot of the oranges and browns of the late 70s that carried over into the early 80s, how decades kind of spill into each other and kind of really
Oh,
change
see,
by the
that's
beginning.
crazy.
So I got just that touch of that. So even though I didn't live through the 70s, I didn't live through Fleetwood Mac's peak, like I was still sort of living in the midst of how things looked. So I can still look at like footage from eras I never lived through and feel a little touch of like familiarity with it. And I think it's cool that we get to have those little moments, even if it's someone born in the 2000s. They're always I see so many times on like comments on different videos for like pop music from the last 10 years where someone's like, "Oh man, I remember listening to this in 2018. That was the best summer of my life." And a person like me goes, how the fuck is 2018 the best of anything for anybody at any time period? And they're like,
Yeah.
what? Like, but I see that a lot. And then it occurs to me, it's like, they were probably in like their senior year of school, or, maybe
Yeah.
these are younger people. Keep this in mind, dude. You're getting old. These are younger people where they don't know that there used to be glorious times in this country. They don't know literally
Winter
how
2018
awesome
was the
things were.
worst anime season of all time.
Yeah, so it's just weird life stuff. Things that you no matter how much you think about as you grow, they don't occur to you until you're in the midst of them or in the moment of it. And that's when you
Yeah.
truly go, now I know how it feels. I tried to think about how it feels, but I didn't really know how it felt till it just happened. So
True.
it's
True.
it's
We
weird.
had a
Yeah.
we had a murder in chat like last month when one of the younger guys was like, man, I remember back when I was 15, and it's like, bro, you're 19. Like, I remember back when I was 30 as well. Like, that wasn't that far ago. Like, let's try to think back on things. But Peter Venkman site with freaking Beach Boys. Beach Boys were my bop as a baby. Like
Yeah, dude.
that
Big boys
is
rule. They're like all time
freaking
great.
that's how I grew up. What be honest with me. What do you think of the Beatles?
I mean, I'd say they're like half and half. Like if
Thank
any
you.
given Beatles album, there's about half of it where I go, this is why they're great, and then there's the other half where I go, I don't know, I just don't get it. It's not
I
pleasant.
have a profound appreciation for the skill they have and what they did and how many bops they have. I also think that their entire British invasion genre ruined and put us decades behind on music, leading us to like Metallica and Whitesnake and like really, really good fun rock could have been more popular at the time. Like half of me is like, man, these guys are really good. They're very like talented. They're doing really good stuff. But then the other half of me is like, man, if we didn't have the Beatles, we could have cut straight from some of these old guys into whatever the 60s version of Whitesnake could have been, right? Like I imagine a future that could have, or a past that could have been, and it drives me nuts.
Well, that's probably one of those things, and I'm sure most people that lived through it would tell you you had to be there to understand
Mm-hmm.
it. And if you've ever been to the Deep South, um, yeah, say you just moved and you're starting into like a new high school in the Deep South and you're taking the school bus. It's not unusual to get on the school bus and the school bus driver is jamming like barber shop quartet gospel music. and everyone on that bus knows every minute and every word of that song. And that's most of all they know because
Yeah.
that's just what they're exposed to. And when you take that and you transfer that idea to basically the entire country, only knew that in Elvis, and Elvis was way too much. So if when you realize that that's where people were at, then that's when you realize that why the Beatles was what it was, because it was just so unusual and so different. And it's like, yeah, it's not like people hadn't seen some guys with shaggy hair before. It's not like people hadn't seen maybe
Hmm.
someone kind of just get into their music and rock out in a way, but it was on just this crazy national scale. And there wasn't even no one had even heard of distortion yet. You know, they were the first ones to go screwing around with some pedals and some early guitar tech to try to dirty up the sound a little. And I mean, Tony Iommi from Sabbath got to the point where he was like, what do I have to do to get that sustain and that grind that I want to get? I hear a touch of it, but I can't get it. So you'd
Yep.
be stabbing speaker cabinets just to see what happened. It didn't work out well, but it was just to test the
You gotta
lines of
try
things when you
something.
tune down. So it was just a phase where there was no blueprint. There was
Yep.
no anything where there's blueprints for classical, there's blueprints for blues, there's blueprints for gospel and hymns and church music and easy listening that's just symphonic stuff, but I guess even maybe jazz to some degree. But even
Well,
jazz was
and
too chaotic for a lot of people because it was such an all over the place high octane music. So
well,
I
so
don't
many of
know.
those analog pedals they developed back then are like the cream of the crop nowadays. Like good luck finding some of this stuff. Like at least when I was like shopping for pedals and stuff, it was like I digital, 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 analog for 4 times the price. I can't get that, because these guys were just putting on resistors and transistors, and then they would pop in a capacitor and see what happens, and you crank it up, you crank it down, you do so many weird things to figure out what you had to do to make this pedal or the amp, because usually they were like modifying just the amp to like actually make it do something different, right? It's so cool to see how people were just like you said, stabbing speakers to see what would happen because you didn't know. You're like, I don't know, I played the guitar, but I wanted to sound like this. What if I do this thing?
Yeah,
I'm confused how Jem has only heard one Beatles song, and I think that's a lie because you just didn't know it was another Beatles song.
which is valid because like there were a handful of Beatles songs, despite me growing up on the Beatles, that I got familiarized through something else and did not realize that that was in fact a Beatles song. But like after the
Yep.
fact, like years later, in some cases, like there was this terrible show called Life Goes On that had like a little popularity spurt in the early '90s and quickly died. But I didn't realize that was like a Beatles Ringo Starr song in the beginning. Like it never clued into me that Life Goes On was something that I had probably even heard before. I just heard it different. I don't know how to explain it. I think when you're a kid, you don't always catch
No, you
certain
you
things.
don't always catch
But
it. You could be singing like a church song, and then it ends up being like a Beatles tune, but they set it to like a psalm, right? Like
yeah,
that was that was just consistent. Uh, we had we had a guy that did worship at our church growing up that he played "O Little Town of Bethlehem" to the Animals House of the Rising Sun, and it was perfect. And he was like, yeah, growing up in I think he grew up in Louisiana. And he's like, yeah, when we grew up in Louisiana, like that's just how we played in Little Town of Bethlehem. And I was like, what? Like you got this badass version of Bethlehem, and we're busy over here with like ba, 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 ba. And it was like, I don't want that. I want House of the Rising Sun.
I remember the first time I heard Trans Siberian Orchestra in like 1997. I was like 98. I was like, well, what is this? Because I was peeking out on metal at the time. So
Yo,
I was like, yeah, I didn't know you could do this. Why didn't anybody tell me you could make anything into metal and it would fucking rule? Like, why? I didn't know this was an option that you just take anything and metalize it and it's instantly better. But
I had a buddy whose dad always got tickets to the orchestra,
mhm.
Trans-Siberian Orchestra every year, and I don't remember what has fate aligned, and two of the seats, like his dad and his mom, like couldn't go, so it was like, hey, we got two extra tickets, so me and my wife got to tag along. She was my girlfriend at the time, but like, holy shit, I was like, I didn't know Christmas could be this cool. And I
Yeah.
love Christmas, but like Trans-Siberian Christmas with fire and like platforms that descend from the ceiling, like that was mind blowing. Even at like 17 or however old I was when I finally got to see that in person, it was crazy. But you're right. You're like, I didn't know Christmas could be this cool.
They put on some wild shows. I got the luxury of getting to catch them a few times, like when they were in that popularity climb period. I
Yep,
don't know when that would have been, like 2005-ish, and they were
about
still
right.
selling
Yeah.
out huge places though. It's not like they weren't unknown. It's just they didn't quite have the all the theatrics. They didn't have all the flames and the fire and the platforms
Oh,
quite yet. But
okay.
it was still a
Yeah,
huge,
because
like it was still a big ass
2007 was when I saw him,
yeah, well, see, that's the thing. They started switching over to arenas
and there was
because they
there
were
was
selling
fire in
places out.
2007, so it would have been before that.
Once they had arenas, dude, it was off to the races. But I even saw them at like we got a place around here called the Taft Theater, and it's huge, but it's still an old school, half oval theater with just one giant stage. But I mean, it was like the walls shook when they played, the ground shook. It was amazing, and yeah, I absolutely love those guys. And even though they're metal, like me and my wife still always treat them like it's a dress up event. So
Oh,
we
there you go.
we look like we're going to like a Christmas service at church when we go. I like to treat it like it's a fancy event because it kind of is. Most of the people
It
that show up there
is.
are like drunk middle aged people dressed up nice. So
Yep. No, 100%. That is the right outfit to wear. Because they're at the end of the name, orchestra.
yeah, well they are. They're a high class act. You
Yep.
know, you got to
No,
truly be a really good musician to do what they do. You can't be some schlub getting by on two or three power chords on every song. Like you have to be highly, not highly trained. You just have to be really, really good at your job if you want to hang with guys like that.
well, it's knowing when to play and when not to play, right? Like it's knowing when do we chug chugga and when do we have the like really strong lead come flying in, right? Like it's that balance that bands need to hit of when you strum, when you pluck, when you do anything is just as important as when you don't.
Yeah,
It just is. It just is. Like the quiet, the in between, the sudden rest, the uh transition from a solo to a power chord to a whatever it is. It's when you go from doing a thing to stopping a thing that is as important as the thing itself. When I'm cooking, when I remove the food from the heat is the most important part is when I stop the cooking process, right? Like
that's
it's just that
pretty
it's so
accurate.
important
Yeah,
all the time.
that's like the most important part of baking or cooking or anything that involves heat to cause a reaction
Hmm.
or an edible. It's always that's accurate. If you break it down to like what's the most important thing, it's like when you take it off that heat. Because
When you
that
take the
split
pencil off
second
the
gut
paper.
decision is what makes or breaks this being good or not, and it being screwed up. So
Yep.
music's cool because I think like if you're stuck in like a certain thing, and we all know those musicians, like guys that are never going to get outside of like what they do with their church music, or never get outside of like playing Bad Company covers. Um, if you truly get into it enough to where you start to gain that appreciation for a lot of different things, and that usually comes with getting tired of what you've always found awesome for 20 years, but then one day you're like, you can kind of sick of this now. I think I've heard enough. But
Yeah.
once people start to explore outside of that, that's it's you can learn so many interesting things to create interesting music just by getting outside the realm a little bit. But 'cause that's why so much metal, even today, still sounds the same, even if it gets inspired. It's something inspired will get ripped off almost instantly, and
Yeah.
40 groups will crop up to all do the same exact thing to cash out on the merch while it's hot, which I don't blame them for. But like like even in the MySpace era when like Attack Attack came in and everyone wanted to joke on them, but I mean they were fucking red hot. Them boys delivered. Like, and their music was actually good. It wasn't bad. It was different, but it was cool. Like I appreciate
Right.
it. I thought it was awesome. And uh even though most people in my age range would have just dismissed it and act like it was terrible because it wasn't Crazy Train, it's like I've heard Crazy Train 1,000 times. Guess what? Everyone that plays a guitar knows how to play it. It's not that cool, my dude. Like, it was cool
Yeah.
30 or 40 years ago. I get it. I know you like it. But
It's
there's
the
a
modern
realm.
version of Smoke on the Water.
Yeah, let's stop being so elitist and acting like these young folk can't do something. So there's kids
Uh,
now that can play Yngwie Malmsteen under the table. There are dudes in like Polythea that can play any guitar player on planet Earth right now completely out of the room with zero effort on their part. Their fingers just glide around, and people
Oh,
get
this is
sad and
amazing.
leave and realize they'll never have a chance against this 21-year-old phenom that just happens to be in a group of other 21-year-old phenoms that are we're never going to be able to play as good as these guys ever. It's not going to happen for most of us, but it's like any other thing. The the cream rises to the top. So
It does. We need to get Camelot on a stream where we talk about music. I watched that guy actually bring up people and techniques and bands and style for like 2 hours, just like talking about it. And I was like, whoa, this guy actually knows some shit. And you're actually talking some shit. And it's like, one of the things that I'm actually excited for with music is the TikTok era of music, where you take, like, how long do you have on like the average person? Like, I'm not a TikToker, but like, how often does somebody swipe on a TikTok? So how much time do you have to excite them about you doing music? And what comes out of this, like, this 5 second, this 10 second, like, let me show you how badass I am in this short amount of time. Like, I want to see those people. I want to see them explode. I want to see what musically comes out of that. Because obviously the music industry is still the music industry, right? But
yeah,
like the way that we interact with music, like I remember when a lot of music I was interacting with was through AMVs. Like I was watching anime music videos, and that's how I got interested in music. Then it was who's that guy that he plays the bass on YouTube, and like it's just him doing covers of songs, but from the bass perspective, and I fell in love with that, right? Like I've been through the YouTube boom of music. I want to see what happens in the TikTok boom of music. Like I'm excited for that because uh, one of the other things that I like to do is just not have that boomer mentality of mine was better.
yeah.
My era was better. It's like I want to see what the next era is like because it'll have something different. It'll have something new. It'll have something exciting. And I want to see what that is.
I think a lot of times, like it's like anime or anything else, when you're young and you have the time and energy to explore things, um, it's easy to get hooked in that thing that you were able to explore. Because when you're not anymore, you don't realize that's why you're still stuck in that world. It's because, well, you just don't have time to look into things anymore like you used to. But
Yep.
if people just casually with music start looking at different genres and different types, because every genre has 10 zillion subgenres, no matter what kind of music you're looking at. you will start to, just by skimming around. You don't even got to listen to things all the way through. You just kind of skim and chip away. You will start stumbling across stuff, and you will start realizing, no, there's never been one point in recorded music in the USA where there was not good music. You just didn't know about it. And it's
Yep.
because not everything's going to explode. Things that aren't always radio friendly aren't going to show up. And just because it's not like common knowledge to people, it doesn't mean there's not a lot of great music out there. There's endless amounts of it. It's overwhelming
Oh,
when you do dip your toes back
100%.
into things and start looking. And it could be at any level, even if it's just instructional videos or all kinds of stuff. There's endless technique videos. There's endless here's how to play a song videos. There's endless covers and versions and types, and it's just even vaporwave. Like I love vaporwave because I've
Dude,
always
that
been,
shit's crazy.
yeah, it's amazing, and it takes you right back to the 80s because it feels like the memory of it so closely, even though it's not. It's really strange how they can take like
Yep.
a song you grew up on the 80s, slow it way down, add an echo, chop it up a little bit, mix it with the sound of a big empty mall, and you literally are like, yes, that's exactly what it sounded like when you were at that big, that giant palm mall somewhere
Yeah.
in 1989. That's exactly how it felt and it sounded, even though that's not literally how it sounded. They've recaptured something special with this, and there's cool stuff everywhere. I think anyone that likes metal is predisposed to liking fast music in general, and snobby metal people get in a mode where they refuse to acknowledge there are things that are not metal that they actually like. And
Yeah.
you'll usually figure it out eventually. You will bust them listening to some hyper fast techno or some like nightwave, like super high pitched up, super sped up Taylor Swift song. Or there will just be
Fucking
something where you go,
nightcore
see,
ass
dude, just
bitches.
yeah, just admit it. It's not so much that you're opposed to the stuff. It's just that fast music's fun. Just be fun. You don't have to be angry and uptight. You get
Oh, 100%. And the other half of that is uh the concert, right? One of my favorite bands, probably of all time, is The Darkness. I love the way they took hair metal and brought it into the modern era. Just fantastic. But going to a concert and listening to them, and then their number two band on the way to them being the headliner is Foxy Shazam, and I'm like, holy shit, this is rap lyrics with uh just a classic rock soundtrack, right?
yeah,
That's the biggest black ass I've ever seen. I like it. I like it a lot. And it's like it's so much fun. It's so good. And then the next time you see that guy, he's singing the chorus for Macklemore on Downtown, right? And it just
yeah,
you can encounter so many interesting bands when you see the bands that can like make it into the lineup of a cool concert. And even like I went to the Casbah just because I had to go to the Casbah when I was in San Francisco, San Diego. I forget where it's at, but you're just like, I don't care who's here, but I want to see 4 or 3 or however many bands there are that I never would have encountered if I didn't know this other band, right?
yeah, yeah. Yep,
Snobby
music,
metalhead is a
music.
closeted Nightcore fan.
It's true. Some of them are. They just don't want to. They don't want to admit that there's quality elsewhere. But I
They
also,
haven't.
as a metal guy, I understand their frustrations at the same time. But I try not to. At this point, it's kind of like there's a part of metal that are just nerds, and they forgot that the music doesn't make them tough. That they're still just fucking dweebs, and they got to be reminded of it all the same. It's like if you're too into Dream Theater and you know ultra progressive metal, and that's obviously not a political terminology. It's the musical progressive.
Oh yeah,
Um,
100%.
you
Prog
just
rock is a thing separate from the political ideology.
yeah, yeah. It's just in this modern age, you feel like you have to stress that to people because you're like, well, if they don't know about music, if I said progressive rock, they might think that has some other undertone to it. Even though I've never felt
It
the
doesn't.
need to preface that in most of my life. That's just like a Trump
That's
era
funny.
awkward type thing.
This is prog rock. It doesn't. It doesn't identify as a gender.
Yeah, that we shouldn't even joke. That's probably already happening, and we just don't know it. A bunch of uptight, college-educated liberal guitar players, you know.
We are a progressive rock band from Austria. We'll 1, 2, 3, 4.
This album is about climate change. Here's
Oh
10,000
my.
hours of noodling.
Oh, and it's just a bunch of what's Gretchen? What's that? What's that kid's name who was like, "You stole my future"?
Greta Thunberg and her progressive trio.
There you go. Oh my goodness. Tool was a fandom like that. Tool was a bad fandom or a good fandom? Because I love hate Tool. I love listening to Tool because I also like, 20-minute long techno music. That's just a thing that I grew up liking. But I hate them because they had a song on was it Guitar Hero that was like, I gotta ace this song, but it's like 8 minutes long.
Tool. Here's the catch with Tool. Their core fan base, like the era that birthed them, which was like early 2000s kids, even though they were around well before that. Um,
Mm-hmm.
they're also kind of like they're the kind of fan that gets stuck on that band, where you'll still see that guy
Yes.
on Facebook being like, "Oh man, Tool just dropped a new track. I'm losing my fucking mind," and you're like,
Dude,
Who's losing their mind over Tool, man? It's every song's the same.
for
I mean, God bless them, they're
yeah,
amazing, and I like them, but it's not impressive at this point in my life. I've been there, done that.
40
It's
years.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not
40
getting
years from
hyped up.
today, the Tool fan will be the yellow flash talking about Beatles of today. Like, that's just how it'll work.
Yeah, Deftones are the same way. It's like I love them. I love Tool and the Deftones. They made some music I still enjoy to this day, but their fans in their era are people that still act like it's a momentous event if one of them do something or go on tour or anything. It's like, dude, I'm old. I don't give a fuck. Like you couldn't drag me to a concert at this point in my life. It's a miserable experience. It's not fun anymore. That was fun when I was 27. Now I'm tired, old, and loud noises bother me. I'm not going anywhere near something that's not at least like TSO levels of like something I can tolerate because it's classy. But I'm not
So,
going to go get knocked around at some fucking metal show at this point in my life. I got zero interest in that.
we have a venue here in Seattle called El Corazon that is this tiny rectangle of a stage with a tiny rectangle of a pit and then like a balcony area. It's like 3 feet taller than the rest of the area. And I remember going, and our drummer's older brother stood up in the balcony area. Is like, "What are you doing? You're a killer guitarist. Why are you not in the pit with us?" And he's like, "I just want to listen to the music." And I was like, "Fucking nerd!" And I just like went throwing fists in the pit, right? And
But
then,
yeah, it's fun when you're young.
fucking,
It's a
fucking
blast.
5 years later, and I'm like, "No, I'll sit. I'll sit in the balcony."
Yeah, I'm too old for this. If I take a wrong fall now, I'm going to the ER. You know how much
Exactly.
the ER costs? Like you sound like an old person by the time you're 25 if you've been knocked around the pit too much. You're like, no, dude, if I fall
Last
over,
thing
I'm
I need
breaking
is
a
to catch
bone.
a fist right now.
Yeah, I don't heal like I used to. Can't be doing this shit.
Oh, no, and I don't have even if I do, like, I don't have to go to the hospital. I still don't want to get hit. Like, I just like I'm good. I'm good without a black eye for this week. Thank you. I will stand here and listen to the music I enjoy, and then I'll be back. I'll be back. Plus, now the bar is over in that area, so it's a little bit easier to enjoy the music from the bar as opposed to sitting in the pit like a friggin' 18-year-old.
Dude, now
God,
now the
life is
most
weird.
Chad music out there. as like boyfriend country music, like boyfriend pop country, like giant ripped country boy chads that are singing about like how much they love their girlfriend and how they wish they could just be a better man for their girlfriend, like like super boyfriendy shit. And
Just super BF Chad. That's
well, yeah,
funny.
and they are all doing Chad shit and all the videos and stuff, and you're just like this is the new. If you said, I bet these 10 guys that are in a hardcore metal band have to fight this one country boyfriend pop music Chad, the country boyfriend Chad's gonna stomp every one of their asses into the dirt with little effort. So it's like it's weird that we're at this weird point in 2022 where there's all this chaos and goofy stuff in the world, but the most Chad dudes on the planet are making generic ass boyfriend country where they're just basically talking through the whole song. They're not even singing.
That's that's pretty. I think that's more universal than you're giving it credit. I'm pretty sure that any country rock star from the 2008 era could have kicked the ass of every single band I was listening
That's
to.
that's
Death Cab
true.
for Cutie,
That's true.
Escape the
Yes.
Fate.
But people always had the impression, or at least when you're young and you're growing up, metal guys look tough and they pretend they're tough. And they're wearing fucking spikes and leather and talking about partying and just being degenerate and all these things. So they have this appearance of like, oh, these might be some tough guys, or they'll talk about like bar fights or stuff, or even just Pantera. Everything about Pantera screamed alpha male, and I think they were kind of legit in that realm. They're also Southern guys, so it adds up.
The
But
band can be great, but the people who love the band can also suck. Like that is a true statement.
oh, 100%, yeah. But I just it's hilarious to me that in 2022 the only tough guys left are country boyfriends.
Cause they had to keep wrangling those cows. They couldn't stop actually doing cowboy shit. They had to keep doing the cowboy shit while they were playing music. Meanwhile, metal bands were like, hey, we got money, let's just do a bunch of drugs, and they got all like weak and wimpy, and it's like, all right, well, whatever.
Well,
Meanwhile, Brad over here can friggin' tie down a buffalo. What are you gonna do?
it's accurate. I mean, even when I moved back to my home area, because I missed it so badly throughout like my teens and stuff, because we would just come to town to visit, and I never felt everything felt like an extended vacation when we were moving. And every time we'd be back in Cincinnati, I'd be like, "Oh my God, the affiliate news with Tom Brown and Kid Andrews. Like, here's things I recognize. Like, it felt great. It felt at home. There's Gold Star Chili, Cincinnati Reds, WLWAM radio. Like, I was finally happy again, and I totally leaned into it the minute I moved back here when I was around like 18 or 19. Like, I went from like being complete metalhead to slowly the metalhead was disappearing and was being replaced with farm boy before I
Oh,
eventually just cut
funny.
my hair off and was full on like, no, I'm a Southern hick, and I just never realized it until I got back to it and realized like, no, this is all the things that you like in life.
Funny.
You like the corn festival at the small county. You like
Yep.
Americana. This is what you want in life. So
Not yeah, not
it's
the Corn with a K festival.
yeah, it's wild how bland I am in comparison to how I was in my 20s. Like I look backwards on it and I'm like, it's so weird. You could have never made me believe when I was 21 that I would be in full on farm boy mode by the time I
Oh,
was like
funny.
40. And that's like how my daughters are being raised and all this. Like my wife still has a lot of photo albums, and occasionally I'm like, I need to get rid of about a quarter of that shit. I don't ever need my kids seeing like 22-year-old dad. They don't need to know about this. So
Oh, until you have a son, because like my dad looked identical to me as a kid, to the point where I would see a photo in like an album and I'd be like, "Oh, when did we go to, this place?" And my mom would be like, "Oh, no, that's your dad." Cuz he just looked exactly like me. Now when my dad got married, he was 20, 25. I'm 31 now.
Yeah.
And he was already balding at that time. So like I have somehow kept these luscious locks, which is why I have them, because it's like, why not if I'm going to lose them? But you got to keep some of those photos so that if you ever have a son, you can be like, hey, look, I took the same exact photos as you did. Look at you and your leather and spikes. Here's me and my leather and spikes. Like, you gotta have those photos ready to be like, you think you're cool? Your old man was cool before you ever were born.
I used to snort coke and punch hookers in the face. What do you know about rough times, boy? I used to run back alleys and get in knife fights with. He's like, you're describing Escape from New York. You didn't like. I realize I'm just describing an
Yeah,
80s
you're like,
movie
no,
to
I
my
watched that
child.
movie. That movie was a biop on my life.
It was about me, and I wasn't even born yet. That's how
They call me
powerful I
Snake
was as a
Plissken.
man. No, I don't know. It's just like I think everyone feels a certain, even if they won't admit it, because I do know plenty of people that refuse to even utter such things. But if you can't look backwards on your younger years and feel some touch of embarrassment, you're just not human. It's everyone has some of it. So
The embarrassment is the one thing I don't have.
I'm sure it's somewhere in there buried. There's something that you can look back on
I
and be like, ah, Jesus Lord, why did I say that? Why that was
the
only happened because I was too young to even think about how that came out.
So it's weird. I agree with what you just said, but I also don't. So I mentioned briefly in this conversation that my mother was the women's ministry director. Part of that was that I was in front of a church of 200 people from the day I was born. So like I had to be present and visible to 200 plus people for most of my life. So
Yeah.
the idea of me doing something and being embarrassed about it would have left me crippled and unable to move. So I'm not embarrassed about anything I ever did. I can look back and say, man, I was dumb and I should have made this decision if I knew what I know now, but I didn't know what I know now, so I had to make that decision.
Well, exactly.
It's
Yeah.
it's a duality where it's like, yeah, I don't feel embarrassed. Like I could run butt naked through Central Park and not really give a shit because I don't have an embarrassment gene in my body. I can sit online and I can just talk about whatever while getting drunk because no matter how drunk I get, nothing I say will ever really embarrass me. But I can look back, like you're saying, and say like, yeah, past me was dumb because he didn't know enough, right? Like I get that. So
Well,
I don't know
it's
where if you
you
let me
can.
be human, but if you do,
That's the thing.
I'll
It's
be
not.
human. If you don't, I won't be.
We can all rationalize it, obviously, because it's not irrational things that make those circumstances happen. It's
Of
that
course.
it's there are going to be there's points in everyone's lives where you look backwards and you cringe a little at yourself over something. It's not so much super embarrassed. It's not something you ever say aloud to anyone. You may just have a fleeting memory and be like, "Oh, that was a little cringe," and then you move on with life, and there's nothing
Yeah.
more to it. But and yeah, of course, those situations you go, ah, well, I was like 12 years old. You literally 90% of those kind of things are shrug off. But it's still funny to me. I'll have passing thoughts every once in a while and just be like,
Oh, good.
"Oh man, that was cringy. I forgot that ever happened. Thank God." And then I move on with life and quickly just go forward. I'm a go forward
Here,
kind of guy, so
speaking of burying memories of your past life, what's the first uh story you ever wrote? And I'll go first because we're 4 hours and 45 minutes into this conversation, so no one's ever going to hear this ever again. I basically plagiarized Casper the Friendly Ghost in first grade. when we had to write our own short stories. Like we got like little blank books, like little like 20-page actual hardcover books that we were doing like watercolors in and had to like make a story. I just did Casper, but it wasn't called Casper. It was called whatever the hell ghost friend I called it. I'm sure my mom has it. I'm sure she has it. But I was just like, yeah, I watched this show recently. This is a pretty good story. I'll just do it, but do it different. And I just made Casper the ghost. Do you recall your first story as a wee one?
I mean, I don't recall like something from that young of an age like super clearly. I know by the evidence, kind of like you said. Well, I know my mom's got a copy. My mom saved a lot of that stuff too from when I was little in school, because everyone did that in like kindergarten and first grade or second grade, like within that realm. If not through all those elementary school grades, you do that multiple times. But there was one I remember where they would even let us like look through magazines and cut out pictures if we wanted and use them to illustrate our books. And I couldn't find like anything I was liking. Like I just, even as like a little 6-year old, I was just like, none of this is fun. Not seeing anything that's clicking an idea. And I saw a picture. It was literally like in one of the like the generic junk mail flyers. It just kind of got mixed in with all the subscription magazines, and it had those like cheap collector plates, those generic collector plates from like the 90s and the 80s on it. And it was Star Trek plates, and it was just a picture of Spock doing like the Spock hand thing, the Spock V. And I was like,
Yeah.
I watched Star Trek. Yeah. So that's what I went for. So I cut that picture out, and I literally cut the plate out with it. Like it was just a picture of a collector plate. Slapped that on the front and made up some nonsense story about like an astronaut. So it didn't amount to anything really, but I'd say like my first legitimate like effort at telling like a story was me just ripping off like Achilles' Last Stand, like uh the little bits and pieces of like the mythological character, and thinking I was being slick by being like, well, it's going to be like I'll make him into a Roman soldier and I'll do this and that, and just putting things together that had no reason to be put together. But the pictures I was drawing looked cool. I was all pumped on myself because I thought I'd stumbled across some genius idea as a tween.
Oh yeah, there you go. That's
Did
like
not,
in my elementary school did this thing where they're like, oh, here's the IQ test for elementary kids. We'll have them draw a tree. And then like because I had like roots and fruits and branches and stuff in my tree, they're like, oh, your kid has a really high IQ. So like drawing was always like a thing where I was like, oh, I'm a good drawer because I got a high IQ on my draw test. And like I can draw, but like it takes me a while to get there. But that was always like stuck in my brain. It's like, oh, you can draw as a kid. Oh, hey, Michael. Michael Deluche is here. He thinks cat girls do not count as monster girls.
but what about like Darksider's cat girl, where she's like literally like partially a cat, not just in an outfit, not just like the
So
bunny outfits you see everywhere.
if you add claws and some sort of like fuzzy leg, then
Yeah.
suddenly it's okay as a monster girl because it's got enough monster traits that it becomes a monster girl, but just a cat ears and tail, not a monster girl.
What if octopus tentacles come out of her butthole?
Uh, uh, pro- probably. I
Probably a
gotta
monster.
assume
I
it's a
think
monster
that's
girl
safe.
at that point.
Yeah, I think that's a safe assumption.
That's like
Find me a
a that's
monster
like
girl
a
that doesn't have
wait,
an
Felicia's a
octopus.
monster girl? Oh, don't even need to ask a question. Easy. Nice. This is a constant debate on this channel. It drives me nuts because I think as soon as you have three things, or wait, no. What is mine? Is mine 3 or 2? Ears, tail. I think you become a monster girl with just a couple things because they're inhuman.
Yeah.
Then you've got hentai. Yeah, get out of here. Uh,
you should just do your own Monster Girl book and set the whole world straight with it. You
I
literally call your manga Monster Girl book.
I think that exists. I'm pretty sure there's a book, like a manga called like Monster Girls, but it's literally a compendium about monster girls. Like the first one is spider, the next one's like centaur, and it's just like this is what makes a spider girl monster girl. This one's what makes a centaur monster. And it's literally like if you had a science book about monster girls, that manga already exists. I don't have to write it. It exists.
Well, what about a book called I'm Right About This and You're Wrong? The Monster Book by
That's
Blaine.
coming out. That's coming out. I'm working on that one. I'm incorporating the Catholic Church and the layers of hell according to Dante and Buddhism,
Hmm.
and we should get some quality work out of that.
Dante's Monster Girl. I love it.
Because so Dante is like, oh, these are the layers of hell, and then you read like the Buddhist layers of hell, and you're like, hey Dante, look at what you plagiarized. What if Japan and the Catholic Church's hell were the same location? Because you have the same layers of hell, you weirdo.
Well, what if the Buddhists plagiarized God? Is there anything worse than that? I don't.
I don't know. I don't know that there's specific call outs to different layers of hell for different sins in the Bible, is there? At least canonical Bible?
Not not for hell. We only get references for the like the setup of heaven, you could say.
Yeah,
I
you
think
got to
that's
go
that I think with hell, all we really have are vague descriptions of like things like a lake of fire, the abyss, these kind of
separation from
things.
God. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's feasible that those are all just different parts of hell, but it never really
Oh, I can't
specified.
believe I have not told you yet. I love in the ash can you gave me that you simply change the background of the text when you have the biblical portions relating to the flood. I love that you're just like, look this up if you want to know where I got this from. Like I freaking love that. I love forcing me to either know or to figure out where that came from. And I don't know if that continues into the full copy that you're working on, but like I really like that.
Well, thank you. Thank you. I definitely put a fair amount of thought into all those kind of things. 'Cause it's
I
like
think
when
the
you know what you're trying to do, when you want someone to think to themselves, they're hearing an old man's voice just say something to them about a situation. Those are the kind of things you do. It's pleasing, it works, it does force people to go look into it if there's something that rings familiar about it. And the poetic nature of the King James Bible just aids to it to such an extreme degree because there's just ways of describing things I wouldn't be able to think up on my own, and I don't have to, luckily, because it's already there for me. But
exactly.
yeah, you'll see it play out throughout the book. There's portions where you won't see like anything like that because what's happening at hand just doesn't have any relation. But then there will be things or events where it's intentionally supposed to make you think of that stuff, and those are my opportunities to pull up the some scripture or something that relates to it and tie it into the fun of the reading part of it.
Yeah. And I have to also mention that page 2 where you have the lady's hair and everything. It's sort of a blank page, and there's like the roses mixed with the skulls. My wife saw that and she's like, "You should have him draw your book." And I was like, "Yeah, but I got to do the one version first, where I have like my shitty drawings on webtoons, and then he can draw my book." So you get the seal of approval also from Mrs. Escape Corner.
Well,
So
I appreciate that. You tell her that's one of the kindest things a person could say to an artist. So when they see enough to even make a subtle comment that implies this is pretty good, this
mhm.
gets my attention. So, but yeah, dude, for sure, I'll do anything I can to help out when that time comes. So, uh, It's fun to do this stuff and especially with death to be able to just bring people like my kind of weird,
Hmm.
but it's like it's a story that's really not that weird. It just seems like it because of the imagery and the things I use and the way I try to tell it. But it's really it's when it's all done, at least that first book, because there's obviously more that are going to come down the road. But that first book should I think it should impact anyone that's like at least has some attachment to family, something like that in their life,
Hmm.
serious to them, you know. So it's
Well,
it really
and so much of that, you're like, oh, it's kind of weird. It's like, well, but like even the weirdest story you think about at its base form is a fairly normal story. If you strip away, X, Y, and Z,
mhm,
suddenly it's just about dad wants to go save his wife. Suddenly it's just about um mom needs to find her son. Like stories get very, very simple if you get down to it. And as long as like you can focus on those basic elements where at any moment I'm feeling dad trying to protect family. I'm trying to feel mom keep things together. I'm trying to feel babies lost and they don't know where they're going to go in the world. Like those simple themes, you can go as wacky and wild as you want with the rest of the visuals, the idea, the motifs, whatever else you have. And those themes are going to run just consistently, kind of no matter what. It's what I'm most excited for because that like all of the artwork I see is sort of that like that really this is like inhuman, but like even something that's inhuman still has very like human qualities. Like something as simple as Wally. Like Wally's a freaking robot, but we all connected with that stupid robot on his quest for love and protecting a flower, right?
yeah.
Like those are very simple things we could connect with as much as they were inhuman, and I love that. I love that so much. I love that in the same way that I like using anthropomorphic animals, right? Where it's like I kind of understand what's going on, and so I'm excited. I'm excited to see kind of like how we take things that don't look human and give them those human qualities, and especially after reading like you know, I've heard that biblical story 1,000 times, but when I see people on the other end of the boat, like how many times are you watching the flannel raft and they're like, and then the floods came and they just kind of remove the other people and you're like, yeah, but what do those people do? Like if if I wasn't in Noah's Ark, I'd be still trying to survive. Like I would still be trying to do something. Like that makes perfect sense. And like getting to see that, like that's fun. That's exciting. And I'm stoked for it. 100%.
Well, thank you, man. I even contemplated. It's really like the I just didn't have enough room for some of the subtle things I wanted to do. You know, you have to kind of go
Mhm.
through and dictate what's really necessary and what's not sometimes. But I wanted one more page in that sequence where while they were sailing, before they ran into the Sea Dominion, um, they in the distance. I just wanted like a few panels where in the distance you could see like mountaintops that were
Mm.
getting close to being covered, and there were like hordes of giants still holding out up there, still fighting with each other. Because I like the idea of Nephilim giants
Yeah.
doing that, and I had it sort of backed up later, like it was something I thought of on my own that I just thought would be a cool visual. Like that was most of it. It's like it's just a cool visual and it helps give a little extra biblical text to it. But there was the Book of the Giants where it a lot of those stories, actually the end of it wraps up with giant tribes that were infighting with each other. The main two fighting as the flood starting, as the rains are starting to fall, as it's occurring, they're fighting each other all the way down to the last minute, to the point where only the biggest, strongest one survives. And it even has a whole story about how he actually swam and made his way to Noah's Ark and climbed up on top of it, and Noah, he threatened Noah into feeding him basically and kind of kept him alive through it. And that's how the Nephilim were able to survive past the flood, because we all know they still made it afterwards. It was still an issue, even though that was
Yep.
supposed to solve the issue. Um, Now, while we don't have any biblical, like, King James version of that event taking place, a lot of the other stuff from the Book of Giants still matches up with all those other events like that were going on. It's almost like Book of Enoch, like things that this isn't for your generation, it's for a different one. It just makes
Well,
you wonder.
and I would almost say that the difference there is that we literally have David and Goliath, and it's like, sure, you could write David and Goliath off as like Jewish poetry or something like that if you wanted to, but like uh the idea of Goliath still being a giant, still being a human that is sort of the descendant of Nephilim, like something had to happen. Like, either the whole demon human hybrid happened after the flood and it just didn't get re-flooded because God said he wouldn't flood it again, or
Yeah.
one of them survived, like one of the two, right?
Well, here's the
I like that. That's fun.
well, here's the interesting linchpin about the after flood era of giants and just how quickly they became a problem all over again. And there's little things in the Bible you have to pick up on or do deeper research to understand it. But if you look at any names of giants or giant tribes that come between other texts here and there, and you go look at the names of all the cities David was sent to go after, and you realize that these cities are named after giants. It's usually a powerful giant. You can correlate these things up, and you go, oh, every single city David was sent to had this problem, and it was
Mm,
decimated by it. And other extracurricular texts or even historical texts kept by just city historians in these places even wrote about the terrible things going on because of the giants that ran these places and how just awful and terrible they were. You couldn't even pass through them without being murdered and butchered up. It was like the worst of the inner city you could ever think of. And what you'll notice is David got instructions on different cities in different ways. So he either got one of three things. It was, you go in and you kill everybody. You cannot leave one single person alive. Then there was, you go in and you kill all the males. And then there were some where you go in and you have to judgment dictate which are genetic abominations and which are not. So they had issues where you can tell which cities were completely overran again, just like Days of Noah overran, where there was not one person there that was not some mixed breed in some
mm,
of a spiritual creature and a human. And those just happen to be the cities with giants' names as the name of the city. They just happen to be the places where God had zero mercy. It was every single person here has to be killed. And that's why some people will be like, well, God was genocidal. It's like these were literally demonic half breeds. This was not something where there was any other option. This is not God being genocidal. This is, I never made you and you're not supposed to be here in the first place. It's no different than
yeah,
an artist looking at a piece of artwork they don't care for and wadding it up and throwing it in the trash. It's theirs. They can do whatever they want with it. And that's a life
yeah,
reality people got to learn about God when they think certain things seem tough or harsh. It's like he's literally doing what every good father in the history of even humankind does. This is how fathers react. This is what they do. So, if there's someone messing with their kids that shouldn't exist in the first place, they're perfectly okay with wiping them out. So, it's those are little things I take into account with this. Like if you could see the amount of notes I have for this book that went to no use at all because it's stuff I just couldn't cram all these factoids into it, at least not yet. Like it's implied right now till there's a reason to go into more details of some of it. Like these are all, like things I take into consideration and I think about, despite the fact that hardly any of the book takes place on Earth. But I don't know. I'll tell you something off air about it. That's too big of a giveaway to be saying out loud on a show. But one
sounds
theme
good.
I did run with was I said when I was sitting down to work on it, I said to myself, every story that's like dramatic or epic has this motivation where it's someone's mom dies or someone's father's killed in front of them or some terrible traumatic event that now motivates them to do whatever else, Bruce Wayne's parents getting shot or whatever it is. Um, and I was almost like a little sick of it. I was like, there's got to be a way to tell a story around this. And then it was obvious. It's I'm not gonna kill mom. I'm not gonna kill child, and I'm not gonna kill dad. This will not happen, and it's something I don't mind giving away because it's going to become apparent that even if things are hairy, I refuse to let this be a story where a character is motivated by them already being dead, already failing at job number one as a father. His
Yeah.
motivation is going to be keeping them alive, keeping them in one piece. Because I think most people relate a lot more to the struggle of trying to keep everything afloat than they do, oh God, it's all gone already. Now I'm going to go be a vigilante. Like, that's not going to click the same as
Right.
relating to the
And we
struggle.
all watch the show where dad is like, gotta keep the family around, and then dad sacrifices himself, and it's like, all right, well, now dad's missing from the family, so now what? Right?
Yeah,
Like
who's going to
we've
protect them
seen
now?
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and no father wants, like, most people don't want to let themselves go in some moment to save everyone else when they know good and well that their true fear inside is, what if I'm not here tomorrow to keep an eye
Yeah.
on this? What if I'm not here the next day? There's no motivation to just sacrifice yourself in that
You don't
situation.
even know if the sacrifice today will work.
Yeah.
That was my one, like, I had an issue. Did you ever see The Quiet Place?
I've seen bits and pieces, but I haven't watched the whole thing, but it seemed pretty cool.
Okay. I really like The Quiet Place, but it has a problem similar to what we're talking about. And it's just like, how do you know that even worked? Obviously, it's a movie, so it worked, but like, you get to those points of like personal sacrifice, and it's like, now you're dead. Now you don't know if it worked. Now you're not there to make it work if it didn't. Right. And anime does this all the time too, where it's like, this character's really smart, but they're gonna sacrifice themselves because they know this is gonna work. And it's like, I don't know that it'll work. I don't know that it'll work. Why do we have to sacrifice ourselves? Why can't we make a good story without all of this? Um,
Oh, with
now it's not to
Japanese
say that like
suicide rates, it
self
probably
sac.
brings a little more. Like, it probably fits like their mentality a little bit, anyways. Because
Yeah,
God bless them, but you can't hide that other genetic built-in thing. It's just, if all your
definitely.
society's known slavery, even if you're not slaves, you're going to be prone to being slaves. And
But
Japanese people, God bless them, it's in them, man. It's tough. It's strange because when you know it, when you know, like, God, these people are going to be chronically susceptible to this their whole lives. Like, that's got to be a weird thing because they all know it. I doubt they're ignorant to that. That it's like,
no, they know, 100%. But the other thing, as you're talking here, is that I think you said that death has come about as a sort of a prequel, that you didn't want to make a prequel. Did I hear you correctly on Friday?
well, it was just one of those things where, like, a bad habit I was seeing. I don't even know if it's a bad habit, but that's irrelevant, good or bad. A lot of creators were making a mistake because they were getting stuck in this rut of doing these like 48-page campaigns, which is perfectly
Mm-hmm.
fine if you have like the right writer on a story that knows how to compress something to have a beginning, middle, and end and be in 48 pages. Even if it is just a pre-story or is just something to lay the groundwork, it still needs to have a beginning, middle, and end in the format that you're presenting it. Even if it's open-ended, there's got to be some resolution in there and some satisfaction. And a lot of guys were doing really pretty books, really good-looking books, and were pretty well written, but because the fans couldn't read their minds of what the future of some of these stories were, or what was going to go down in book 2 or 3 or 4, um, it left like confusion story wise, and it felt
Right.
like well, what did we get out of this? This was just like, here's an origin story that shouldn't have taken this long to tell, or here's an origin for, like, people get really caught up, especially people that are creatives, and new creatives even more so get get really into the beginning stage and the world building and all that, because they may not understand that that stuff will kind of just come naturally as you work on the story. You don't have to overanalyze it. You just gotta
Right.
you gotta get a solid idea, a solid story, and make sure your filler's not like the negative connotation to filler. That it's things that just link it all together in a way that makes it interesting and good and makes sense and isn't silly and stupid for why this led to that and why that led to this. Um, I mean, when my book hits, I'll find out if I think I'm as right as I am about how all this stuff should work. But I'm pretty
Right.
confident in what I do, and it's mostly because I've been doing it for a very long time. But
Well, and even on just length alone, it's like one of those things where I'll talk about, uh, you get a story that's berserk length. You don't necessarily know how it ends, but you need to know enough about the characters in the world as you get into it that you know what those characters are going to do, and then you're just going to throw them into things that you want to see them do. But there's a lot of stories in anime where you get started and you're like, the character, like Shield Hero, is a great example. Rising of the Shield Hero has a fantastic first season, and whatever that equates to in the books, I'm sure was also great. Once they get into this turtle arc and this other world arc, it just falls apart, and it feels like whoever was writing it was like, oh, I have this great idea. Here's the idea. And then that idea just ended. And they're like, next he fights a turtle. And then he goes to another world. And you get sort of this like lack of focus as they get deeper into shows because they were like commercially successful. They're like, oh, I don't know what to do now. I left it open ended because I wanted to continue, but I didn't really know that I wanted to continue. So now what do I do?
to some
So it,
degree, you have to have like a long-term beginning, middle, and end, despite
mhm.
that you have to miniaturize that per book still. Like the idea of having
Right.
a beginning. It's like, yeah, this isn't the literal end of the story, but this particular chunk or this arc still has to have some resolution, even if it's a little open-ended, to leave a little mystery. But yeah, I mean, even though I did a 300-page book, which leaves obviously a lot of room for like origin things, the origin is really just like a linchpin moment of a story most people already know. Most people know Noah's story in some general way, even if you're not a Christian. It's just like an American tale at this point. It's just something we've all heard growing up, no matter
Right.
what our walk of life is. And so I didn't feel the need to like go into that level of detail for that stuff. It's like you got enough from those first 12 pages to know what's occurring, what you're seeing right now, without me going into ridiculous details about the flood. Like I said, I had to cut a lot of things because I realized it just was not aiding the story. Um, but yeah, I use that linchpin moment, and there's just a little bit after it. I'd say probably like where the ash can cut off that you saw. There's
Mhm.
probably maybe 10 to 12 more pages after that that wrap up that whole rebirth, all this before it kind of jumps to where things pick up, you could say. It's like, all right, here's the linchpin event. Now let's just get to the story. So I'm not gonna drag out all this in between time for people when it's something I can sum up pretty simply in a few pages. Like, here's kind of what happened during this gap. Here's
Yeah.
the progress of things. Now here's where we're at, and here's the real story.
It's
So
the balance of like meticulously telling me every detail and you respecting the fact that I kind of get it and we can get to the story that you want to tell, right?
yeah, I don't need to bore you with things that are implied good enough. It's like there's no point in going past this on this. Like, the things when you're writing a story that really have to have a little more detail, and the things that don't.
Mhm.
Or you know what your pace is or what's coming later, so you know how to set it up so that it's not done in like a silly way. But yeah, it's a story with like, I want to say big cast, but not really. The core cast is relatively, it's a mom, a dad, and a kid. They're always going to be sort of the focus one way or another. But there's a lot of it's a big story. There's a lot of players in it, I guess you could say. Like you know how Berserk, there was one thing that was always amazing about Berserk. There's no throwaway characters. Even if
Oh,
you're introduced to a character for 3 or 4 pages in a book that Miura drew literally like 7 years ago, 10, 12 years ago, that character will
hmm.
pop right back up as if he had that plan the entire time. Like that's how
Yep.
well he can implement. There's literally no throwaways. And it's impressive because I've never read a story where you can have zero throwaway characters. I don't even know how it's possible. If I hadn't witnessed it in Berserk, I wouldn't think it was possible. But
Yeah.
my
Now we may want to throw away the pirates though, but that's just personal preference.
yeah, well, if he was still alive and was gonna be healthy enough to draw for another 40 years, you know those pirates would come back at some point and you'd be like, "Oh shit, look where he brought
God,
the
here we go
pirates back."
again.
Yeah, you'd be like, "No way, he made those pirates actually make sense." All these years
Right.
later, they tied back in exactly where they should have. It's but
Yep.
that is similar that there's a big cast. And granted, not every character is like a main character. There there's at least a
Characters don't have to
few.
be main to be important.
Yeah, there's at least a handful where I have to touch on them a little bit so that you know
Hmm.
more about them in terms of their past. But I don't go real extreme with any of that because you got to be careful too not to get caught in like flashback hell
Yep.
where it's like okay now I'm basically just telling you about these characters through flashbacks. You don't want too much of that either. Like you can have a little bit of it, but um there's things like that where it's like their actions, their body language, the way they speak, the things they say. Those are the things that have to make you kind of figure out who they are. So there's
Yep.
always these fine lines you ride with
The way they
trying to
look
show people who
sometimes.
are just through a yeah, like, oh well here's something bad that happened to Timmy when he was little. He had a flashback. It's like, no, I've got to give him mannerisms and things that match people that traumatic events actually happen to. It's
Yeah.
it's like guts being
Well,
weird
and
about someone
something
touching,
even
you know.
even simpler that I think you're able to tap into is those like um those mechanical designs where you're tapping into that. Like I watched Transformers and then Beast Wars and like all this stuff growing up. So like I have a very Decepticon feel with that first set of like robo people that you show. And it's like it immediately invokes that feeling for me where I'm like, well, these guys are kind of they're kind of on the edge of morality. I don't know if they're bad yet, but we'll find out. We'll see. I have kind of a negative feeling towards them though. It's very very interesting how something as simple as a robot you're able to tap into how I should feel about them.
Yeah, and I appreciate that because that's something I put a lot of work and effort into all those little things that will lead you emotionally in varying directions. Where sometimes it's pretty clear how you feel. Sometimes you feel as gray as the characters you're looking at about them, and
Mm-hmm.
it gives you a little wiggle room to let them develop too. Because you're there's little things too, like actually no, it didn't make it into the preview. There's a page I've shared plenty of times publicly though, where you see the big monster critters with all the spiny things growing out of them and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, there's an image where you'll see two characters, and if you look at their eyeball patterns, you can look back over at those two mech on the very first 2 pages and put together who those guys are, even though you don't know how they fit into everything yet. So you can go, oh wait a minute, there's only two spiny characters that look like that have that eye pattern and that face. And if you go look over at those robots, you go, oh, that's who these dudes are. How they end up being robot looking things at this point. So there's a lot of little things that aren't like rocket science to figure out.
Mm-hmm.
You got to tease people a little bit with some stuff in the opening. I just felt like I had to have something there to imply where it's going, so that when you see this
Perfect.
futuristic city under attack and these robot critters for just 2 pages, and then you turn over and now you're dropped off at Atlantis. You're on Earth.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a nice little how do we go from something futuristic and now I'm realizing the story starts in a very archaic time. So At least these are things like I find interesting. We'll see how it plays out to everyone else, but
Well, I'm still excited even after what is it, 12 or 14 pages that I just
I
got to
think
read.
it's I think it's 12 actual story pages.
Yeah,
There's like some flashy art and stuff in it. That's just
there's some fun extras.
yeah.
Awesome. It is 12:20 a.m. where I am. I can't imagine what time it is where you are.
It's
Uh,
going on 3:30, but I mean this is my business hours, so it's not unusual for me.
okay. Well, it is unusual for me. I have been enraptured in conversation and just looked at what time it is. This is amazing. I have had a blast talking to you.
Oh,
Everyone in chat, the Indiegogo Death is in the description. Go check it out. Join my Discord if you want to see the ash can. I will share it with you so you can see the it's I was trying to explain it earlier in the stream. It's like a trailer. It's like a movie trailer, but in comic book form. And they're like, "Oh, is it like a one shot?" I'm like, "No, not a one shot. It's like a trailer. Like it's a little bit of the story just to get you excited about it. Just get a little spice to get you into it." Are
yeah, that's a
where
fair way. Yeah.
Yeah, where are you going to be the rest of the week? You going to make it the rounds on the other channels? Where can people find you? Where should they follow you, etc.?
You can follow me on Twitter at Comic Art Master One, or just search up Joe Balking Toad Inc. and you'll probably find me that way. I'm on Instagram as John Joseph Ball, TikTok as John Joseph Ball. Um, I have a YouTube channel. It's Joe Ball King Toad as well. You can dig that up. I don't have a ton of content yet, but it's one of those things where I it just takes me time to get around to making videos. Um, there was something else I was gonna say and I lost it.
Oh no,
Oh well. But anyways,
ash
yeah.
cans.
Yeah, check out the ash can. We'll be selling those as well down at Anime Matsuri. If
Oh,
we have any
Matsuri, yeah.
yeah.
Where can they find you at Matsuri?
We'll be at Nick Ricada's booth. I don't know what his booth number is yet, but we'll be at his personal booth there working with him,
And
selling
that's
all our
a
goods and
week from
service.
now.
Yeah, it's the last week of the month here, like the Thursday through Sunday. So we'll be down there for that, and then we'll be at Cincinnati Comic Expo last week of September. You can come see us there if you want to. We'll probably have new orders and everything in back by then and be replenished. And check out our Etsy stores. You can find them on my Twitter in the bio. Shane Mess, my business partner. You can find our merch store through him. And we're trying to get through Matsuri. We're hoping we have some stuff left to put up on the merch store. If not, we'll just have to order more. But we'll have all kinds of fun King Toad Studio stuff and Swarm and Death, and all our books and our little side projects and stuff from the company. And hopefully it'll be a good time.
Perfect. Perfect. And we are at $55,000 right now for death. That puts us to 15,000 away from the 70K goal. So at 70K, everybody gets the Matsuri ash can. Wait, where did that go? Everybody gets the Matsuri ash can.
Yes.
There are easily going to be. I think I calculated it because I'm a freaking math nerd who does that shit. Uh, there are at least 2,000 more people in the world that need to see this, and that'll put you into the 6-digit range, which I 100% believe this needs to hit. So we will find those other 2,000 backers and we'll make them sign up.
Yeah, we'll just keep chipping away. People,
Yep.
quality at a reasonable price excites people.
It does. It does. Because, I mean, let's be fair, right? You're offering a manga, 300-page manga of story pages
Hmm.
for $18.
Yep.
If everybody signed up at that rate, like, that's insane. That's insane deals. Insane deals. And then you have hardcovers on top of that, line art, extra sketch cards, all kinds of upgrades that you can do. So very exciting. Very stoked for that. Um, Again, wonderful to have you on. It's been a fantastic conversation. If you're still willing, hang out a little bit after the goodbye song. It is a little longer than I would like it to be. So it's
That's all
not
right.
actually it's not actually repeating itself. Steven Ransom is tweeting stuff out, getting people excited about your stuff. Then we're also talking about Bleach. Why is chat talking about Bleach? Get out of here with that garbage.
Steven, just so you know, I have seen all your nice comments tonight, and I do appreciate all your kind words. I didn't want to interrupt or break into things over it, but yeah, I've noticed the chat, and thank you, everybody. You're overly polite to me, and I appreciate it.
I again, we're still small enough that chat's polite, so I love that. Peter Rankman fan site, thank you for popping in. I think I've only ever seen you on Brandon's channel, so it's good to see you on this channel. Excited to get that going. But thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful rest of your night, and to chat, Joe, everyone, kampai.
Thank you, guys. Later.